Now we're coming into the period from 545 AD. This takes you to 556. But historically, the unit of time really needs to be considered through here. All right, that's 558. Because the event that starts in 545 has its culmination in 558. And there's so much that happens in this time period that I'm sort of not sure how to cover it. So first I'm going to give you, as it were, the sweep, the outline, the grand picture. Okay? But first I got to tell you the text, because that'll every single word in this, in scripture, when it does the annual, it's telling you the flavor of the times. It's also, once you know that, you draw conclusions about where you ought to go, what you ought to do, what you ought to be. So, as it were, this period here from 545 to 558 is a process. God's pronouncement, diagnosis, prophecy, of course, of what that time will be like. So now I have to go through the words so you get, it's like a title for the time. All right? So, what is that title? What is this text, first of all? The 7 heads, 7 mountains are. That's the literal Greek of each word. Hai hepta, kephale, hepta, hore, esin. All right? Esin is the plural of to be. The 7 heads, 7 mountains are. Now, the word to be here in the plural, in our English translation, we'd say the 7 heads, and then we skip over down here, are 7 mountains. That's what we'd say. We'd put the verb to be in the middle of the predicate nominative here, which is 7 mountains, compared to the subject, 7 heads. Greek does that too, but here it's not. And when it doesn't, it's stressing the connection between the subject, 7 heads, and the predicate nominative, which is 7 mountains. It's stressing the relationship, the identity, the equating. Okay, this is really important. It's stressing the equating. So the subject is 7 heads, and the predicate nominative, not an object, but it's like an equal sign. To be is kind of like an equal sign. When I say I am female, I'm saying something about the self. All right, so 7 heads, 7 mountains are, is saying the 7 heads are 7 mountains. It's telling you something about the 7 heads. And in Greek, you could stick this verb, eisen, in the middle, or you can stick it at the end. And in Greek, if you stick it at the end, if you stick the verb at the end, you're stressing the function. All right? And that's what's happening here. You're also stressing the relationship, because this is the verb to be. You're stressing the relationship between the subject, 7 heads, and the predicate nominative describing the subject, 7 mountains. So the 7 heads, 7 mountains are. That sounds poetic in English, but it's not poetic in Greek. It's a stress on the nature of the heads, telling you something specific about the heads. All right? And that matters because once we get down here after Justinian's dead, it says, and kings 7 are. So you're finding out, okay, well, these heads have some connection to the kings who are also 7. It's not saying that the 7 kings are the 7 heads. It's not saying the 7 kings are the 7 mountains. It's really important. There are. You don't need that structure in Greek. But you have to say, and 7 kings there are. There's a connection in identity, but it's not equating the kings to the heads. This is a mistake theology makes. Okay? And you know that what I'm telling you is true because he's saying here 5 have fallen. 1, that's the word for one. One of them, this is just a definite article, is. You notice he's putting the verbs at the end each time. Okay? And the others, not yet. Hupo, that's what you say to your kids when they ask you if you're there yet at the destination. Hupo, not yet, will come. And others, not yet, will come. So the kings are not the same as the heads. And the mountains, of course, are not the same as the heads either, but the relationship between mountains and heads to help you identify the heads. All right? Now, I'm sorry to be so pedantic, but this is how the precision of the wording works. In order to get the meaning out of it, you got to get into these weeds like this. All right? And the Greeks loved doing what I just told you. They loved picking this apart like I'm doing, because that's what their entertainment was. All right? So again, we go back. This is 545. The 7 heads, 7 mountains are where? Hupo, this hupo, and not this hupo. Hupo here with the omega means not yet, but hupu really is an adverb meaning where. Okay? Now again, we still have to stay in the weeds because it's saying the 7 heads, 7 mountains are where. Now, in English and pretty much any other language, when you have a verb like adverb like where, it introduces what's called a subordinate clause. The subordinate clause is modifying the clause that went before. In other words, these are 7 heads and 7 mountains, and this is answering the question, well, where are they? Because that helps you identify the heads and the mountains. You got that? Where, and then the woman, but it means the whore, sits upon them. Okay? Where the whore, the woman, sits upon them. And at the word upon, Justinian's gonna die. That's 565. So this is 558 by the time you get where. Well, where is Justinian when he dies? Well, Justinian, when he dies, is at the place of the 7 heads and the 7 mountains. The 7 mountains. This is such a killer. It's like Satan is making fun of Christians. The 7 mountains is a nickname, a very famous nickname for Rome. It's what the Romans in Italy called themselves when they first got started, before there was a Rome. Rome, the area of Rome is in western Italy. It's just like the lower left part of what we call the boot, but it's not at the bottom of the boot, it's just at the ankle level. Okay? It was a swamp. And so in order to escape the noxious fumes of the marshlands of what was not yet Rome, just that area, there were 7 hills that people lived on so they could get better air. All right? The people who were on those 7 hills decided they were going to do something about that swampland down below, and they built a port. Well, it's not really a port. They had to do a lot of building to make it into a port. But they wanted the river that was coming down and sort of going into the sea through this marshland to actually be commercially valuable. And so they turned it into what we call Rome. They lived on 7 hills to get away from the noxious fumes because it's nearly at sea level. All right? So they called themselves patricians. They were all proud of themselves because they lived on those hills. And we're the high people, and we're the good people, and we're the elites. And these are the 7 hills we lived on, and you can't live on my hill unless you marry into the family and be a patrician like me. That's what they call themselves, the 7 hills of Rome. That's like saying the power seat, the important people, the only ones who matter, the elites, the guys who built Rome. And keep it going. The only people worth counting were the ones on the 7 hills. Okay? Hore means a hill or a mountain. Okay? So what's so ironic and sad about this is that the people in the United States today who back Trump sponsor a doctrine they jointly share. I'm not sure that they share it equally, but it's a doctrine they call the 7 mountains. They call it that. All right, so they're reading Revelation 17 in exactly the opposite way. Because what does it say here? The 7 heads, 7 mountains, hills, are where the woman, the whore, sits upon them. Now, if you read this text, you're like, I don't want to be 7 mountains because a whore sits on it. It's right plain here in Revelation 17. Whatever the 7 mountains are, they're dominated by religion. Dominated, that's an important word. Dominated by religion, which God always depicts as a whore ever since Jeremiah 16 at least. Okay, it's got a long etymology basically because in the old days, if you wanted to be close to God, you had to copulate with a temple prostitute. So that's kind of the etymology of this idea of whore being religion. All right? Religion is a whore. Selling you something to give you a little thrill and then selling it to you again often. That's religion for you. God is anti-religion in every page of the Bible. And here you're seeing today's page. 7 mountains are where the whore, the woman, sits. Katetai. Katetai. Woman sits on the mountains. Upon them. That's what the them is. Right here. Of course, you could argue, well, then she's sitting on the heads too. Yeah, religion is dominating them. Now, what's so pathetic about the 7 mountains behind Trump, and you can Google this, go to YouTube, and read up on what they say their 7 mountains are. It's 7 mountains of domination. They think, I don't know, this is about a whore. God's calling religion a whore. And they think it's holy? How is that possible? So Satan has obviously got control over those people. And he's like waving his hands back and forth. Like he's standing on a mountain waving his hands back and forth and say, see, I'm sponsoring these people because they can't even read their own scripture. But they think they're godly. Yeah, and so does Justinian, Antichrist. The 7 heads, 7 mountains are where the woman sits. And at the word sits, that's the last year of Justinian. He ain't going to be sitting there no more. He going to be dead. He dies right here in November, if I recall. So he ain't sitting on those mountains here. See them? This is a word for them. He's not sitting there. He's dead. Meanwhile, the woman is still alive and still sitting on those mountains. And the 7 mountains people behind Trump right now think they'll bring Christ back if they pursue their 7 mountains of domination, aka religion. And religion is the first mountain. I'm sorry, I shouldn't yell. Religion is the first mountain in their platform. Go look this up. I have been trying to tell people in the media, you got to be alert to this. This is where the history is going. And yeah, I'm getting it from prophecy, but you don't even need prophecy anymore. You just need to know what's happening now. Okay, the 7 mountains people are behind Trump. They think they're Christian. They're going to bring Christ back before the 2000th anniversary of the cross in 2030. And guess what? In Russia, right now, as I talk, the Russian Orthodox have the same idea, except their version of it is much older. They call it the last emperor. It's the same idea as the 7 Mountains Christians. Exact same, except it's got a longer history and more variations that you can look up. This is how I learned all this stuff I'm telling you. I didn't know this when I got started. I'm like, well, what's this year and what's this year and what does this mean? And that took me from one thing to the next thing to the next thing until I'm where I am now. And now I'm trying to pass it on to you. 7 Mountains is the U.S. name for it. But the Greek name for it, which is the Russian name for it, because Russia thinks it inherited the Byzantine Empire when the Byzantine Empire was taken over by the Turks in 1453 AD. They think they are the lawful and only right carriers of the Word of God, which they wouldn't know if it bit them. And Putin is trying to play to their what's called the last emperor myth. Okay? And that's their version of 7 mountains. Because 7 mountains is a nickname not only for Rome and Italy, but for the Byzantines. Because when Constantine built New Rome, aka Constantinople, aka Istanbul today, he created 7 hills. He reproduced Rome in Italy in Constantinople, which he called New Rome, right down to the hills. He reproduced everything. Okay? Because he wanted it to be the new Rome. He didn't like the old Rome. He didn't like that marshland. And so the 7 hills in New Rome had its own elites living on those 7 hills. So 7 heads. Yeah, every family, every clan is going to have a head. And they live on the 7 mountains of New Rome. Constantinople, not Italy. You know how many millions of dollars have been wasted in theology, saying, oh, well, Italy's going to revive and it's going to be the Catholics. That's what Calvin thought. But the text is plainly telling you, if you just counted your syllables, it's New Rome. There were 2 Romes. Everybody on earth knows that. Starting in 1330, there were 2 Romes. The second New Rome was dedicated in 330, 7 years before Constantine died. And the 7 heads, of a clan or of a hill, 7 mountains, hills are. Yes, 7 hills of power. 7 hills of power. Kephale also means power and authority. And that's what the 7 mountains people in the U.S. think. And in Russia, they call it by a different name, ThirdRome, because to them, the second Rome, the new Rome with its 7 hills, died and they inherited the mantle of the second Rome. And therefore, Russia is the 3rd Rome. And as I talk, there is a propaganda film about the second Rome, made by Russia, sponsored by the government, and especially by the clergy in Russia, basically urging Russians to rise up and be the third Rome and restore the second. In other words, make war on Turkey, because that's where Istanbul is now. Make war on the Muslims. Make war on the West, because it's all the West's fault that Constantinople fell with its 7 hills. And then you'll be the new third Rome, and you'll be the heads and have the power. And of course, Putin would run the whole thing as the last emperor. And then Christ will come back, and Putin will take off his crown and hand it to the last emperor. That's what's happening right now as I talk in Russia. The Russian Orthodox is like all over, and they persecute any Christians who are not Russian Orthodox. And of course they persecute the Jews, and of course they persecute the pagans, and they persecute the gays. So the Seven Mountains people in the United States think that the Russian Orthodox are oh so holy, and Mike Pence just visited a Russian cleric in Moscow. Might have been the Metropolitan of Moscow, who's the head priest. Their equivalent of Pope, except they say they don't have popes, but they really do. Do you see where this is going? Putin is aiming to be the last emperor. It's an ancient Byzantine myth. It's also known by Pseudo-Methodius, and it kind of starts, well, I don't know if you could say it starts here, but in a way it does. It kind of starts here. You can argue it started with Constantine. That Christ will come back once we Christianize the world. That's the aim of the Seven Mountains people. That's the aim of the Third Rome Russian Orthodox. Once we Christianize the world. Okay, but we can't Christianize the world without an emperor, because there's no such thing as church without emperor. That's a fundamental tenet of Byzantine theology, which is Russian now. So we gotta have our we gotta have 7 heads and 7 horns to be, in order for Christ to come back, because we're all holy. And that's what the people in the United States who ascribe to the Seven Mountains doctrine, and they're backing Trump and telling him all this, that he's the anointed guy. Meanwhile, in Russia, the clerics, because they want the real power. See, because you have the real power if you're on the 7 hills, the 7 hills of domination, yeah. They're telling Putin, or Putin's telling them, hey, I'll be your last emperor, and then we'll bring Christ back. This is a movement happening right now. A revival of Rome is being attempted. So do you see why I'm spending so much time on Justinian? Because the antichrists of today, okay, and there are antichrists even if there's no rapture. That's the whole point of this passage. There's always antichrist. That was what 1 John 2 was saying. All right? There's always antichrist. And in the U.S., they're in the White House now. That's one of their 7 hills. Government. I think it's the last of their 7 hills. The first of their 7 hills is religion. And hello, see, the whore sits on the 7 hills. Yeah, and their first hill in their seven mountains thing, because this means mountain or hill, is religion. But God's against religion, but they don't know that, because it makes them feel holy if they crusade. And that's what's going to happen, honey, because the 2000th anniversary of Christ's death is coming up in 2030. That's why this period since 2000 has been so intense. 2000 is the 2000th anniversary. I mean, it's really not the 2000th anniversary. It was 1997 was the 2000th anniversary of his birth. And then 30 AD will be the 2000th anniversary of his death. Because we got our AD wrong. All right, well, I explained that in previous videos. It has to do with a guy named Varro in ancient Rome and the year that Christ was born. But see where they're going? Oh, 7 mountains, we're going to bring Christ back with religion. Yes, religion is the whore here, honey. And she sits on the hills, on all 7 of them. And what, they don't have their Bible, that they can't read this? Okay? So, that's the doctrinal meaning of this section. And therefore, it comes to specifically refer to Constantinople, because, and the 7 heads or 7 mountains are where the harlot sits. Okay, well, the harlot ain't sitting. Well, you could argue the harlot's sitting in Rome because there's a pope in Rome at this time. But it's not political power, and it's political power that's being stressed. Political is purple, religious is red. Okay, even to this day in Italy's colors. Okay? And what's even more, what do you want to call it? It's Justinian's time, and he's the only emperor at this time. There are no emperors in the West. There's only a pope. Okay? So it's talking about Constantinople. But there is a whore sitting on the old Rome. But old Rome hasn't been a seat of government since, even you could argue during Diocletian's time. But definitely since 330. There hasn't been a government seat there. It's just, got cachet from romantic memory. All right? So who's the whore sitting? Well, that's what this section of history is going to tell us. All right? Now, 545 to 558 is the period. So, Hai Hepta Kephalai. Hai Hepta Kephalai. That's 6. That's what's so funny about this. It's 7 heads, but it's 6 syllables. He could have done something to make that 7 syllables, meaning that they're sort of shy. They're not really perfect. They're just the number of man, even though there's 7 of them. Ha ha. See how witty the Bible can be? And the 7 heads, 7 mountains are. 7 mountains means the elites, where the elites are living in Constantinople, and you could argue in ancient Rome. Okay, in 545, starting here. Rome, west, isn't exactly being headed at all. At least not by Justinian. I remember our boy took it over in 535 and 536. Okay, but then we had the plague here, and just before the plague here, the Goths took back. Okay, well, actually, no. Well, Belisarius took Ravenna there. That's on the other side of Rome, on the other side of the boat. And then they get hit with the plague. Wait a minute, no. That's 540. He grasped the power of the Ostrogoths, not just Rome anymore. He went to the other side by then. And then the plague started coming up from Africa. And in this year, is at 541, when the plague started to come up from Africa. At the same time, Belisarius gets called back by Justinian to fight the Persians, because at the same point when he's grabbing Ravenna, see, ekon means to grab and hold, haha. When Belisarius is grabbing Ravenna and therefore ousting the Goths temporarily. That's when the Sassanid Persia starts warring again in the east. So then Belisarius has to leave what he just conquered, so he's not going to hold it anymore. Haha. And then that's when the plague starts in Africa. And when that same syllable, when the plague is starting in Africa, he's far away from it. That's a good news. But then Justinian sends him to Persia, because Persia is fighting on the boundaries of the Roman Empire in the east. And as usual, they're fighting over money. Okay? And it's off again, on again, and it's this city and it's that city, because who should control it? Who gets to own the taxes that city produces? Because the whole Middle East is making money on trade. It doesn't really have anything particular that it sells. It has to get most of its goods from elsewhere. But what it's good at is all that trade has to go through it in order for the people from elsewhere to sell. So they make their money on trade, and that's what the Persians are fighting over. Wow, we want the taxes of this city. You think it's yours, we think it's ours. Let's fight over who gets to own the money in the city. And of course, you know who loses. The people of the city. All right. And meanwhile, while that's 541 and 542, oh, now the plague is moving up into the Middle East that they just started fighting over here. And now it's hitting Constantinople, and you think that would wise everybody up so they'd stop fighting altogether. But oh no, brief lull, because hello, your soldiers are dead. But they started up again the following year, and right here at 545. Our boy Justinian is facing a two-front war. Italy, of course, starting back right here. Italy started going back to the Goths. So they were losing what they just gained. Because, you know, grabbing something is not the same thing as grabbing and holding. You need the whole verb. Echo means to grab and hold. You see how clever God is here. Okay, well, they didn't hold. They left. Okay, and then a whole bunch of them died because of the plague here. And actually, it was occurring all in here. So by 545, you got the people who are left in Italy, and it was largely depopulated. Okay, we know that from Procopius and other sources. The people who are in Italy are, well, you know, they're not doing too well, but they're independent of Constantinople. And then the same thing's happening in Persia. And of course, the Middle East was ravaged by the plague too. So it's on again, off again, partly due to that, and partly due to the fact that that's how people fought war. They fight at one city at a time. They make a little treaty about that city, whoever won, and the loser would pay some money or other things, and then the winner would go back home. That's how they fought war in those days. Okay, well, here at the beginning, hi. That's how you pronounce it. Hi. Yeah, well, the people saying hi are in the north. This is the beginning of the Russians. Okay? They're in the north. And they're a mix of all kinds of people. They're a mix of Scandinavian. They're a mix of Slavic. They're a mix of Germanic. And they're all pushing against each other. And some of those people are pushed south, and some of them just want to go south. Toward the seven heads at the seven mountains, which is a definition of Constantinople. Where Justinian is. The whore Justinian. And during this time is exactly when he becomes a whore too. Worse than before. Hard to imagine, but it's true. Okay, so the people that are coming high here are going to be where Justinian is, at the gates of Constantinople by the time Oppu occurs. Okay, it's just, these are like, what do you want to call them, Slavs and Huns, and not necessarily the Huns. Okay, we're not talking about, there are many different kinds of Huns. Another word for German. And a whole bunch of like migrating tribes that fight with each other. But there's this city in the east and south of us. We're going to go there. So they start fighting. Now, they'd been fighting. This stuff had been going on for centuries, even in Augustus' day, in 30 BC. All right? This has been going on for a long time. But now they're converging on Constantinople. So what Constantinople did is like what ancient Rome did, except Constantinople is a little more cheeky about it. They buy them off. Justinian was particularly good at that because he's like, okay, you're this group of peoples, and you're this group of peoples, and you're this third group of peoples, and the third group doesn't like the second group, or the second group doesn't like the first group, and so I'm going to be nice to all of you and listen to what you say and find out how much you hate each other, and then I'm going to plant little stories or give you money to fight your other brothers and sisters that are where you are and stay away from me. That's exactly what he does. That's what Rome had started doing, especially Constantinople, since, basically it was founded. But especially here. Wait a minute. So what are, oops. Yeah, sorry, I dropped the keyboard. What our boy Justinian is doing is he's playing the time-honored game of splitting your enemies so that they fight with each other. And then buying, sending little gifts to some and sending gifts to the other. And that keeps them busy amongst themselves and away from him. But this is why it's so biting. This 545, this 558. By 558, the end of Hupo, Hupu, Hopu, 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 Hopu. Where are they? That word means where. Where are these people? Well, they're here, right at the gates of Constantinople. 558. It's the closest Constantinople ever comes to being taken over in its history by that point. 558. So because he played the games that he does in 545, the people's finally wise up to, whoa, see, he's bribing all of us and playing games with all of us. So how much money does he have? Why don't we go where he is and take it together? And this year, 558, there are four big things that occur. The first, I just told you. Those same tribes up in the north that are starting here, because remember, he's already got a two-front war on the east and on the west. Okay? But the north, he was buying off and playing against each other. And that's what they're doing again right here at High. But by the time you get to where, the last syllable where, yeah, they're right at the gates of Constantinople to overwhelm it. And they hadn't been taking care of those, not gates, but they're at the walls. There were 3 walls prior to the city itself, as used as defense against ground troops. And by the time that dark occurs, they're at they're at those walls, or nearly at those walls. So one last time. And now we're going to come back to Procopius, because in the first video I said I think I know why he wrote that nasty book in the middle. This is 558. In 558, they're coming to the walls. And so Justinian summons Belisarius out of retirement in 558 and says, please go fight these guys. And the only good troops that Belisarius had left, and he's an old man now, really old. I forget how old, I want to say like 80. Somebody really needs to make a movie out of this guy. He summons himself up anyhow, and Justinian had taken away everything the man owned. Shamed him in front of his wife in the public. Theodora hated him. Of course, she's dead by this point. I'll get to that later. But had shamed him, gave all of his money to his wife who kept cheating on him, and yet he stayed loyal to Justinian. And so in the middle, when the book that Procopius writes called Secret History that's so scathing, he's gotten disgraced. That's why Procopius wrote it. I bet you money. because Procopius was really loyal to this guy, and this guy was really loyal to Justinian in spite of all that. And so Justinian calls him out of retirement at something like age 80. Justinian's no spring chicken either. And Belisarius, at that in black, assembles 300 troops to go fight the oncoming hordes of Slavs, and some mix of Vandals, and some mix of Suevi maybe, and some Alans, who knows? Alans are kind of far away, but who knows? And he goes with the 300 to fight them. Now, I don't know how much you know about the Battle of Thermopylae, or Thermopylae, depends on how you want to pronounce it. But that was the Spartans fighting the Persians. And that was back, I want to say, what was it, somewhere around 380 BC. Okay? I'm not 100% sure on the date. But I think that it was somewhere around then. I want to say it was before the Battle of Salamis. The Battle of Thermopylae, or Thermopylae, was the famous Song of the 600. You've seen the Gerard Butler movie of the 300. Okay, that's because they managed to take the superior and very numerous Persian army and make it have to go through this pass. They call it a defile, where you got mountains on either side of you, and it's like 2 or 3 or 5 people wide, and you gotta go through it like going through a faucet, okay, or going through a pipe. And if you do that, even though you got a lot of troops, then a few people that are on either side of the hills can shoot down on you and pick you off. All right, well, that's what our boy Belisarius basically does to these barbarians who are nearing Constantinople, is he herds them into a sort of narrow defile, a narrow passage, and then he picks them off with only 300 men. And he wins. He wins. Okay, but in that same year, 558, you got a win here against these northern tribes who have been bribed or fought against each other through intrigue by the Constantinople crown emperor, and before that, the Roman emperors in Italy. Okay, and they're defeated here. That's good. But guess what? That same year, and I don't know yet if it's before or after, but that same year, you know what else happens? An earthquake. And the earthquake knocks down, remember the temple that Esther Hall, that Justinian built by 537? Oh, see how holy I am. I built a Hagia Sophia. Yeah, well, it right here, it falls down. Now, you have to understand, the Greeks, the Romans, and these people call themselves Romans, and they think like Romans, the same culture, they're very superstitious. So on the one hand, they got this victory they shouldn't have had against the invading barbarian hordes, and then their temple falls down. Their most sacred, pride myself temple, the roof just caves in. But that's not all, honey. That same year, and I don't know if it's before or after, it's probably after, the plague comes back. Remember a plague that hit in the middle of Sophia? Could God be making it cuter? You're going to call yourself Temple of Sophia? Fine, I'll take it down here. And then remember at Phi, you got sick, Justinian? Well, how about you get sick again? Constantinople's hit with another plague in the same year. So, okay, you had a victory against, all those northern guys that you kept playing off each other, and finally didn't work anymore. And yeah, okay, that's, you had a victory over them. Ooh also means not, but so don't not not to be all self-congratulatory, because down goes the temple you prided yourself on. The dome. After 20 years, well, 15 after you build it, just fall down. So then God didn't like it. That would be the natural conclusion of these superstitious people, and pretty much anybody else. Hi, it's supposed to be God's house, and it fell down. So either there's no God, or he didn't like it. And on top of that, at the feet right here, oh yeah, the bubonic plague that's coming out of the lands you just won in Africa right here while you're building that temple. So during the middle of Sophia, I'm going to hit you with the plague. And I'm going to do it again right here. All in the same year. So that's how this period ends. And the 7 heads, 7 mountains are where? Yeah, where Justinian is. As the head of the whore, sitting on those mountains, because he's the head of them. So who are the other 6 heads? Because all the elites are living on the 7 mountains of Constantinople. They're not living in Rome anymore. The elites moved to Ravenna. So there aren't 7 hills in Ravenna. So this can only be referring to our boy Justinian. Because the elites moved out of Rome when Constantine did. And they moved to Ravenna. It was better weather. So nobody who's anybody is actually living in Rome. In New Rome, yes, though. So this is referring to Constantine, honey. So he's one of the heads. There's 7 heads. Upon the 7 mountains, yeah, it's where all the rich people live that control the politics in the city. And he's one of them. So who's the other? We'll pick that up in the next increment. Back again. Ha hepta kephalai hepta horeasin. Hupo hegune kate te epauton. Where we are. And where I stopped was okay with the high hepta kephalai. Who are the 7 heads? Well, let's see. God was really smart about using this word right here, because here are they. These people in the brown with the turquoise, those are just troops that are behind these generals. See this guy right here, where I'm putting my hand over his face, that's Belisarius. And that's probably Mundo or one of his other guys with him. That could even be Procopius, who knows? Because he was the adjutant of Belisarius. But usually, I don't know that Justinian even knew Procopius. So he could be the other general. There were 2 of them. I forget the other guy's name. Could be Justin, who's going to end up being emperor next, because he was fighting for Justinian also. And then here's Justinian holding the ball of plenty with nothing in it. Okay? And I don't know why he's got this weird... Oh, because his other arm is underneath his cape. And his other arm is holding up the ball with this arm. This is all Byzantine iconography. Each one of these little elements in the picture really means something. And this guy in the back, I don't know who he is, but this guy right here is a priest, and this guy right here is a priest, and this guy right here is a priest. And oh, look! 1, 2, 3 in the center. 4, 5, 6, 7! 7 guys. Now, Justinian considered his wife to be co-emperor with him, and she ain't in this picture. That's not a girl. Well, yeah, and at this point, Hi, Hepta, Kef, she dies. See how biting God is? The man is supposed to be the head of the woman in marriage. Okay, that's biblical. It doesn't mean he's supposed to, beat her up. But the reason why he's the head It's because Adam listened to his wife instead of to God in Genesis 3. But the other reason why he's the head is that, and I'm not a man, so I don't understand this exactly, but I've noticed it. When men get married, they really take their authority seriously as being a husband, but they end up being ruled by their wives. Okay? So, and that's love or something inherent to being a male when you're married. I'm not sure. If you're a male, you might understand it. I don't. But the point is that when a man loses his wife, no matter what the cause, it's like part of him is missing, even if they fought all the time they were married together. Okay? And Justinian and Theodora seem to have been a couple that really meshed with each other. I don't know. But he didn't cheat on her. He wasn't one of those Roman emperors who had mistresses and all the rest of it. Okay? And as far as I can tell, although there's some argument to the contrary, but as far as I can tell, she didn't cheat on him either. Okay? And since she was reported, and there's really no 100% proof of this, since she was reported to be a courtesan who he met before he became emperor and married before he became emperor, she was his mistress first. She didn't go with anybody else. Okay, so if they were close, she would have been one of the seven, and she was one of the seven here. But this is 548, and she dies of cancer, so she's not one of the seven. See, because it's like, hi, 7 heads, 7 mountains are okay. Well, one of the 7 heads that are living on the 7 mountains is no longer her. And the idea of 7. Is this clever or what? God would know that this picture would end up being painted. These are generals on the right of Justinian. That's his right arm. And these are church. This guy in the back could be somebody else, because he's depicted as being in the back. And in Byzantine iconography, that means he's subordinate but important. Okay? But these guys, and notice, he's on equal level with these guys, but then it starts going up higher. See, Byzantine iconography has a lot of meaning in it. All right, and you have to sort of know some of that stuff to understand this. These are all level. Notice, except for his crown, he's level with them and level with this guy. And then that's a priest higher, just a little bit higher. And then a little bit higher, and a little bit higher. They're taller. It's not just the bent of the tapestry or picture. All right, they're higher. So that's a sort of subtle way of saying, you know, the church is higher than the ruler. Even though in Byzantine doctrine about church, there is no church apart from this guy right here. And that's Justinian himself. Okay? And Procopius said, oh, he looks like Domitian. He doesn't look anything like Domitian. But he had a martinet quality about him that was like Domitian, I suppose. And he wanted to unite all the empire under his particular brand of faith, which Domitian also wanted to do. And he persecuted Christians like Domitian also did, but it wasn't really Christians so much as Jews. Because in Domitian's day, they equated Christians and Jews. That's how John ends up on Patmos. And it wasn't Domitian who exiled him. Okay, it was somebody else that was in the very area that we're looking at here with, you know, in Anatolia, which we now call Turkey. All right, so these are generals on level with him, except he's crowned. And of course, he's got the halo, meaning ordained by God. And then this guy is also on level. So it could be like Justin or one of his, that's the next thing I got to tell you. He's got 7 nephews. Gibbon noted that. Famous historian Gibbon. So he's got 7 nephews. This could be one of the nephews. All right, or I don't know who, but he's standing in the back, which means he's important but subordinate. And then these are all independent and a little bit higher in the eyes of God. See, this whole thing is being painted as supposed to be a divine prediction, but you'll notice it's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And one's holding a Bible, and one's holding the Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox censer, and then here's this probably the chief priest, this guy, and this is probably the patriarch of Constantinople. I don't have all the identities of who these people are, but you'll notice it's 7, okay? So, the 7 heads don't include Theodora. She's dead at the calf. So there's 6 others. Well, it could have been any of these guys in this picture, because these are 6 other guys in addition to Justinian. There's 6 total left, though. All right, so maybe this guy is no longer part of it, or maybe it's other people who are filled. But you see, the idea here is that he's got advisors who enable him to do his holy function. So if one of them's missing, somebody's going to come along or whatever. But 7, if we counted her as part of the 7, then, you know, it's 6. And then maybe this guy is missing, and then he'll be replaced by somebody else. The 7th head is going to be replaced, but he's not going to marry again. All right? So the idea that that picture denoted was there are 7, as it were, key persons in authority with him. So he's the 7th, okay, or he's the 1st, and it's the other 6, but it doesn't include her now. All right, and why you know that for sure, besides the picture, which was very handy that had 7 in it, 7 mountains. Again, the 7 mountains of Italy used to be, but are not at the time that this is highlighted, used to be where the elites lived, the founders, the patricians, the most important people, the people who were anybody, the people who counted. Okay, that same thing is true in Constantinople at this time. All right, because the 7 hills were literally recreated by Constantine. And so the people who were the elites would be living on those 7 hills. Okay, Justinian himself being one of them. All right, so the 7 heads are living on 7 hills because they're elites, and they are. Now, the reason that's important to say is because there's so much wasted speculation on who the 7 heads are of the 7 mountains. And if you're in the 7 mountains doctrine of Christianity right now, you should be aware that the whore's sitting on all of them. And it's a whore. It's calling her a woman here. That's a little nicer, but that's only because it's a 1 syllable short, so he can get to where he wants to get to at 567, so that he has his little 7 appendage, so he's reconciling time to pre-church expectation of the accounting for the millennium. All right, so who are the 7? Well, it could be the guys in that picture I showed you. It isn't the wife, because she's dead here, and she's not depicted there either, which is unusual because he made a big stink about her being co-equal with him. Okay, and they live on the 7 hills. So what does this mean? This means the advisors around Justinian, his head people, whoever they are, that's who's in view. The 7 heads on our 7 hills. Yeah, they dominate their families. They're the heads of their clans on those hills. They're the seat of political power. They're the heads, meaning head always has a connotation of authority, so it's political. Authority and power, but it could be authority without power. Elite, because 7 hills. And it's definitely Rome, and they called themselves New Rome then. Okay? Except we call it Istanbul today. And it wasn't Rome, Italy, because whoever was living on those 7 hills wasn't top tier elite, because the top tier elite moved to Ravenna. And we're in Ravenna during this time, sort of like being replaced by the Goths anyway. Or, playing to it, because the Goth War isn't quite over yet. It's ANTICHRIST. It ends like right here. You can argue maybe it ends a little bit earlier. Okay, it's sort of debatable when finally they beat in Italy the Goths. But the patricians weren't living there anymore. They were living in Ravenna. They weren't living in Rome. Rome was more of a seat for religious people, and that tended to be the lower classes. So if you were a patrician, you really tended to really think more like a pagan. And you went and moved to Ravenna. Why not? You got money. It's cleaner. It's nicer. It's more fortified. It's more protected against raids. Go move there. So the Cephali in Italy were not in Rome. So they were not in those 7 hills. They probably occupied another 7 hills if they made it 7 hills in Ravenna, but they're not in Rome. So this is talking about New Rome, aka Constantinople, aka where Justinian is. Where Justinian sits. And that's his last year that he sits. Because in this year is the year he dies. Of course, it's at the end of the year he dies. But he was sitting in, see, where the whore, Justinian is the head of the church, sits. So when you want to start talking about, well, who are the 7 heads? Well, we got a picture. They are people who are living on the 7 mountains. They're among the elites. They're the heads among the elites. In one place, Constantinople. Okay? So, there's others talk about 7 and kings that's coming up, but it's not referring to the same thing. What the angel keeps on doing is he keeps using hepta, partly because it's prophecy. Prophecy is a type of promise about what things are going to be. Promise can be good or bad. So this is another 7, as we find out, because only one of them is alive. Okay? And I'm going to cut this off because I got to go get some water. Back again. So we got the 7 heads. 545, 46, 47, 48. In 548, his wife dies. So whoever the 7 heads are, she's not among them. The other thing that happens in 548 is there were some setbacks. There are a lot of setbacks that occurred during this whole period. Because remember, at the start of it, Justinian is in a 2-front war. There's just become 3 fronts because of the people coming down from the north here. So he's playing diplomatic and monetary games with the people of the north to hold them back. Dividing them against each other, playing nice to all, finding out who hates who, and then paying off each one's enemy to go get the other guy. Hi, I'm your friend, but, the Gepids are not, and so I'm being nice to you, and why don't you go get the Gepids? That was one of the names of the groups that was fighting during this time. Or else it's the Sclavines, and they have all kinds of names. It's hard to keep track. So he's buying off and using diplomatic stuff, not troops, to sort of hold at bay and keep fighting amongst each other the peoples of the north who are coming down. Those same peoples, however, will end up still coming down and nearly kill the empire right here at 558. That's why I had to introduce the whole clause in the last couple of increments. Meanwhile, however, he's also got the Persians off again on this eastern, portion of his empire. And on the west, Italy was still not yet reconquered. Okay? One of the wars goes on until 562, and the other one goes on until 554. And I forget which is which, but I think it's the Italy war that ends at 554. So that would be really more like here. Okay, and then the Persian war is off again, on again, I think, until 562. which is, right in the middle of Hegune. But between that, in the middle of it, where we got the Kef, we're now at 548. He loses his wife. And the other thing that's happening is that Belisarius isn't having the kind of good luck. Well, it's not really a question of luck, but he's not faring so well, obviously, in Italy or in Persia. And there's a huge distance between those two places, okay? So Belisarius has been sent by Justinian all over. He's the go-to general, the guy that's at his right hand in that picture, who I pointed out at the beginning of the last segment. And he's overcome because his wife dies. And it's just like he goes ballistic at this point. And one of the things he does is he sacks Belisarius. So at the moment, Belisarius is not one of the seven either. I mean, he sacks him. He doesn't kill him. But he's in a state of disgrace. And that's why I think Procopius started to write at this point the secret history, the anecdoton, or however they call it. Okay, because Procopius is really ticked off that after all this hard work by Belisarius, he ends up getting sacked for no good reason, because Justinian's jealous, actually. But you can understand, imagine being the emperor at this point. You got people on your north that you have to play games with. You got people on the east who are rattling their sabers again. You got people in the west who are rattling their sabers again, and the only general you got that you really depend on is not having a good time of it, even though it's not his fault. You got to do something, and if you're half crazy already, which he is, and we're going to see just how much more crazy he is in a minute. You blame somebody. So he blames his best friend and his most loyal ally. And that's what turns Procopius from being sort of laudatory, semi-critical when he's writing his first book, which was about the wars. Now that Belisarius is sacked, our boy Procopius doesn't have a job either. And so he starts writing his secret history about here. And it's nasty, because he's mad at Justinian. Why wouldn't he be? Okay? Well, sacking your good general for no reason except you're jealous because, he's won so often and he has one bad thing that happens to him, so you sack him. You're not going to be doing too well anywhere else. So he's at his nadir here. He's not at the nadir of nadirs. Nadir means bottom. Fancy word for bottom. He's at the bottom of his life right here. And so he lashes out. Okay? Now the kingdom isn't doing too well. First of all, they had, the plague here that they're not even really recovered from. They'd had bad crops during the decade before. And that's what kind of brought the plague, because what everybody needs to know is you do not want the earth to cool. Global warming is a good thing. It helps crops grow, and it keeps the bugs away. And when the temperature drops, like it did precipitously in the decade prior, you start getting grabbed by and holding bad crops, wet crops, mold, insects, which turn into plague. And that bubonic plague has not died out. It's still in the world today. So it hits. And that's Constantinople where it hits. This is where it started, in Africa. This is it moving up to the Middle East, and this is it hitting Middle East and Italy. And this is it hitting him. He learned nothing from that. He hardens again. He hardened here because he won, and he's hardening here because he lost. Because he's in a sort of state of loss here. Everybody's fighting now, and he's on his 2-front war, which has just become 3 fronts. And his 7 advisors now become 6, whether you're talking about his wife or you're talking about Belisarius. So he's at a low point in the middle. Here's the head. The head, see? Kephali. That's plural. But the head of the heads is low. So he hardens again. He hardens again. Because here is where he learned that, well, if I get nasty, I win. So when something bad happens, he gets nasty. So he gets nasty again right here. And he hardens like Pharaoh here. All right, and that's 549. And you can sort of understand it here, be empathetic, because his wife died, and he just fired his best friend, and even though he did it in a fit of pique and jealousy and all that, after you do something like that, you start to regret it, if you're half human. All right, so this is 549, 550, and there's something really bad that happens at 550. I don't remember what. I know Procopius is writing during this time period. The scholars all date him to be writing somewhere in there. Okay, something else happens really bad at 550. I'll have to go back and look it up. 551, 552, and here's the killer. 553. This is really, really bad. Okay, Hore, mountains, hello, 7 mountains. You've heard me talk about it ad nauseum now. Hore, at the Hor, remember, Hor, religion, 7 mountains, first plank in today's 2017 is religion. Yeah, and that's 553. And you know what our boy does? Remember, this was a picture. This is a picture of the unity of church and state. On your right hand, you got your generals. Okay, and on your left hand, you got your priests. That's a picture of the state depends on him being the head of the church and him having the military force of his generals to enforce himself. You see that? Okay? He's the head. That's unity of church and state. You're looking at it right there depicted in the picture. That's Byzantine doctrine. That's Third Rome in Russia right now, how they think. This Putin wants to be the next Justinian. He's aiming for it. He issued a sort of propagandic review of the Byzantine Empire where a Russian priest, see, the Russian priest narrating it isn't like head guy. But he does this, little over an hour video, which you can see in YouTube. It's called The Lesson of the Byzantine Empire. I'll try to remember to put it in the comments so you can look at it yourself. It's Putin's manifesto to become the next Justinian. It's real bald. Okay, and it's translated into English. And it's put out by the government because the priest that's doing the narrating is supposed to be part of the government, because that's the whole Byzantine ideal of government, is a unity of church and state, which is what the 7 mountains people in America behind Trump are saying. So Hore, to put Hore right here, and for us to find it now, at least I'm finding it now, and I'm finding it because Anoni Nominom found Matthew 24:25 last year, and I've been investigating it ever since, and I'm finding so much confirmation, I'm dying. Okay, 553 AD is what that is. Hor. You got that? The sound. O, that's an O, and it's pronounced sort of like a flattened O, like almost like an A. R. It looks like a P in English, but it's an R. And the Russian alphabet is the same. Okay, that's 553, honey. And you know what Justinian does in 553? He says he is the head of the church, and therefore the church can't do anything without his permission. Anything. He creates a bottleneck of himself. Yeah, because he's crazy. He started to go crazy once he got the plague and he recovered. That was one of the symptoms that stays with you as a result of it if you do recover. And he goes nuts. Fires his best friend here when his wife dies. And even if he was healthy, you can imagine that he might succumb to that. But he gets worse right in here. Okay, up to 553, and he's not having good success on the battlefield either, of course. So he says, I'm the head of the church. You see why this is Antichrist? I'm the head of the church. And the church, and this is Byzantine now, including the Pope, everything he says the church has to obey. Well, you can imagine how that went over with the Pope in Italy. Not very well. Of course, he's a whore of his own. So now we have the war of the whores on the mountains. Who's going to be king of the mountain? And Justinian says, it's me. And he issues, I think it's called the 3 chapters, but you can look this up, Justinian 553. It's got different names. But he basically convenes, I don't know if you call it a synod, if he's convening it, but he convenes a meeting of the clerics and he says, listen, you can't do a thing apart from me. Everything you want to do, you got to get my permission to do it first. I think they call it the 3 chapters. But that's what he orders. So he's God now. You see that? He's God now. He's the head of the church. In other words, there's not only is there no separation of church and state, but he's going to tell the church everything they want to do. They got to get clear with him first. Right here. You see how pregnant this is? Now, I got to keep stressing this because this is where history's going right now, too. The whole point that John's making is here's the 490 ending. Here's the 490 ending after his death. And we're coming up on the 560 ending after his death. So this is like a voting period. See, 403, 479. He's overlapping it a little bit because here he's adjusting for the fact that he's writing 7 years before the millennium was supposed to start pre-church. But because Christ died when he did, the millennium starts 7 years early. So he has to keep adjusting to the 7. All right? But he's saying, hi, 70 years transpire here. He's telling you this is how history runs. Okay, our 490, our own 490, ends in 2130. But there's also, as I showed you in episode 9, there's 490, 490, 490, 490. So the new 490 started just the following year, right here. Because of from Christ's birth, and then from Christ's death, it started in 521, or just after 520 started is the new one. Okay? And there's a 70-year voting period historically in between, but the qualifying periods are contiguous. Okay, well, there's another set of qualifying periods that's contiguous. That's the 1,000-year unit. And if you watched through episode 9, I'm sorry it was so exhausting, but it's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, and that too is measured from Christ's birth or from his death. So it's really 1997 was when our next 1,000, our second 1,000 closed from his birth. But the second 1,000 closing from his death is coming up in 2030. And Putin aims to be the third Rome head. And where that will head is sooner or later, and of course Revelation tells us this, is that the polity makes war with the harlot. Well, this is Justinian's war with the harlot. I control you. You don't control me. I'm the head of the church. Everything I say is what you do. Until this point, there was something of a sort of back and forth. Remember the picture? There's an equality here. See how they're just a little bit higher. But just a little bit higher. And Byzantine doctrine says there's no church apart from the head of the church, which is a political person. Yeah, well, that's what our boy Putin aims to be. All right? So everything you're looking at here that I'm talking about Justinian way back then is happening again now. And of course, the same thing is being said to Trump by the seven mountains people. They're telling Trump he's anointed by God. Go look it up. It's Lance Wallnau. Just search on 7 Mountains Lance Wallnau or 7 Mountains Rafael Cruz. But Lance Wallnau in particular actually told Trump this. Wallnau maintains that Trump is the next Cyrus. Cyrus is the guy who conquered Babylon, okay, back in the 500s BC. Well, here you go. 538 BC to be precise. Okay, so Wallnau's telling Trump, hi, you're the next Cyrus, you're going to save America, la-di-la. And all the other big names in Christianity you see on TV, they're all falling in step on this. So what do you think's going to happen when you got we really got 7 heads, and don't you notice? There's religion and military. 2 of them are military, depicted in that picture. See? 2 of them are military, 3 of them are church, and then this is somebody in between. Well, you can say that's Ivanka, and what, this is Trump? Well, Putin, and then he's got somebody who's behind him, and then he's got the church with him already. Now, as I talk. And then here's the military, which he's got with him. Putin is running for re-election, supposedly re-election, it's a fake election, in 2018. In Matthew 25:11, the 2018 is the second Lord in that verse. Yeah, Putin aims to be Lord of Byzantium via Russia, who's the third Rome. You see all this stuff tying together and converging? By the 2000th anniversary of Christ's death. We're between those 2 points. We're between 1997, 2000th anniversary of his birth, and the 2000th anniversary of his death is coming up. And every time a 1000 occurs, from Adam forward, at every 1000 mark in history, there's a crusade. Of course, 1,000 years ago, that's exactly what was brewing at this time. And it was from Byzantium at this time. Okay, it was a guy whose 1000th anniversary of his death is coming up, named Basil. And that's what he was doing. The same thing Justinian is doing. And he was crusading against the Muslims, and there had already been, just starting to be, a full schism split between East and West churches. And Basil was trying to unite, old Rome with him at the same time, but trying to assert control over it, just like Justinian's doing here. I'm trying to tell you this is a replay now of then, whether then is the time of Basil 1,000 years ago, or then is back here. Okay? It's tied to the 490s as Christians doing it. It's tied to the whole world as a crusade at the end of each 1,000. But of course, the Christians are the ones doing it. That's what Matthew 24:25 is about. And Ephesians 1 played it for the 490. Luke plays it for the 1,000, mostly for the West. Mark 13 plays it for the Byzantine Empire. And Revelation is concatenating both. I'm not covering here what's going on in the West exactly, because what's going on in the West exactly still is that the Goths are fighting with Byzantine Empire over who controls Rome, and that's not over yet. That ends the following year, and you can see why it would end the following year. Justinian is telling his own church in the East, I control you now. I'm your God. I'm the head of the church, not you. Well, Pope thinks he's the head of the church. In the West, he ain't going to like that. So you can bet that there's still a war here, but it somehow gets resolved. I don't even remember who wins. I'll have to go back and look that up and tell you. But this is where Justinian is. Where? Justinian is the head of the 7 mountains. And whoever the other heads are, honey, they don't matter now, because, honey, I'm the head of the head. So the unity of church and state now is headed and unified only in him. You see why this is a prototype of the Antichrist? Could God make it more obvious? All right, and the scholars don't know anything about this. They've spent billions of dollars wasting their time on who the 7 heads are, and they didn't spend 5 minutes counting the syllables, which in Greek in particular specializes in that. They have a whole literature going all the way back to Homer that depends on counting the syllables, and it never dawned on them to do that. And the Jews do that. When they recite Torah, they count their syllables in sets of 6, but the Bible counts them in sets of 7. How come the Jews don't remember that? But the Bible sure does, and you can see how, and you can see how precise it is. The whore talks from the Hore, the mountain. So what does God have to do in reply? Not good, and that's where we'll pick up in the next thing. Back again, we're still covering the period from 545, and we're really starting to get into 565 when Justinian dies. He dies right here at Ep. It's short for Epi, and where you see that little apostrophe there, it's actually in the text. The apostrophe isn't in the text. It might be in later editions of the Bible. But that's a form of shortening off or cutting off the final vowel to avoid something called hiatus. So you don't have to say epi-auton, you just say ep-auton. Hiatus means that you're going from one vowel to the next vowel with no intervening consonant. And that was considered inelegant in Greek, just like it's considered inelegant in French today. Now, the focus, therefore, is how did this come about? Chai chepta kefalai chepta chore eshin hupu hegune kateitai epauton. Okay? The 7 heads, 7 mountains are where the woman sits upon them. Okay, at upon, Justinian is dead. And what I was trying to do is I was trying to establish that he is at a nadir. His wife has died. He's on the outs, through his own action. Justinian had fired his what had to become by this point his best friend, his general, because the general's wife was best friends with Theodora. Theodora herself had died here, and that could explain why, Justinian was crazy, besides the fact that he had contracted yet survived the bubonic plague here. And what I had tried to say, and didn't cover all the details needed, was that from the period of 545 here to 558 here, when Constantinople is almost overrun by only 2,000 cavalry. That's how weak it was. And 300 soldiers that 80-year-old Belisarius takes out to stop is what saved Constantinople, which they called Rome. They might have called it Constantinople by then, because Constantine had died, but Constantine called it Rome. So they were at, the whole city, the whole empire was at a nadir. They didn't have the resources. They didn't keep up the walls. 2,000 cavalry from the Kodagers, which it's a long story how they ended up doing that, were at the long walls, or just about to be at the long walls. And Belisarius stopped them with 300 troops. That's all they had to protect them. The wars in here, it sounded real good at first. Oh, okay, we'll go to Africa. And that was 533, 534. And oh, we have a victory. Yeah, it lasted like 6 months. Because, Here's 535 and 536 when they take over Rome from a base in Africa, but they start to lose Africa right away. And not only that, but then Justinian ends up recalling our boy, okay, to fight the Persians, who are starting to fight right here in 540. Meanwhile, he spent all this money building a stinking temple because his mind was crazy and empty of God. And when people are like that, they turn religious and they build buildings and they invent rituals and they get real crusady and all that stuff, how holy they are by what they do and not by what they learn. So he didn't learn these words that he could have read natively. He was born, initially speaking Latin, but he learned Greek soon enough. Why didn't he notice that this applies to him per syllable? Okay? And what does God do? Well, as soon as Belisarius leaves Rome here, he gets taken back over by the Goths. So no sooner is the temple finished here than here at Neus is like 538, see 533, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Everything's falling apart, including Africa. I didn't mention that before. Africa's falling apart too, because he stretched his money and he only had this really one guy that he relied on, and he was sort of jealous of him. And that's part of the reason he gets recalled, because there was always somebody, Belisarius wants your job. Okay, and it was so bad that Africa started to revolt too, and then Belisarius went back and forth, still in Italy at that point. Okay, and it wasn't until here, 540, that he won over at Ravenna, which was on the other side of the boot, on the right-hand side of the boot, kind of north, up toward the top of the boot. And how did he win? By giving in to the Goths, saying, "I will make you king," instead of Justinian. So how do you think Justinian's going to feel? Even though as soon as Belisarius captured Ravenna, as if he were going to accept being, emperor himself, he gives it over for Justinian. And so Justinian calls him back, and now he's going to Persia. That's a big distance from Italy to the Far Eastern Empire. And what else is going is the plague that's going here from Africa, okay? Because, they have to start fighting in Africa again. So now the troops are coming back up into the Middle East. And the Middle East is also warring with him because they don't like all the rules against the Monophysites and against the Jews and against the pagans. And so the plague is coming up, and here's where it hits Constantinople. And, like 1/3 at least of the people die in that whole region. So from Italy through Africa, through the Middle East, people are dying, and here it finally hits Constantinople. Does anybody learn? No. Okay? So now that's 544. And it's on again, off again with Rome. It's on right at that point, because everybody's so sick. Okay? Even the Persians take off a little bit. Okay, but here it's 545, and you know what happened? The Ostrogoths recovered from whatever sickness they had, and they have besieged Rome. So it's not just the northern people that I told you about. Africa's also back into being restive again. Okay, so then there are troops that have to be sent back to it to quell it, despite the plague. Despite it. This is how callous everybody is. And right here at 545 in Rome, the Pope in Rome is under siege. And what I had told you in the last increment was right here at Hore, which is 553, Justinian the crazy, partly crazy because of the plague, and partly crazy because he lost his wife, and then because of the Italy thing starting up again and the Persian thing starting up again, there's some kind of upset between him and Belisarius, because Belisarius isn't doing well to retake Rome, and so Justinian gets all upset again. And here at this point he says, I'm the head of the church, there ain't no other. Well, he had started saying that really right here in 545 to the Pope in Italy. Now, I need to clarify something. When we hear today of all this talk of popes, there really weren't popes. There was some head teacher in Rome that everybody subscribed to, some head teacher in Alexandria, Egypt, everybody subscribed to, some head teacher in Antioch, everybody subscribed to, and it was a question of what teacher do you belong. It was exactly what Paul warned against in 1 Corinthians 5. All these little teams fighting each other, and it became political, and all that really started in 118 AD. But it wasn't called Pope because there wasn't, how you want to call it, they didn't think of themselves that way. There wasn't one ruler of the church ever. Okay? That's something that would come about almost 1,000 years later. Okay? About 500 years after Justinian. There was really no such thing as Pope there. But the bishop in Rome was considered important, and Justinian wanted his agreement to a rule Justinian set condemning certain teachers in order to get some kind of alleged unity in the Council of Chalcedon, which had been passed back up here, okay, right up here in 451 rather. Okay, that's what he was trying to do. And it was a doctrinal war that Justinian got totally involved in, and he wanted to dictate the outcome, and he wanted to dictate it to the Roman bishop. We call it Pope, but it was no such thing really as Pope then. Okay, he wanted to dictate it to him. So he sent a boat in 545, which is what this black covers. While Rome was under siege, he sent a boat that he ordered the Pope bishop to get on and come to him, which that bishop did not do. I think his name was Vigilius or something. I forget his exact name. Anyway, he didn't really do what Justinian claimed, but he got on the boat, but then he put off and spent a year or 2 or 3 in what was either Sicily or Sardinia or something like that. He took his sweet time to get there. Meanwhile, Justinian is just stewing. And he's so mad that this guy isn't actually coming to him as ordered, that he orders all of his own bishops that he has control over in Alexandria and Antioch and the other places of the Eastern Roman Empire to come and sit and pass what he wanted passed. And that was by 553. But it took until here for that to happen. At which point he imposes on the Roman bishop, hi, you're going to just accede to what I passed, even though you weren't there because you refused to come. Or I'm not going to help you defend you from the Goths, which that bishop wanted. So this year, 554, the bishop of Rome gives in. So that whole thing had started here. And that's what causes the War of Italy to end. All right. Now, in the middle, I had said that there was something bad that happened. 545, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, right here. At the end of Cephali. So he loses his wife. He gets into Donnybrook with Belisarius. Those are 2 heads that he loses. And then in 550, he ends up losing another head, a general that he had sent to take the place of Belisarius, a guy named Germanus, who could have been one of the next emperors. He dies. And then in 551, you got an earthquake happening in Beirut, All right, what we call Beirut. They had a different name for it slightly. And it caused tsunamis. It was really horrible. All right, all of this before he gets it in his head that he's God. Now you beginning to notice something? It's disaster after disaster after disaster all the way through here. He's not getting what he wants. Okay? And oh yeah, finally the Bishop of Rome agrees because Italy's depopulated and he doesn't want to be underneath the control of the Goths. So there's a sort of peace that ensues there, but you still got Persia in the south fighting, and the Jews and the Samaritans are with that because they don't like all these persecuting laws that got passed under Justinian. Okay? So by the time you get here in 558, you're looking at one beaten empire. Whatever it won is Sisyphean. Okay, Sisyphus, that's what my avatar is wherever I am on the internet. It's an old Greek myth where a guy was condemned to roll a big boulder up a hill, and then he has to roll it back down again, and then once he gets to the bottom, he has to roll it up again, and that's how he's supposed to spend eternity. Well, that's pretty much how the Roman Empire is at this point. All of its gains might as well be losses. Not only that, but he had like 3 years, well, no, 3 to 7 years income when he starts all this stuff back up here that he had inherited from Justin and Anastasius. And by the time he gets here, he's in debt. There's no money to pay his troops. He had to cut postal service. He had to cut a lot of services. And like I said, they were so low that they didn't even have enough money to defend Constantinople. And it's a sheer miracle that our boy Belisarius won against 2,000 cavalry, could have gotten into Constantinople. That's how they weren't defending themselves. Okay? They had put all their troops and all their money and all their everything everywhere else, and they were laying wide open, and the people who they were playing games with up here finally get their minds on and say, oh, well, we should just go to Constantinople. 2,000 horse. That's all it was. And Constantinople would not have been able to withstand it. Now, you'd think, if you call yourself Christian and holy, and you're all concerned about God, that all of these Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28 occurrences, just like the book of Revelation tells you about all the signs and wonders in the sky, like Matthew 24 warned, you'd think that they'd wake up and smell the coffee and say, gee, we're doing something wrong. But you know what happens instead? And that's what this text is showing you. The 7 heads, 7 mountains are. In other words, prior to this point, there was a little more give and take between the emperor and the church. And yeah, their doctrines are wrong. But at least the emperor isn't trying to control the church entirely. All right? And the church, of course, in the beginning was trying to control the emperor from Constantine forward. That's how come we got into this mess, is that they politicized starting in 118 AD. And that's in the so-called church father writings. You can see how it started just by reading them. It's really bilious stuff. You need Pepto-Bismol. But it comes to this, I am the massive leader and ruler, and what I say by 553 goes. That's why this text is here. It is the formation of the, what do you want to call it, tyranny. I mean, the church is wrong. It's exercising its own tyranny over the people, but you could always vote with your feet and go somewhere else. But once the political ruler is asserting his control over the church, then you got 7 heads, 7 mountains are. And that, of course, was what the picture showed. I'm going to come to this in a minute. That's what this picture is. Now, this guy on the second left might actually be the chief lawyer of the Justinian Code. But it looks like, since they're dressed the same, that they're the two main generals that Justinian used, and these are the troops. But on the right, these three guys on the right, this guy is something of a friar, okay? This guy's obviously an acolyte of some kind who is really important, and this guy's obviously the chief priest. I do not know who this one is. He's bearing some resemblance to Justinian, but Justinian didn't have any kids. So I'm not sure who this guy is. That's the one that I'm not sure about. But see, you got the 7 heads, or 7 mountains of power, which is what the 7 mountains movement, see, there, if you want to get a preface of their doctrine behind Trump, that's what they stand for. The 7 heads are 7 mountains, and that's when it forms during this period from 545 to 554. 556. In other words, it's the wrong reaction to all the judgment coming from God. Because I ended my last segment. What is God's reply? Well, the truth is God's been replying all along. And what is Justinian's reply to God's reply? Hardening his heart just like Pharaoh. Okay? And that's called the 3 chapters, and it actually started in 545 directly with the Pope, with Justinian summoning the Pope. While Rome is under siege, he sends a ship to collect the Pope. Now, you can look up all this stuff. The fastest way, although it's in Latin, is this thing. This is called the Fasti Romani. What it is it's an annual, it's like annals. What happened during, sort of like an annual yearbook. What happened during that year in Rome, whether it was Eastern Rome or Western Rome. Okay, so if you could click on this link, and you can download this too, see, it's free. You can download it, and you can search it, but it's easier to use online. That's the AD year. And you could click on this link. I'm not going to do it because it takes too long to get back here. You could click on that link and get a sort of annual preface for what happened during 530 AD. So this is annual. And this is really the best place for it. The problem is you got to either, paste the Latin into Google if you can't read it or figure it out. But Latin's a lot like most languages in the West. So you should be able to pick out a lot of it. Okay? So this is the year by year, blow by blow. And this is the only place you can find it. I've been looking for a good annual timeline on Justinian, and nobody's got one. They all, repackage the information into categories. This is the true annual. And this is the official annual that the Romans kept. This is their own recording of what happened that year. Now they might be off by 1 year or other that, once we do our, evaluation of what they said, because nobody ever writes 100% rightly. So you have to always proof what somebody claims, including me, of course. And so, they might say it's 536 and we say, well, it's really 537. They might say it's 538. We might say it's 539. The same thing here, especially because I don't know what fiscal year John's using. He switches fiscals a lot. But it seems to fit, the years that we have in our history books anyway. So the point is that God's reply has been all along one bad thing after the next bad thing after the next bad thing, which in their culture would communicate to them divine displeasure. That's how they interpreted things even before they believed in Christ. It was very much entrenched in pagan culture long before you had, anybody Christianized. And so, of course, when they Christianize, it's really mostly pagan. Catholicism is really Diocletian with the Christian name slapped on it. There's very little about it that's actually accurate per Scripture. All right? Yes, Jesus Christ lived. Yes, He paid for your sin. Yes, there's Trinity. About pretty much everything else, and they don't even get those definitions right. In fact, they fought over the definition of God, and they're still fighting over the definition of God right here. And that's why you have Justinian finally saying, I'm the head of the church. because it was the Council of Chalcedon, was God is got two natures, versus the Monophysites saying, well, he's human and somehow also magically God. And they killed each other over this ever since Constantine's sons, actually ever since Constantine. And they never resolved it. That nobody, it didn't occur to them, oh, well, okay, belief is a private matter. You believe what you want, I believe what I want. No, they had to amalgamate it with the state. The 7 heads, 7 mountains are. That's the amalgamation, the unity of church and state, which is precisely and exactly what's happening to us as I talk right now. That is the same doctrine there. These are the people behind Trump. They're Protestant, they're not Catholic. But the Russian Catholics in Russia behind Putin have the same points. They're all aiming to dominate the world, and that will bring Christ back. Well, that was what Justinian thought he was doing. So they're all little antichrists. And highlighted in black honey is what's happening to our world as I talk. Justinian didn't learn that lesson. Justinian actually thought he was holy to do the very satanic thing that the Bible is right here in black warning against, with plagues, with earthquakes, with wars that he doesn't win, with spending money and spending money and spending money, and it didn't work. He spent hundreds of thousands of pounds of gold to keep out these northern tribes. 300,000 pounds of gold just to get Italy back, which he only retained for a very short time. That was what he inherited when he came to the throne from the previous emperors, 320,000 pounds of gold. And he spent it all just trying to get Italy back, and then he wrecks the whole thing by telling the Pope, well, I'm your head. I'll tell you what the doctrines are going to be. See? He didn't listen. He didn't recognize, oh, I'm interfering with the freedom of God and the individual, for the person to have private faith between God and the individual, which was always the rule in the Old Testament. It did not change. If anything, it was supposed to be a higher freedom. Galatians, book of Galatians is on that. But Justinian didn't know anything in the Bible. Certainly didn't know this. And the Christians who are doing the 7 mountains thing behind Trump, they're trying to get this to go again. Right as I talk. The ones in Russia and the ones behind Trump in America. They're all trying to get this to happen. We are looking at the rise of the beast. Does that mean that the tribulation is going to occur? Well, it's going to feel like it. Okay? It's going to feel like it. I've already done the Matthew 24 videos on that period. It's Matthew 25:12. Alright? It's broken up into 3 phases. A 7-year phase, a 6-year phase, and a 5-year phase. But since we're told it's going to be broken into those phases, I'm not betting that the rapture is going to happen. Especially since it's really productive afterwards. 50% of us are nutso now, according to that section of the Bible, and it's going to end up being 2/3 of us are actually productive and learn Scripture as a result. Well, then that doesn't sound like the rapture is going to happen. Okay? But I could be wrong. The rapture can happen tomorrow. You're not allowed to know when it's going to happen. That's Acts 1. Okay? I'm just giving a guess that this has to do with the ending of the 2000 for qualifying spiritual maturation reasons, not for rapture. But rapture can happen for bad reasons. Rapture can happen because there are too many people involved in this very black action happening as I talk. So yeah, rapture can happen before I finish speaking. It might not happen for 60,000 years. I don't know. Okay? So now when we get here, since he didn't listen all this time, 557, 558. There's a little lull with the Persians. So he's getting a chance to think. Yeah, but Constantinople has no defenses. So 2,000 horse coming from the north, just a split of cavalry, can actually invade Constantinople, and Justinian orders finally out of retirement Belisarius, who wins against those guys with 300 troops standing on the as it were the high parts and shooting down arrows and stuff like that on the cavalry as it comes. Oh, that was great, but he no sooner wins his victory than the Hagia Sophia dome falls. And therefore, when they have no money to even build their defenses, they got no money to build that temple. But they spend it. They spend what they don't have. On top of that, the plague hits them again. So now they don't even have laborers. As a result of the earthquake that fell the temple, well, they got the plague too. I mean, how many signs and wonders do you need from God before you wake up and say, I must be doing something wrong? Every time something happens to my car or something happens to my computer, it's like a wake-up call. I've learned that. It took me several years before I realized God uses those things. Okay, so why didn't Justinian figure this out? He doesn't. There is a lull in fighting with the Persians. Okay? That's good because, everybody's devastated economically in Constantinople. All right? Over the next, those are 3. Hey, Gune, that's 3 years. So this is 58, 59, 60, 61, and then 62 at Kat. There's a rebellion. I forget, some businessman, because, they were having trouble with the crops, they were having trouble with the labor, they were being taxed to death. Some businessmen said, you know what, I should be in power instead of Justinian. And somebody decided that he was going to accuse Belisarius, who, he's 80 years old here, 81, 2, 3, he's 84 years old. Why would he want to overthrow Justinian? Fortunately, at this time, I don't know how it gets resolved, but Justinian realizes, Belisarius isn't guilty. And this is when Procopius writes his book about buildings. It's a happy book. It's saying how good Justinian was and how he rebuilt and how he helped Rome. Okay, well, that's all kind of bogus because he did a lot of building here and he did a lot of building here and it didn't help. He built fortress after fortress after fortress after fortress and it didn't keep anybody out. He refortified his whole empire. He's in total debt at this point. They won't lend him money. He can't get loans. So he passes a law about loans, which nobody obeys. Okay? But that's that. And then that's 564, and this is the year he dies. Now, he dies in November. I don't know what month it was, but in the same year, Belisarius dies too. And that's the end of our Antichrist. Now, in the next segment, I'm going to go through what, I don't know, maybe you'll come up with better answers, but what sort of hits me about the, epilogue of this story. Peace out. Hello again. How do I wrap this up to say what I got to say about the prototype Antichrist, who is pretty conclusively depicted as Justinian, as the prototype for what the Antichrist will be during the real tribulation that we won't be on earth to experience? Well, first of all, the issue was how to determine what was the anaphoric center, and each one of these keywords that's highlighted in either blue or yellow are anaphora. They are deliberate constructions. We've kind of seen that now. And we know they're deliberate because the distance between each occurrence of each of these repeated terms is divisible by 7. And often, I want to say all the time, but I haven't tested them all, between this term and the next one, okay? But obviously here, it's not going to be divisible by 7. But between here and definitely the next occurrence of whore, all right? Between terion means beast, and the next occurrence of it, and gunaika, which means woman, and the next occurrence of a similar word, which is gune. All the seeing words are also used precisely to depict deaths of emperors and successions. Okay? And you'll see that if you go into the notes. See each one of them, like see, I plotted them out. I showed where they seven. The distance is sevening in each case, and I gave you links to the people involved and the years, because you have to add 88 always to the syllable counts. And you can check this yourself. It's very deliberate. Okay, it's as deliberate as it gets. So what we've seen here is a very deliberate composition where the word distances are divisible by 7, not merely a very clever way to benchmark history, making it divisible by 7. With the meaning of the sevening is actually defined in the Old Testament, and it's consistently used with it to remind you of it, so it works as a kind of cross-reference concordance. In other words, what you're seeing here is a very carefully and deliberately constructed piece of writing based on syllable counts, because the syllable counts function to tell you what time these words apply to. The words are a process of that time in addition to a general description with a fair amount of precision about what the beast in the physical tribulation we won't go through, what it will be like, because there will be people on earth who need to know what it will be like. And by the time it happens, they will have had all this history, because this whole thing ends at 956 AD. So they will have had that history, because we're already 1,000 years past it. So we can know very clearly what is the Antichrist pattern. So we can be forewarned and not be deceived and fall into it. Okay? Now, what's really sad is that it should be obvious to you, even if you don't agree with the way I've interpreted it, and I'm not even so sure how much I agree with myself yet. I have to test it. But we can't disagree that this is deliberate. The numbers are the numbers. If this is always divisible by 7 to its next occurrence, and this always is covering somebody who dies, who's an emperor, and then the next one, and why that period is selected is meaningful with relationship to the text, we have to argue it was intended. Okay? The way you might interpret this text for this time, which in this case ends with the severance, well, that might be argued. But it's hard to argue that it doesn't apply to the severance, since that's the syllable count. I mean, you don't have much room here. You have to avoid hiatus, you're going to have to say heptangelon. You can't say heptaangelon. That makes you sound drunk. So it's not like I've used a lot of that. Fialas. You have to say that again for the same reason. Okay, that doesn't give you much room. You got at most 3 syllables difference if you were to take them out. But when you see how they fit the actual history, then you can see, well, okay, then that's the pronunciation must be right. Okay? Now that's the first thing I want you to get out of this before I even get to the meaning of Justinian, is that we looked for the anaphora, we plotted them out in order, and then you took the middle, which in this case has to be 2 of them because the middle is an even count of 10. The middle is in the middle of 9 and in the middle of 9. And these are the keywords. There might be other anaphora keywords that I'm not noticing, but these are the ones I found so far. And so then where do they center? Well, they center here, here, and here. And this one's got terms are within verse 8. All right. So this is kind of superfluous. At best, you could say it might be a third outcome. All right. So there is a precision. Somebody was paying attention to the syllable counts when this was done. And the next thing you know is that if they were paying that kind of attention, we have the words the writer wrote. Because the people copying this text for centuries, they didn't know this. If they had known it, they wouldn't have wanted Revelation 17 to be out, because it's pretty condemnatory of Catholicism. But it's not solely condemnatory of Catholicism. It's condemnatory of religion dominating the state. It's condemnatory of the state dominating religion. And hello, we all kind of already know that, because we've gone through thousands of years of history of religious wars, to the point where we don't even want to talk about religion. Okay? That's the main reason for the U.S. being founded, as separation of church and state. But that was also the way the Mosaic Law was founded. Moses was not a priest. Aaron was his brother. He was a priest. He was not a state ruler. He had none of the priests had a political function. None of them. Okay? Then in the middle, you had the Sanhedrin, which Moses appointed, and they were just judges to judge court cases. That was due to Jethro's father-in-law telling Moses, why are you trying to judge all these cases yourself? You know, Joe Blow stole my property. Jane Doe had sex with my husband. Yeah, and then Moses has to sit in on all those courts, so they appointed the Sanhedrin. That was how it started. Separation of church and state. You have to be free to believe what you want, even if it's wrong. Okay? And so this plots out how that original idea that everybody in Israel knew, it was already being abused at the time Christ was here, and this is how it gets abused under church. Because Israel falls because of the abuse. Israel falls because she doesn't believe in Christ. Israel falls and doesn't believe in Christ because she wanted a political king. And again, it's not political. Christ came as our Savior. To be a political king, you first want him as Savior. And even then, there's a separation in the eternal state. Okay? See, the basic idea is that you shouldn't impose belief on your subjects. That should be their freedom. The purpose of government is to ensure freedom. But it became a tool of gaining political power. That's why Israel went down. That's why church goes down. Okay? So what is the tracing of what ends up being the Antichrist? Because Christ himself said, truth will set you free. It was all about freedom. Okay? You believe in him as your Savior, that's really separate from him ruling as a king. Even in the eternal state, it's going to be separate. So what happened? How did it go wrong? Okay, well, there's actually 5 chapters in the Bible that trace it out. And that will be in the next sub-series of Quantum Bible, showing you how all these passages interrelate. But right now, let's just look at this one. Okay, so, saying to me, okay, future end of the Kitos War. Why did they fight? Because the temple was down. They fought a political war. It ended up being with Hadrian that lasted until, well, Trajan died in 117, starting 114, over their temple being down. They fought a political war over their temple being down. As a result of it, they were forbidden to even come into the land. except on Tish B'Av, which is coming up this month. Some people like to say it's tomorrow. Today is the 8th. It's going to be the 9th. Maybe it's already the 9th down here. Okay? They will call this Tish B'Av. It's really not the right date, but the Jewish calendar is all screwed up. So, all right. So first we have a war, a political war, over a religious issue. That's our first stop in what goes wrong. Because the angel's is going to explain the origin of the woman that he saw. Okay? So, let me show you. Come here and let me show you. All right? So what does he show him? Well, here's the first place where the whore name is used. Remember, it's all measured now. 7 distance. So this is deliberate placement of these words where they are. In Greek, they could be placed in different order. The grammar would be the same, the meaning of the sentence would be the same, but the timing would not. And what is this paired up with? Oh, the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Because 44 years after 88 AD is when the Bar Kokhba rebellion starts. And what was the Bar Kokhba rebellion? A false messiah. It is the reason why they're going to be disallowed. Because see, this Bar Kokhba is an outflow of the Kitos War. The Bar Kokhba rebellion is going to be the cause of Jews not being able to even live in the city of Jerusalem anymore. They're going to completely raze it to the ground, call it Aeolia Capitolina, and a pig temple is going to sit where the Holy Temple used to be. So it's a religious war that they start with a false Messiah. 70 years after almost 70 years after the temple goes down. So what does the Bible call that? Whore. The great whore. Des bornes, des megales. Yeah, Bar Kokhba is the great whore. That's your first great whore. Trying to unite church and state for the Jews. Totally misrepresenting the Old Testament. Now this isn't done by Christians. This is done by Jews who don't believe in Christ. This is the setup. Okay? Now Christians were doing their own stupid things during the same time, but those aren't the events that are being picked here by John with his meter to these words. So he's giving you, as it were, the Old Testament. It's like the pronouncement. Why the Jews go bad? Because they united church and state. Because they forgot about God and got all involved in religion. That wasn't how the Mosaic Law was set up. And to this day, they have that problem. To this day, that what they call the law, which has no relationship to the law of Moses at all, they use it to beat each other up and tell themselves how holy they are. That wasn't the purpose of it. Okay? So that's the great whore, outlined in black. All right, but it's not like, well, did church learn the lesson from this? Oh, no. No. The next time there's like the whore, she's sitting on the waters. Many waters means many peoples. Okay, which you later see in the text. Okay? And she does her little whoredoms with all the kingdoms of the world. That's got many meanings to it, so I'm not going to go through that. You know, it has to do with trade and everybody trying to profit off Israel and stuff because she was so rich. But our next time is like seeing the woman sitting. Well, what is that covering? Oh, seeing the woman sitting. Well, guess what? The next group on the list is depicted as the sort of flow of the development of the Antichrist. It first starts with the Jews. And of course, you got these interim comments in between. But I'm going just by the ANAPHORA keywords now. You got the Severans. Well, the Severan cult was exactly what is depicted here. A woman sitting. Yeah, the Severans basically promulgated themselves as being a divine manifestation. okay, depending on what kind of divine manifestation you needed to feel like you could support them, okay? The wife came from Syria. Her name was Julia Domna, and they all had this cult of the sun thing, which would end up becoming popular in Rome. That's how Severus comes to power, through mysticism. He himself was very superstitious, married his wife based on her horoscope. Okay? So, do you understand? Kai, short for Kaiser, we already saw that, saw the woman sitting. Yeah, he wants to be sitting on Rome, so he perpetuates this myth. Okay? And the beast of red. Red is the color of religion. Okay? And God is clever enough. Yeah, we're going to have you die at that red word. Yeah, and Caracalla's going to murder your other son, Severus. That's what kind of red it is. You see, it's satirical from the beginning, but this is our first, the development of the Antichrist. All right, now these are not Christians in the beginning. You're looking at Jews, and then you're looking at Romans. Meanwhile, the Christians themselves are turning into little harlots during these very years. But I'm kind of skipping over that for right now. I just want you to see the flow of the text. So the woman is sitting on a red beast, scarlet clad, full of the names of blasphemies. Yeah, the biggest blasphemy is to unite church and state. Because you're supposed to be free to believe in God the way you want to. All right? And that's what Severus was doing. He was uniting church and state into a cult. And that's what the Severan mothers, Julia Domna and her sister and her sister's kids, in order to keep power, they started using religion. Okay? Pagan. It's pagan. All right? And here we see the woman again. Still a whore, but he's cutting. See, he's got 3 syllables there, and it's 3 syllables with the definite article here, because he wants to make sure he's matching his syllable counts. And who's that? Well, that's Decius, still pagan. And what was that? Well, you had to believe in Rome's gods, or you would have your property confiscated, or other bad things were supposed to happen to you. They didn't enforce it much. They called it the libellus, and basically you had to pour a little goblet of wine on the ground, which was a way of sacrificing to their gods. If you did that, well, you'd go free. Didn't mean you had to believe in it. Okay, so they're hypocritical as well. All right, but it's still a whore. Gotta satisfy the whore. Gotta pay the whore. You don't have to like her or believe in her or anything else. Just, don't make me be graphic. You know what I'm talking about here. All right? So now, you got the stage set. All right? The stage is set. That's Decius. So the next time you see the word whore, who is it talking about? Constantine. And specifically, it's talking about Constantine setting up New Rome. There's no doubt as to what is being meant here, because all this is consistent in its meaning, and it's not using Christians yet by the time the next occurrence of horror occurs. It's actually the second one. The second actual term, pornes. But the synonyms were here and here. In context of known history, that's what they were trying to do, is unite church and state. So, for Constantine's founding of New Rome, the whole period of it. And that's before I even cover the other nasty words that are used for Constantine. Whore, New Rome. The whole town is identified as the whore. See? It was dedicated in 330. This ends at 332. Okay. This word is ton por non. Okay, well, por non is 2 syllables. Okay, so at 330, because you always use the noun is always has a definite article. At 330 is the beginning of what? the whore. You can't divorce the word tone from whore. Mother of fornications, literally. That's even worse. See, that's what this is. The mother of fornications. So Constantine's New Rome is considered to be the mother of fornications. That term was stronger than this one, or this one, or this one, or this one, or even up here with whore. You got that? The strongest, nastiest words don't begin until Constantine. And here's the killer. Mysterion is a key word that Paul invented in Ephesians 3 for church. And, well, in Ephesians 1:9, I'm sorry, I forgot about that. In Paul, he was referring to the seven mothers. That's what was so funny about it, because mysterion means something hidden, and if you're pregnant, there's something hidden, you get that play. Okay, well, that was when the first religious council was held under Constantine. It's usually you can't find that too easily in the books, so there's a link to it, so you can read it up on it yourself. That's at 4thcentury.com, which has all the imperial laws in it too. Okay? That was the end of 319. That's after Diocletian dies and before the final battle with Licinius, because it was Constantine's Rome. Licinius was anti-religion. Constantine cultivated it to keep his political power. Mysterion, mystery. Bunch of doctrines known inside a group but not known outside it. That's literally what mysterion means. Okay, but he goes farther than that. Babylon the Great? And that covers the period when Constantine murders his brother-in-law, Licinius, and he murders his his wife and his son. And a whole bunch of other people, because that's when he finally defeats Licinius. But Licinius was his brother-in-law, and his own sister said, don't kill him. And he said, I won't kill him, and then he killed him. Babylon the Great. Well, you know how Babylon is in the Old Testament. But the strongest term right here, mother of harlots, for the foundation of New Rome. So you see the path of the development of the Antichrist. We're first talking about where the horse sits. New Rome. In what we call Istanbul today. It's not the one in Italy. It's being very clearly defined because of the meter, you know where and what it is. This is the Rome that's called a whore. I'm not trying to say that Catholicism is right or good. I'm saying that the Antichrist, the identity of the Antichrist is a prototype that is very carefully defined, and I'm showing you the path of the definition. Okay? And she's not only the mother of all the fornications, but she's the mother of all the abominations on the earth. And the very middle of abomination, right there, is when Constantine dies. Well, you see how the other Bible passages depict his death. It's not pretty. But I just want you to see it's getting real specific about where? New Rome. And who? Constantine. Constantine dies in the middle of abominations. Well, where does Constantine die? He dies in New Rome, which we call Constantinople, and then Istanbul. That's not all Rome. That's not Italy. It's very specific. So the prototype of the Antichrist now has been fixed by the use of these vocabulary words, very carefully placed, so that you can be in no doubt we're talking about Constantinople. So whatever Constantinople stood for culturally is what the Antichrist is going to stand for culturally. Now, they might not call it Christianity. It doesn't matter what they call it. It's what it stood for. It probably will be called Christianity. And the reason why I say that is because he's using the word mysterion here. But to this day, there's this romantic notion of Constantinople being so rich. Okay? And it's Constantinople, not Italy. All right? And again, the terms keep on being used. You saw the whore drunk. Yeah. At this point, Constantine's sons are fighting each other, and they're drunk with the blood of all their subjects, fighting over what? The definition of God. Is God one person or two persons? Is he one nature or two? Was he holy God at the moment he was born, or did he sort of get credited and deified afterwards? Why should you fight blood against blood over that? Okay, I'm totally anti-Islam. I hate Islam with all my heart and soul. But I would never take up arms against it. Okay? Unless they came here and they tried to kill me, or my country ordered me to go, but I'm too old. I wouldn't, because you don't fight over belief like that. You might argue, but you don't fight like that, because a person has the right to believe whatever he wants. And that was the rule in Moses' day. It is still the rule today. Oh, but if you're not ruled by the Bible, if you're not reading it and you don't care, you get religious. And that's what these kids were doing. Fighting each other over the definition of God, spilling blood and money and territory because they were politicizing religion. You getting this now? You see the flow? And of course now we're in our anaphoric center from verse 6 to verse 8. Okay? And that includes the beast terms because they're in verse 8a and b. All right? And it first starts out with John saying, oh, he's amazed at the beast. And each time this word to see is used, it's marking the death of an emperor and something to do with the successor. The same usage is in Mark 13, and the same usage, but less often, is in Matthew 4:24. So these writers are counting their syllables, and they're aping the same style of using the 7 distances for the same key words. That's how you know that they're keywords, because they're doing it the same way, looking at the other guy's stuff. Okay? So then we have this litany of this history with these keywords that basically shows you how everything goes wrong. It's hard to imagine it could get worse after the kids fighting with each other over the definition of God, but that doesn't stop. And here's this guy, Theodosius, and not only are they fighting over the definition of God, but they're getting more and more anti-Semitic. They're more and more outlawing pagans or anybody who doesn't believe just like they do. And this guy here, Theodosius, who they misnamed the Great, yeah, he was great, all right. He was great at hurting people. Because what does he do? He says, okay, I'm laying down the law. My version of Christianity is the version of Christianity. Of course, that was way up here at Arles and the Nicene Creed and all that stuff, see. And if you don't ascribe to that, well, then we can confiscate your property and kill you. So God killed him 2 years later. No, 2 years after his younger son was born. This kid, this Honorius, is 11 years old when his dad dies. His other son was Arcadius, and he was only 17. And what that ends up meaning is that you can't very well enforce this law that Theodosius passed, because the advisors are busy fighting with each other over who gets to control the kids. Good. And that means there's a little more freedom in the empire. God, of course, took Theodosius home and sort of made it hard for this, our first. Well, maybe not our first. You have to call Constantine and his kids the first. This is our second Antichrist. You see how it's just a little bit above these? Because they didn't make it a law that you had to be Christian. And that if you weren't, you got your stuff confiscated. They didn't make that law. They practiced it on some occasions. They started doing it against the Jews first. But this guy, he made it a law. The Theodosian code that everybody praises because it's a law and rule of law. No, it was a rule. It was a rule of what do you want to call it? Tyranny. Okay, so fortunately the kids were so young that they didn't have a whole lot of time to enforce this nasty law that he passes and dies. Okay? So, and you say, and I was greatly amazed at the woman. Why? Because she was drunk with the blood of the saints. And saint just means believer. And with the blood of those giving testimony to Christ, meaning they're more mature. They actually know some doctrine. Chaimatos means blood. And she's drunk with it. Yeah, the kingdom. Constantinople, Eastern Rome, and it still includes Western Rome at this point until this guy who splits it. Drunk with persecuting Christians. You don't have this language earlier when you had the Kitos War and the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and even under Severus and Decius, and even Diocletian, who actually did persecute Christians. This nasty language doesn't actually appear. I mean, it's not pretty, She's holding a golden cup in her hand that's filled with abominations. Okay, but the nastiest, most graphic language is reserved for Constantine and those who come afterwards. Okay? With a little bit of break every now and then in here. And why are you amazed? Well, I'll tell you. Why are you amazed? I'll tell you. That's our parenthetical statement. Yeah. During the parenthesis, Jerome manages to hightail it down to the Middle East and finds some Hebrew scriptures and translates them along with the Greek scriptures he finds into Latin, which will be the best Latin that the West has for the next 1,000 years. Because by the 3rd century, well, 2nd century, end of the 2nd century AD, they don't want the Greek anymore. They don't want the Hebrew anymore. They're anti-Semitic. Just give us the Latin. So they had the old Vulgate until Jerome came along. But God took care of that. So there's a little hiatus there between the tyrants. Okay? So why are you amazed? Here, let me show you. That's a parenthetical statement, so we got parenthetical Jerome. And because of that parenthesis of Jerome, there was an actual Bible that was reliable in spite of all this. Okay? So here we have Mysterion a second time. I will tell you the mystery of the whore. Yeah, and Arcadius' death is a mystery. Okay, he dies in 408. They're not really sure how he died. Yeah, probably somebody killed him. And then ugly, disgusting, Pulcheria means beautiful. Okay, so she's ugly. She's 14, and she's all full of herself and decides she's going to make herself a perpetual virgin so that she can fight against the priests and make herself more holy than them and have power, even over her little kid brother, Theodosius II. So now we have another Antichrist, this time in the form of a woman. And that's why the word woman is here. Ha ha, you get the wit. Okay, that's in the Eastern Empire. And she declares herself Mary Theotokos. So you're supposed, it's basically, and this is really weird how she does it. It's like she's Mary incarnate, reborn, or something. And the whole Mary myth gets started up then. I mean, it had like ideas of this fake thing with the Mary Virgin thing, but she really carries it to a high level. They have to treat her like she's the Virgin Mary. Okay. So, whore. You get that? Is it too hard to understand? I don't think so. And the beast always stands for politics or political entity, really. And Honorius dies then. That's in the West. And it's a beast, all right, because it killed Stilicho, who basically saved Rome. Okay? And so this is the beast that carries her. Yeah, it's carrying her in the East. Because when this guy dies in the West, there's this hiatus as a result, with one set of advisors fighting another set of advisors. It's a long story. Okay? So you see, these are nastier words used for primarily the Eastern Empire, but at this point the West still exists. Okay? The beast carrying her, the religion. Okay? So we're getting little bits of additional advance on the concept of what Antichrist is. It's the whore of religion riding on politics, in other words, using politics to advance itself. And therefore dominating, so that you're not free to believe whatever you want, that your beliefs, if anybody finds out, can put you in jail, confiscate your property, make you lose your life or limb. Okay? And having the 7 heads and the 10 horns. Now we went through that. Those are confederates, advisors. It doesn't necessarily mean separate nations. I went through that in our prior videos. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on that. Okay, well, here's who they were, because that's the Ephesians tie to it. And in that section, you're going to find external links to the history of that time, so that you can see what's meant by 7 heads and 10 horns, which we're going to see again, but it's in a different context when we see it again. Okay? And here's the beast that you saw. Okay, what's the beast that you saw? Oh, Council of Chalcedon this time. Where one group of Christians says, our definition of God is better than your definition of God, and it should be the official definition of God, and anything other than our definition of God, well, your property should be confiscated, and you should lose your life, and your property should be confiscated, and you should lose your wife, and your property should be confiscated, and basically your property should be confiscated. This was a get-rich-quick scheme, so if I didn't like you or you didn't like me, I'd go to the local priest and I'd accuse you of not being a Chalcedonian. And then your property would be confiscated and I'd win it. Or you'd do the same to me. How Christian is that? Not at all. So you see, Antichrist now gets another addition, another facet to its definition, which is the people as a tool of greed. Okay, the beast that you saw was. Yeah, that's how it was. Okay, and then I went through all the purple, which is the satire of this text. Okay, and then our last, what do you want to call it? The last effective ruler of Rome in the West was Valentinian III, and he's not anymore by the end of that phrase. He doesn't exist anymore. So now we're getting into specific persons with a specific syllable by syllable accounting of how are they contributing, as it were, to what's going to eventually be the Antichrist that succeeds. Okay? And I went through all this history already because we're still, this is the anaphoric center from 6, 7, and 8. And what clinches it is when you get down here, that's the end of the first 490. So you're now learning something else about the rise of the Antichrist. What are you learning? You're learning that it's a recurrent pattern that occurs at the end of a 490. Okay? The development of the Antichrist takes approximately 490 years from Christ's birth in this case, 490 years from Christ's death in this case, and then it characterizes the 70-year voting window in between. Okay? So every 490 years, this is going to be a pattern of history to look at, because this is the first one. And of course, the other Bible passages tell us that it goes on. All right? Plus, when you look at the actual history that's covered. But you see the point? That's another aspect of the development of the Antichrist. Satan doesn't know when the rapture is going to happen. And it takes him about 490 years, in the last, basically 120 of the 490 years. He manages to create something enough of a whore that he thinks he can maybe take over and make church so apostate, God has to say, okay, you're going to have a rapture, all right, but it's a rapture because you're so bad. You can't lose your salvation, but you can lose your maturation. So if enough of us go negative to God en masse, it'll be just like the flood. That's the idea, okay? So then we got into the specifics of who these people were. And even at the time of Anastasius and Anthemius and Leo, even though they were trying to enforce the Council of Chalcedon, they wanted to be loosey-goosey about it because half of their people didn't agree to it. And they didn't want to enforce political will over a religious idea. So even though the laws were on the books, these rulers were noble because they didn't want to really totally enforce this. Okay? They wanted to be loosey-goosey about it. And, it's basically, yeah, these are laws on the books, but if you don't agree with them, we're not going to do anything about it. That was like the way Trajan was in writing to Pliny. It was basically, don't ask, don't tell. If you make a real stink of yourself as a Christian, well, then maybe we have to send you to the lions, but we'd rather not. Just, practice your faith quietly without disturbing the empire, and you'll be okay. So that's what they were doing. And it worked. Because, half of them didn't agree with the Council of Chalcedon. Until we get to Justin. And he wants to enforce the Council of Chalcedon. And he wants to get all kinds of money as a result of doing that. And especially his protege, his nephew, because this is right where both come to power, Justinian. And as we've seen, Justinian is the culmination of the poster boy who wants to, yes, enforce Council of Chalcedon, but not according to what it says, which is bad enough, but according to what he says. And he's God. By 553, the whore is him. Now, then he has his... Constantinople almost falls at Hupo, which is 557, 558. And this is 559, 560, 561. He's sitting there. He's the whore who's sitting because he's God now. He dictates to both the West, the bishop in the West, which we call Pope today, but they weren't called popes then. He dictates to the bishop in the West and all of them in the East what church doctrine or anything about it is. It's all subject to his approval. So who's the whore now? Personified. And who's it personified in? Justinian. And so what does God have to do in reply? There's the whore. He's now sitting. Okay, but in order to free the people so that they're not stuck with that, 565, both he and his general die that year. And Rome, even in the East, will never be as big again. It started to be as far away as Spain and as far away as just below the Caucasus Mountains in the East and far south as you want to name. And within, I don't know, a year or two after he died, all that's broken up. So what's the character of the Antichrist? Well, we saw what led up to it from a cultural standpoint. And now we're seeing from a personal standpoint, this is a guy who, I'm building a holy church. Esteo deho, esteo deho. I'm building the church of Saint Sophia. And God is making fun of him doing that because he's putting Sophia in the same clause. At the end of 544, his Saint Sophia doesn't mean nothing. He just wasted money on it 7 years prior. Because it's going to go down right here in 558. And he rebuilds it, of course, because he's not learning the lesson. So what is it about the Antichrist? First thing, he thinks he's doing God's work. That makes him feel good about himself. And when bad stuff happens, he knuckles down. And that all started right here. That's how he lives and dies. He's like Trump. He gets harder and harder. He thinks he's doing God's work. And every success he has tells him that he's doing God's work. Every failure he has, he tells himself, well, I'm doing God's work, and things are bad because I'm on the right track. In other words, the Antichrist to come, and it could be tomorrow, the Antichrist to come is going to be diluted like this guy outlined in black. Okay? That's exactly it. He basically rules from here, well, at the middle of Le Ponton, all the way to here. Now imagine being that person. You die, because he was like 82 or something when he died. And you spent your whole life telling yourself you were doing God's work, and on the day you die, you get your report card from God. We know that from 2 Timothy 4, 7, and 8. Paul knew his report card before he died. And God says, you didn't do so good. We saw what happened with the report card on Constantine. Middle of abominations. Most of the report cards we've seen so far are Chi. You thought you were a Kaiser? Well, you're just a mere connection point in history. You're just a mere conjunction. Our poor boy, though, who told himself how much he was doing, is basically depicted as the whore sitting, well, not quite anymore upon them. So he's not even a good whore. That's the epilogue. Unfortunately, humankind isn't learning from this either, and we're going through it again right now between Trump and Russia, because they think they're producing the next Justinian. So, a live portrayal of what he went through and what life was like then is getting ready to happen again. Does that mean the tribulation is going to occur? It's going to feel like it. But I doubt that it's going to be the actual official one. We'll see. Peace out. This is episode 11 of Quantum Bible, and it's really sophisticated. So that's why the screen is so confusing. When I say quantum Bible, I mean like in quantum mechanics in physics. You take the pieces and see how they fit together. It's the same idea. And in Bible there is this mechanism of establishing the meaning of prophecy, which was known at the time it was written, and from what I can tell during the 1st century, but after that people forgot how to do it. But you can, if you count the syllables in scripture, you can see how to do it. So that's what we're going to do here. Top line, this is what this is so complicated, because this is like a 4-way, like GPS. Let's see if I can get rid of that. Of how these prophecies all interlink by syllable counts. Now, this is the 171st video of the playlist. I showed you the methodology starting with the first video in the playlist. So hopefully you're familiar with it by now, but if not, hopefully you can get a little bit of sense of how this thing works starting now. Matthew 24:25 is up here at the top window. Okay? There are 3 other chapters that relate to it. Actually 4, but I'm not going to show them all because obviously I don't have enough room. There's another one, Ephesians 1, that tags Matthew using syllable counts. This is Luke. It was the second in chronological order, or perhaps Ephesians the second in chronological order. I haven't yet determined what month of 58 AD Luke came out in versus Ephesians, but it was 58 AD for both of them. Same thing for the book of James. They date-lined their books. We're going to go through that a little bit here. But Luke is second, and you're going to have to memorize this because I'm going to have to get rid of the heading that shows Matthew before I get into the verses. So this is Matthew in the top window. This is Luke. You can download the documents from the video description. All of them are there, so you don't have to just look at the screen. Third in chronological order is Mark 13, and the fourth one is Revelation 17. Now, each one of these passages is dealing with the same content, a repetition or a tagging of the content that Matthew 24 and 25 covers, which is about the last days. Okay, the last days is a massive period of time. It isn't just like now. Yes, now is the last days. That was also true 200 years ago, 2,000 years ago. Okay, so when you hear all these people telling you, and it's really common every time we come upon an anniversary of Christ's death, because the 2000th anniversary of his death is coming in 2030, everybody gets all nervous and screwball, approximately every 500 years, and says, oh, the Lord is going to come back, and we got this sign in the sky, and then they abuse Scripture and twist it to mean what they want it to say, la, la, la. So you're going to be hearing a lot of that. This is going to show you why you don't need to worry about it, because when you see the precision of how this works, you're going to realize two things right away. Yes, the Lord meant what he said when you can't know when it's going to be the rapture. And the rapture is the kickoff for the tribulation, so you don't know when the end of the world is going to be. Okay, that's what this chapter is all about. Acts 1 confirms it. The Lord was dead and resurrected when he said that in Acts 1. And notice he's no longer saying he doesn't know when it is. This chapter of Matthew 24 is going to say he didn't know. But he hadn't died yet when he says this. He dies 2 weeks after he says this in Matthew. But after he's dead and he comes back, it's Acts 1, and he says it's not for you to know the day or the times. Go look it up in Acts 1 in your favorite translation. You'll see it yourself. So that's why there is a Matthew 24:25, a Luke 21, which is parallel in content to Matthew, a Mark 13, which is also parallel, and Revelation 17, which is also parallel in tagging. Because you don't know when the rapture is going to happen, but you do need to know what time it is. So long as you're still here, you have to know the future of the world so you know how to orient to the Word. Because your job is salt of the earth, and your job is to have that Bible and keep it and take it with you wherever you go. It's an update on the command that God gave to Moses in Deuteronomy 6 and 30. Wear it on your head, wear it on your arms. Meaning that no matter what you think and what you do, you should have Bible in you at all times. Okay, but it's written out for us now. So you have to carry it. Okay, but do you know where you need to leave where you are or stay where you are? Well, that's what these prophecies are for. So you know what time it is. Okay? And they interlock. In other words, through these meter counts, see there's 17 showing here. I'll get into that in a minute. Okay, through the meter counts, see there's a meter count. This is 17, this is 24. Why are they different if they're talking about the same thing? Okay, this is Revelation written much later, and this is 10. Why is that number different? Well, there's a way to know why. And that's what these numbers are designed to help you do. It's like, I don't know, balancing a checkbook. It's very prosaic. Because you have to know what time it is, because you got to know where history is going, so that you can know if you should be going somewhere. Because so long as the rapture has not yet occurred, you have to know the will of God for your life geographically as well as every other way. So this is to tell you. Okay, that's what it's for. Ephesians 1 is the same thing. Each one of these Bible chapters has a certain focus. All of them are about believer know what time it is. Okay? But each one of these passages specializes in a certain area that interlocks. Okay? This is the granddaddy. Matthew 24:25 is global. Its focus is the democratization of Bible. How Bible will get kidnapped and then be freed up throughout history. And it includes our time. This Matthew 24:25, as hopefully you've seen me explain in other videos, goes all the way to 3243 AD. That does not mean that's when time ends. There's a reason why he stops it there that has to do with the Talmud. And when I get there, I'll explain that. But it's basically the Talmud in Sanhedrin 97 through 99 is talking about 7,000 years. That's not the allotment of history. Okay, it's a sort of, what do you want to call it, paradigm. And the Jews have since gotten that all screwed up, and they think it's the allotment of history. In other words, they're waiting for the year 6,000 to occur. It's already occurred. Okay, they're waiting for the year 6,000 to occur because they think Messiah will come back. That is an old shibboleth that has been around for going back to Origen, Origen, 217 A.D. That idea has been around since then, maybe earlier, but it's not biblical. So Christ is playing on a paradigm of 7,000. That's why he ends it at 3243 AD, because given the year he died, which was 4136 after Adam's fall, when you add the two of them together, you get 7350 minus 7. Or 7350. Right, you add them up, because right now I'm half asleep when I'm talking. But you add up 3243 and 4130. Let's just do it instead of me being lazy. 4136, according to the Bible's own dates, which no scholar ever tabulates properly. That was when Christ died. Going using just the Bible's numbers, which the Bible only uses solar years, and then the terminus in Matthew 25 is 3243. Oh, I did that wrong. Wait a minute. I have to subtract 30. There we go. Yeah. 7350. Okay, it says 49 because of the fiscal year. There's a fiscal year differential. In other words, 7349 is the last of the year. 7350 would be the beginning. So it's the same thing. Okay, so that's a paradigm, because the Bible's timing is 1050, which that's timing starts in Genesis 1. That's the total number of syllables in Genesis 1. It's a deliberate accounting that God uses throughout Scripture, so of course it had to start in Genesis 1. You multiply that by 7, and you get 7350. You see how that goes? Okay, so by terminating it at the end of 7349, that's the same thing as saying the beginning of 7350. You get that? That's what Christ is doing, is he's adding the year he's going to die, because Matthew 26 tells you that, that's the next chapter. That's when he goes to the cross and dies. All right, so he's talking 2 weeks prior to that here. So that's why Christ numbered it like that. So it includes our time. These other chapters, however, have a different focus, each one of them. So they aren't talking about our time except generically. In other words, you got the text, it's about the end times, it applies to across the board to all the end times as trends. But in terms of specific years, it's got a secondary usage so that you can see what your time is going to be like as part of the paradigm. For us, that's Matthew 25, 11, and 12, which if you look at my 40-second video in this series, you'll start to see that. Okay? So Matthew 24:25 is global, and it goes all the way to the end of the paradigm. That does not mean, again, that time is going to end at the end of the paradigm, because it's a paradigm. Okay? It was a kind of expression that the rabbis used before Christ came, and so he's playing on what they know. Okay? Now, that's the focus of Matthew. It's global. It's about the kidnapping and democratization of Bible. It's about a worldwide rollout of Bible. Okay? And how people are going to react to it, whether they're going to be salty, meaning they're eating the word, or saltless, meaning they're rejecting the word. And you got to know that, because if they're rejecting the word in your area, you need to leave. Okay? If people are rejecting the word in your time, in the years that you're alive, you need to know that so you know who to avoid. Okay, it's really relevant for you to know, like for example, right now, church has gone saltless, and I'll be returning to that later. But that's in Matthew 25:11 and 12, covers our time now. Matthew 25:11, the very start of the second Lord in that verse, is 2017. Our time, our year, right now. And if you look at the whole clause, okay, that phrase that Lord, Lord is in, it's about foolish virgins banging on the door of politics thinking that's going to get them in with God. Yeah, and the name of the movement doing that in the United States is called Seven Mountains. It has spread all over the world at this point. I didn't know that when I first made the video a year ago. It's also in Russia with a different name, ThirdRome. I didn't know any of that a year ago when I first started this series. Okay? I had no idea that there was a worldwide movement that's just like the Seven Mountains Christians. Google on Seven Mountains or just search it even in YouTube. Find out what that is. It's horrible. It's a unity of church and state push. It's going on in Russia. It's going on all over the world right now. So, Matthew 24 being global and Matthew 25 being global, it properly belongs there. But how do I know that what I just told you is true? I know it because the prior ways that this whole text is structured is explained further in Luke, Mark, and Revelation, and they only cover the first 1,000 years. So what you have to do, if you were at the time in Matthew, you'd be charting the whole thing. But since it's past for us, I can go back to that past, find out what Luke was hitting on, Mark was hitting on, Revelation was hitting on, and they tag Matthew, each one of them do. And then I know how to interpret Matthew for past the 1,000-year mark. Okay? Now, what does Luke then specialize in? Well, like Paul covered the first 490 years of church. I did those videos. I found out about that 8 years ago almost. They're in my Paul Meter GGS 11 channel in Vimeo until I can move them over here. I also did them in YouTube as a Paul Meter channel, but it's not as cutely organized as it is in Vimeo right now. I'll fix it. What I didn't know when I made those videos is that Paul was hitting on Matthew also. Okay, and earlier videos in this playlist show you something of how I'm thinking Paul played on Matthew, but I might be wrong there. I'm going to revisit it later. The same year as Paul wrote Ephesians, Luke wrote his Gospel. And Luke's specialty is the first 1,000 years of Western Christianity. In other words, the Gauls, Britain, what we now call France and Germany, Italy. That's Luke's specialty, and he goes up to the first 1,000 years of that. I have not yet made detailed videos showing how he does that. Okay, so right now, sort of like, okay, well, Brainout says this, I'll be skeptical until I hear proof, okay? Because I haven't made these videos yet, but I have made the videos on Mark. They're earlier in the playlist. Mark's specialty is Eastern Christianity. There are two Romes. This is what people forget. There were two Romes, not one. Everybody thinks Rome is Italy Rome. No, no, no. Constantinople was originally baptized by Constantine as New Rome, and he literally rebuilt down to the 7 hills that are in Revelation. He built this up to this literal 7 hills and everything else. He built it in Byzantium. That Rome lasted 1,000 years, long after official Western Roman Empire fell. Okay, it's that Rome that Revelation is focused on, not Italy. And for centuries now, conventional Christian theology has said, oh, it's Roman Italy, the Catholic Church. No, that's not its focus. Okay, I'm not saying Catholic Church might not be part of that final harlot of Babylon, but that's not the geographic focus of the chapter in Revelation. And if you saw my Quantum Bible episode 10, you've already seen this. You see me show this. How we know it's Constantinople, not Italy. That's the focus of Revelation. Okay? Mark, therefore, is dealing with Eastern Rome, the Byzantine Empire. It's a prophecy of how the Byzantine Empire is going to go all the way up to what in history we call the First Phoenician War in the 1300s. So Mark goes a little bit farther than Luke and in a different geographical location. They all start out in the same place, Rome and Italy, before it went Christian. They end up at different places with a different focus from the time of the fall of Western Rome onward. Okay? They diverge. Okay, so Paul handled up until the fall of Western Rome. Luke goes past that to show the emergent, what do you want to call it, barbarian kingdoms and how they adopted the Bible or rejected it. Mark is on the eastern side, and he's going from the time of, starting at the same point as Matthew and Luke, but he's diverging to the Eastern Rome. And I've done the videos on that. The text is so fitting for the history of Eastern Rome that it's almost painful to see how accurate it is. It's accurate, it's biting, and it's satirical. So Mark videos are largely done. I might have to fix some parts of it, but it's largely done with links that you can verify. Like, for example, here, there's specific names of them. Okay, like, where is it? Well, I know for sure when you click here, see, you have links to these people. And I've already covered some of them already in the videos. Why doesn't it eBay go back to verse 14? Okay. I'm going to have to edit some of the links because they should have gone back to the proper places. So, hopefully, not too far when you see this video, I will have fixed this so that when it goes to the link, you can click on the link and it'll come back. But the point is there are independent links to each of the emperors being mocked. Okay? It's very specific. It's very precise in Mark. I haven't done that yet with Luke. I have done that with Matthew. See how precise it is? All these little links up here at the top. I haven't done that with Luke, but I have done that in part with Mark, and it looks like I have some mistakes. The point is, this is Eastern. See, Luke is Western for the first 1,000 years, just like Paul in Ephesians 1 is also Western for the first 490 years. And Mark is going to the end of the effective end of the Byzantine Empire, which we always call 1453, but its actual effective end was after the First Phoenician War, which you can talk to any historian, they'll tell you that. That's how they consider to be the effective end of the empire. And now Revelation, by contrast, like Matthew, Revelation is global too, but it only goes through the first 1,000 years. Now, I did my Revelation Sarcasm Tour, and I did the Quantum Bible episode 1 through 10 on focusing on what's called the anaphoric center of Revelation, which started at verse 6. It starts here at verse 6 and went through verse 8, and I went through syllable by syllable to show you, what emperor was involved, why these purple marks are specific, sarcastic, biting statements about the people who were the rulers at that time. And I went syllable by syllable on this so that you could test it. See, that's an independent link to Constantius. That's an independent link about Byzantium. And all these things are independent links so that you can find out for yourself the validity of them and test this. Because my whole focus in this playlist is to show you methodology, not take my word for it. I don't want you taking my word for it. You're not going to grow spiritually if you take my word for it. You're only going to grow spiritually if you study this yourself. Okay? You grow spiritually when you study under your pastor teacher. But after you study under your pastor teacher, you have to use what you learned. Okay? So how do you use what you learned? Well, one way could be to play off some other believers using what that believer learned. That's what I'm doing. I need to do this for me. And I do a more virtuous job of it if I have to present it publicly, so that's why I do these videos. I'm not doing it to convert you or sell you. I'm doing it for my own due diligence. Okay? So Revelation covers the first 1,000 years on a global basis, just like Matthew does. And each of these chapters, Revelation, Mark, Luke, literally tag Matthew 24 and 25 by syllable counts. And that's what we'll cover in the next increment. Here we go again. Now, again, the point of 11a was to say the foci of each of these chapters. We're just going to review it real quickly again. Matthew 24 and 25 is global, with the theme of the democratization of Bible, meaning salty. When it gets kidnapped, it means people aren't interested in it, and that is saltless. You remember the parable the Lord told. You are the salt of the earth. This is about the salt trail of history. Christians being interested or disinterested in the Bible. That's Matthew 24 and 25. It's global. That's its theme. And it goes to 3243 AD as a paradigm, because that is 71050s from Adam's fall. Not from the creation of the earth, from Adam's fall. It's a paradigm to play on the Talmud, because when Jesus is there, he's talking to Jews. Okay? Next focus is going to be Ephesians 1 and Luke 21. Ephesians 1 runs through the first 490 years from Christ's birth. Luke runs it all the way to the first 1,000 years after, and there's a sort of special dating formula that he uses, but it's set at the same time as Matthew. In Luke's case, he's going to veer off once Christianity hits Rome. He veers off to just stay in the western zone. In other words, the barbarians take over Rome in 476 AD under Odovaker, and his 1,000 years is covering the west, including the time after the barbarians take over. So he picks up basically, he overlaps with Matthew and he overlaps with Ephesians 1, but then he goes past Ephesians 1 and still ties to Matthew 24. In other words, the timing in Matthew 24 and the timing in Luke 21 are the same, but the text is different. There's a specific reason for that, which we're going to see during this episode 11. Not maybe in this segment, but I'm going to cover it. Third, again, review. Mark is also tracking to Matthew 24 and to Luke. This is what proves Mark is the third gospel, as well as the other proofs I've given you in the synoptics videos. Mark is going to veer off to the east. He tracks with both Matthew and Luke. He goes by both of them, their syllable counts, to track his own. And then once Odovaker takes over western Rome, which he also tracks, then he veers off to the east. Now, when I was initially doing these videos, I did not know that Eastern Orthodox, Greek or Russian, consider Mark to be their apostle. Whether he really went there or not, I don't know. But that is what he tracks as the East. So maybe there's some truth to their claim. Okay, and then finally, Revelation 17 is sort of like full circle. This is like how Greek drama works. And Revelation 17 is cast in the language of Greek drama. Just as Matthew 24 is global, so also Revelation is global, and it covers both East and West.
And again, it goes from Rome under the pagans all the way up to Constantinople, okay, at the end of its, chapter, which ends at 956 AD, and it's punny. It's deliberately punny because he's making a pun on the wives in both Constantinople and in Western, under the barbarians. So he is linking Revelation ties meter to Mark, Luke, and Matthew. Now, hopefully you're starting to get the impression, oh my God, if they're matching each other on their syllable counts, that means the syllable counts we have are the same as what they used. Yeah. And it also means it's so precise that you are not left in doubt about what these words mean. A lot of humor and a lot of wit depends on the usage of common words. Like if I say windows, but I spell it W-I-N-D-O-Z-E, it sounds the same as the common word windows, but obviously it means something else. Okay? We use a lot of euphemisms, and they do too. They use common words, often used as euphemisms for something quite specific that at that time in the culture they knew. Oh boy, here's the siren again. Wait a minute. Sorry. I can't shut this off while they go on. I live near a police station. That's why you hear sirens so often in my recordings. Okay. So, Matthew, up here at the top, Matthew at the top is global. Revelation at the bottom is global. Matthew is focused on the democratization of the Bible. Revelation is focused on how the rulers thought they were important, and he's tracing out the sort of biography of the future Antichrist by using what we would consider to be past occurrences, because it was all yet future in Revelation. Because the Antichrist could occur at any time. So it's a map of the characteristics of the Antichrist had the rapture occurred then. Because, the rapture can take place any minute. Okay, the minute it takes place, there's already a historical setting of people in power and people on the ground and what they believe and all that stuff. So if the rapture happened, say, 10 years from when Revelation was written, which this actual 10 tells you it was written in 88 AD. It's a long story that I don't have time to go through right now. But I've already documented it in my John Dateline Meters PDF, which you can download so you can see how I got it. But, if the Antichrist, if the rapture was going to occur, say, the day after John wrote this, then you would know something about the characteristic of the time from the text. Alright, and as he keeps on going, okay, like this here, alright, see, 10 years from when he writes would be 98 AD. That would be the end of Nerva. Okay? Nerva died in 98 AD. So, if the Antichrist was going to come when Nerva died, then Angelon would be messengers. Well, that's pretty hysterically funny because that's what Revelation 14 covered. Messengers. There would be messengers flying high in the sky. That's Revelation 14. Telling you that, hello, the rapture's occurred. This is now the tribulation. They fly at high noon in every time zone, every day. That's what Revelation 14 covers. It's another chapter on it too. But that's the first half of the tribulation, when the two witnesses suddenly arrive. And they're not resurrected. They're actual Jewish believers who become believers due to the tribulation starting. Okay, but it could have happened in 98 AD. That's 10 years from when John's writing Revelation. And then you got Trajan dying here, okay, and what was the big deal about Trajan dying, as I covered in prior videos, is everything about his dying was due to what he said. So the word saying marks his death, because that was the big brouhaha. What was he saying when he died? Who is the guy to take over me? Well, it was Trajan. And so the next word here, duro, come, that's exactly what was said to Trajan when Trajan came from Syria to take over the kingdom. He didn't come right away. Okay, he was in Syria when Trajan died in August. I think it was August of 117. Okay, so that's really hysterical. Alright, so I cover that here so you can read about it. Anyway, all these things track. Alright, so in the case of Revelation, what's different about it versus Matthew is that Revelation is pointedly against the rulers, because its purpose is to trace out the sort of, what do you want to call it, poster boy of the Antichrist. And each one of the rulers it maps has some characteristic in common with what will be the final Antichrist, so you know what to expect if that happens during your year. Okay? In our particular case, all these Antichrists mapped have finished. Okay, and the last one is just hysterical. I almost died when I found this, because I had to research who the heck was being covered for each one of these numbers. I didn't know. Okay, you come down here to the end. It's 956 AD. The whole thing, where he ends it, focuses on a woman named Theophano, except that there were two of them. The one depicted here for 956 would end up becoming a widow, and her lover will name his niece Theophano also, and the one he names as his niece Theophano is going to end up marrying Otto III, or is it Otto II, in the West. And that's really important, because they were all expecting the rapture to, well, they didn't believe in the rapture at that point. They were expecting Christ to come back. Same myth that Russia believes today. So he's making a play on the same name of two different women who happen to be related to the same guy. They aren't related to each other. They're related to a guy. And you don't know that until you know the history. But if it was going to happen, if that was going to be the Antichrist, if Otto II was going to be the Antichrist, or this guy is Romanus II, if he was going to be the Antichrist, then you would need to know that at that time, because maybe you'd have to get out of Dodge, namely Constantinople, and get out of, what do they call it, Aachen, which is where, Charlemagne's ancestors went. I mean, the progeny went, and I don't just mean progeny from his blood, because at that point his line had died out. It was progeny as far as royalty was concerned, because the guy who took up the throne in 962, 956 is before that, of course, in 962, Otto I was not blood related to Charlemagne. Okay, he was from a different house, I forget which one. So you see, this is a tracing strictly of the rulers to satirize how people who are rulers and people of the world, they get all bound up with Caesar rather than God. Okay? And that's the prototype for what's happening today under Trump. It's the same story repeating itself. That's why this is relevant to us now. So again, Revelation is also global, but it focuses on the rulers, whereas Matthew, which is also global, has some things it says about the rulers, but it's mostly about Bible and how it gets opened and shut because of believer interest or disinterest. Okay? So I think that's where I'm going to stop for the moment, because I need to fix this, I think. What if you can see it enough? I gotta get something to drink, and I'll come back in a minute or two. So now we're going to try and show this method of interlocking meter. Now you're going to have to try to remember all this. Matthew 25 is top screen here, because I'm going to have to scroll so you can no longer see it say Matthew. The second window is Luke, the third is Mark, and the fourth is Revelation. And I cannot show Ephesians 1 in here right now. I'll have to come back and do Ephesians separately later. The point is that Luke is going to play on Matthew, because Matthew is first, chronologically, the order in which these things are written, and they tell you by means of these syllable counts when they write. Matthew is written first in 30 AD. Ephesians 1 and Luke are written second in 58 AD. The book of James comes out at the same time, but I cannot find James specifically tying to Matthew 24, so I'm leaving him out. Mark is written about Passover of 69 AD, almost exactly a year before Titus would end up taking down the temple. And there's a reason why he picks that date, which you can tell from the way he words his meter too. He's picking it because the first time the temple went down, I forget if it was Ezekiel or Jeremiah, I think it was Ezekiel, had to map out that year prior by some crazy ritual he did, laying on one side versus another side. Okay, but it was timed to 365 days. So it looks like that's why Mark is picking this date to write. Right now that's a speculation because I have to go back and examine Ezekiel. But he's writing Passover 69 AD. He might even be writing the like January of 69. It's just after Vespasian has taken over. And Vespasian took over at the very end of 68 AD. Okay. And then here you've got Revelation, which was written even in this chapter. It's still 88 AD, but it looks like it's the very end of 88 AD rather than 4 Kislev, which is the date when he's writing Revelation 1. Okay. And you say, well, how can you be that precise? Well, it's the way they use the meter. Okay. And we're going to have to go through what that is. Even though you've seen it probably before if you've been following this series, I want to just sort of give you a brief refresher course. So the question is, okay, these dates are doing a certain job in relation to the text. They're also doing a relationship to prior text. And that's what I want to show you. So here we are. Top is Matthew. It's first. Matthew 1 tells us he wrote it in 30 AD. You'll have to go see the Matthew 1 videos in Vimeo, which is the Matthew Meter videos in Vimeo. That's the name of the channel, Matthew Meter. And here's our first line, okay? Right now I'm not going to talk about the text. I'm just going to talk about the numbers because I want you to see how they relate. Okay? 16. Alright? That's not a date line. It's just the number of syllables. It matters, but it's for different reasons that it matters until you get to the 7ing, because this is a date line. Okay? The first time it's sevens in any Bible text, and it might even be per chapter, which makes it really important to know that you're at the right chapter beginning, because that's not always true in the Old Testament or the New Testament. You might not be at a chapter beginning. But when you're at a chapter beginning, the first time it's sevens is a date line. It's saying, hi, I'm writing you 49 years from X. X is in the past from where the writer is talking now in time. And that past is some famous and important date that actually relates to the text being given. In other words, you're supposed to relate today, when you're reading it, to a particular past event that's specified by the dateline timeline. Okay, the people who got this from Matthew knew it was 30 AD already. They even sort of called it by that name because they had their own Anno Domini accounting. But the importance to them wasn't, hi, when is he writing, because they know that. The importance is what date in the past is tying to now, because history repeats itself, and that's what prophecy is. One of the important roles of prophecy is to tell you that history repeats itself, so that you can use today and look at today and see the parallels from the past, so you know how today is going to go. That's one of the roles of prophecy, is to show you where history is going to go, because it's been there before and it keeps recycling. Okay, especially in the end times, because we're in a time bubble called Daniel 9:26. It's like Groundhog Day. The last days are upon us. Yes, and the last days last for thousands of years. That's the whole point of this prophecy. It's not going to happen today, but it could happen today. And you just don't know. Well, you don't know if you're going to die either. So what kind of conclusion should you make? Well, if I might die today or the rapture might happen today, maybe I should learn Bible today. Duh! Okay, so that's what this is for. Okay, so 49 years is the first date line in Matthew 24. Now, I already know that it's written in 30 AD, just like the guy who got it in 30 AD would know. So then instead, I'm looking at, okay, what kind of event is he tacking back to that was 49 years prior? Well, 49 years prior was when Herod started building the second temple. And see why that's important? Because he's going to answer them and say, you see all this? Because they're talking about the temple. See, this is the word for temple, Yeru. He introduced the temple as the concept before he even gets to the 49. So you're already on the topic of temple. So it's very fitting that he uses 49 syllables, because he could use different syllables to say the same thing. He's using 49 to remind you, well, here we're talking about temple, and now we're talking 49, and 49 years prior to 30 AD, what related to the temple? Oh, Herod was starting to rebuild the temple then. Yeah, and of course God was careful enough to preserve it through Josephus, who's otherwise often wrong on a lot of things. But he was right about that. So now we in the future, who don't know when he wrote this book because we lost this meter and therefore we don't know a lot of things, we can go back in history because we got Josephus and say, oh, well, Herod was just starting to build the temple, rebuild the second temple then. Yeah. And since the topic is temple, and you're talking about Herod rebuilding it, and it hadn't even been finished rebuilding by the time Jesus talks here, and what does he say? There's not going to be one stone left on another. Ooh. Now what does that tell you? There's a whole doctrine in this that you find out just especially because of the 49. Okay, it makes it pointed that it's the 49 being used. What's the doctrine? Man builds and it goes for nothing. You build and build and build and build and build, and you do your own works and you do your own works, and at the end of it all, not one stone is left upon another. In other words, why are you spending your time on today and yourself and this world when you could use your body instead to be doing whatever it is you got to do, but learn God through it? That's what all those rituals in the Mosaic Law were for. I don't know if you've noticed, but those rituals in the Mosaic Law are like household tasks, stuff you do around the house to clean yourself or clean your utensils or eat. The idea was to be reminded of God in everything you do. There wasn't anything magic in those motions. It was designed to remind you so that when your body went through those motions, you'd be reminded of God. Yeah, because otherwise, here's what you're doing. You're living your life laterally, horizontally, huff, 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 puff, 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 puff. Oh, I'm important. Oh, this has to be done. Blah, 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 blah. And at the end of the day, not one stone is left upon another because, honey, you're going to be underneath that stone. The only stone that you're going to leave behind you is a gravestone. So you see that 49 is real important. Here is Herod huffing and puffing to build the temple, and by the time Christ speaks in 30 AD, he wasn't done yet. He didn't get finished rebuilding it until, guess what? About 64 AD. Some would say 66. And guess what? in 66 AD, that's when Nero ordered Vespasian to go down to Jerusalem and take out the Jews. And in 70 AD, the temple went down, which is right here, 40. See, Christ is talking in 30. So you'll notice it also ends with temple. Doesn't have to be a 70 number. It's still significant. 40 years after he talks, which all Jerusalem already knew, temple is going to go down. Yes, it did. 9 years after that was also significant because the guy who took the temple down, Titus, would end up coming to the throne because his dad, who was hired to take the temple down, Vespasian, dies. And what else happens that year? Pompey the earthquake. And the Romans were really superstitious. They regarded that Pompey volcano earthquake as a bad sign for Titus's reign. But see, that's, everything you build up, God tears down. So it's all parallel, and it's all significant, and it's all useful. And if you were living and you knew this meter at the time, and you got to this mark, Tapokrites epen autos. Hodapokrites epen autos. It's probably better. This should be A pronunciation. All right. Wow. What is the judgment now? See, it's answering, he said, but it's answer as a judgment. Answer as a ruler answers, to give a rule. Yeah. Well, the rule is that Vespasian goes down because he was part in taking down the temple here in 70 AD, but his physical son Titus actually did that, and Titus now takes control of Rome under bad auspices. And he only lasts for 3 years. Okay, and then you get, who do you get? You get his little baby brother, who is not good. Okay? So, this also marks the death of Titus. Ublepete. Yeah, when you're dead, see? 81 is when Titus died. Domitian's little brother starts. Okay? It's really biting that he uses blepete. Because when you're dead, you're not seeing anything. When you're dead, everybody's seeing you be dead. So you see, this is yet more thematic tie. What man builds gets torn down. What man builds, God tears down. You build and build, but at the end of your life, you're torn down. So why are you spending your life horizontally? Why not spend your horizontal life on God? For your own sake. See, it's very philosophical. And it's all tied to the temple, but it's also tied to the people ruling at the time. So it's a thematic tie that you get when you look at the meter, how it relates to the text. There's nothing magical about it. There's nothing mystical about it. It's just very clever literary style to time your syllables so that they interact with the text to give you more precise meaning of the text. So now when you read the text and it says, and Jesus left, and as Jesus was exiting the temple, his disciples came up to him and said, "Oh, look at the buildings." And then answering them with a judgment, he says, "You see all this? Truly I tell you, there's not going to be one stone left on another." And each time these phrases are used, it has a doctrinal significance and the meter significance that ties to the doctrine. Now, I'm not going to go through all that because I've kind of already covered this before in earlier videos on Matthew. Alright, this is the Kitos War at 84. This here is the second date line, because the second time it's sevens is also a date line. And Christ is talking 63 years before the millennium starts. The millennium, if Christ had been accepted by Israel, was supposed to start in what we would call 94 AD. And so the date line with respect to the past, years from, and then years to. And that's a very common way the date lines are used in Scripture. Okay, especially the New Testament. All right, the Old Testament sometimes they're only using years from, okay, not years to, but they do have some years to usage. Okay, so here's your 270s. All right, so now you would expect if what I told you is true, this being Matthew again, I'm going to take away the title. I'm just going to move up here. Then Luke ought to have that same style, right? Yep. But Luke is not writing in 30 AD. He's writing in 58 AD. So how does he tell you that? And yet talk to the same text and have it still set in 30 AD? Well, here you go. See the 63 here? This is so cute the way they did this. The 63 tells you that Christ is talking in 30 AD because 63 years from when, at the end of the 63rd year after he talks, is when 94 AD would start, and that's when the millennium was supposed to occur. So what does Luke do? Right here. He uses the same 63. Okay? Which also grounds it because he's talking the same text in different word order as Christ is in Matthew 24. And of course a lot of people say, well, why is there a second, telling, and why isn't it in the same word order? Well, it has to do with the focus of Luke, which we're going to get into. But you'll notice, see, 63, 63. Luke also uses this in Luke 1 to tell you when he's writing. He's writing 63 years after the announcement that Elizabeth's going to have a kid, which was 5 BC. Okay, so he's writing in 58 AD. It's a no-brainer. And 58 AD is also 28 years after Christ died. Ding, 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 ding. See how all this beautifully fits together? And yet, he's talking of the same words, differently packaged, so that he can hit these syllable counts. Okay, well then, is he talking about the same timeline? Because, Brant, you're saying this is 49 years from. What about 49 years to? Because you said this is 63 years to. This means that this is 84 years later, and yes, that's when the Quito War starts. What about, is Luke doing the same thing? And of course the answer is yes. And we'll find out more about that in the next increment. Here we are again. And where I had stopped was to compare the 49, 63, and 84 in Matthew. At the top window here is Matthew, compared to Luke, and why the numbers are different, and yet they're talking about the same topic. This is what I had said earlier in the playlist is called bracketing. There are two ways that you handle this prophecy. One is by the numbers, and then you look for the parallels in the numbers because they end up forming a sort of tic-tac-toe of text. The other way is to look for the text and then see what time periods they cover because that's a parallel time period. Here we're just looking at the numbers. So this number is Luke's first date line, 28. Hi, I, Luke, am writing you 28 years after Christ died. He uses the same meter in Luke 1. And again, so did James. He's aping James. So it makes me think maybe James is aping him or he's aping James, because James uses the same number to tell you when James is writing. And then he's playing on 63 because he's tying back to Matthew 24. All right? So then the question I left off in the last increment was, well, what's 28 years after when Luke writes? Not the time of the text that he's covering, but when he writes. Well, that's 86 AD. 28 plus 58 is 86. See? All right? Now, what was going on in 86 that he would want to tie to this text, which is saying being adorned? Okay? Being adorned with gifts. Why would he tie that text there? Well, go look. 86 AD. The Stadium of Domitian. As a gift. See the word gift in the text? To the people of Rome. In other words, if you were reading this text and you knew the meter at the time that you're reading this, because it's your time period and you want to know what's going on, when you see adorning as gifts, that's going to be real trenchant because you're going to be hearing the news no matter where you are in Rome, because they broadcast that kind of stuff, that, oh, Domitian just created the stadium of Domitian to the people of Rome as a gift because of the buildings that were destroyed by the field of Mars in when? Look, 79, remember? Remember? See back here? Oops, that's Bible Works. I don't want you to see that yet. See? This is 79 right here. So in addition to Pompey occurring, in addition to Titus coming to the throne because his dad Vespasian died, in addition to the Pompey bad omen, the field of Mars had been destroyed by fire in 79 A.D. This is a Wikipedia article on Domitian. A subsection on palaces, villas, and other major buildings he built. See? So there was a 7-year hiatus, 6 years, 7 years, hiatus, that there was no stadium. So Domitian built one in the interim, and he dedicated it in 86 AD. So that when you're reading this in 86 or near it, because you would have heard about all this prior to it, because they advertised that kind of stuff in the Roman culture in those days, you'd be thinking, oh, ha, 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 ha. And you'd be linking it to Matthew 24 because that's 79 AD when the fire happened. And as a result of the fire happening, Domitian is building with a gift. You see? Because you got to remember, Bible is written to an audience. The audience is going to know this kind of stuff specific to its culture at that time. That's the purpose of prophecy. It's going to be really specific for the time you're in. And as I hopefully showed you in the 40-second video forward of this playlist, it's real specifically clear that Donald Trump and the apostate Seven Mountains Christians are in view in Matthew 25:11 as a trend of history. Okay, that started in the 1960s with Jerry Falwell. And in that 40-second video, I listed in the comment section some links so you can demonstrate it to yourself. It's real specific. It's real easy to know what Matthew 25:11 references once you've done the meter, and of course once you've seen the past way that the words are used to satirize. Okay? But it gets real specific when you're in that time period. So if you were in 86 AD, where this ends, 28 years from when Luke writes, as a prophecy now, you got 3 ways you're using this. You're using the text generically about the last days. You're also using it specifically for the meter counts to see the parallels in history that might be the last days, but might not be the last days, and these parallels will continue to recur, and they're tied to specific events, because thirdly, here you are in that specific time period that's ending in 86 AD, and it's going to mark off, here satirically, the tie between the field of Mars being destroyed in 79 AD, when Vespasian died, and the stadium that Domitian is dedicating. And it's all about buildings, see? It's all about buildings. It's all about, here it was the temple. Okay, but in a way, especially in Roman culture, when they built those buildings, it was always to honor the gods. And yet, if you go look there now, it's in ruins. That's the whole point of the passage. You see all these beautiful buildings and beautiful stones. The beautiful stones. That's what the apostles were praising when they were talking to Jesus. And he's saying, there ain't going to be nothing left on top of the other. Okay? Which in Luke, right here, is reserved for 94 AD. Alright? And just him saying, truly I tell you, in Matthew, is reserved for 94 AD. So that shows you the second bracketing technique by the numbers. So 94 between 94 AD and 7 years prior, well, 6 years prior here. Here it's 22 years prior. These are statements about what history will be like. Well, yeah, history was like that. Because the Romans were busy building things they thought were to their gods, and they're going to be in ruins. Just as they are today. They weren't in ruins at that time in 94, not yet. They were about to be, because actually a Roman civil war was going to start up within 2 years of this, because Domitian was going to get assassinated in 96. So everything he was building is going to be one left on another. Actually, they tried to kill him in 94. Okay, but it didn't work the first time. It worked the second time. And the second time or the third time. There were several attempts on his life toward the end. Okay? So this is a pithy statement about history. First using the temple, and then showing how the temple itself going down is a trend of history, because man is always going lateral, not going to God. Herod was rebuilding the temple to glorify himself, not God. And so, this is the Greek for not one stone left upon another. Literally not one left on another. See? Epi, upon, stone, which, not, left on top. Okay? Man's trying to do it himself is the worst evil. That's the story Pan Bible from Genesis to Revelation, and it's reflected here. For a specific time in history, alright? And therefore back up here at our first date line, that was when our boy Domitian, he started in 81, he was building to glorify himself. And actually during this period, it wasn't only the stadium of the Domitian Stadium he was building. This is when he first deified his dad and his brother in order to make himself look good. Okay, and you can study all that in the articles on Domitian. Just type Domitian in Google and start reading. You know, any kind of, valid source, like, university source. Wikipedia is semi-valid. You can go there for the references. But, just read up on it yourself. There are a lot of good books on Domitian. Okay? And what he did and why he did it and stuff like that. Contemporary and current. Alright? So, that's what this is for. So see, it's prophetic as well as backwards. So, of course, 28 years prior to when Luke writes, the historical event backwards that he's looking at is the cross. Okay? 28 years after Christ died. That's a significant historical event that, of course, relates to the text, because Christ is the temple depicts. You got that? Okay, so 63 again. Now, I'm going to let you play with that because I'm trying to show you the methodology. So now we're going to just skip over to Mark. Mark's first date line. See, here's the first date line in Matthew 49, which is the same as the first date line in Daniel 9 about the temple being down. Ha ha. Second date line, 63 years from when he dies. That's the millennium. That's a very common usage in the New Testament, is to date forward like that. So, of course, Luke does right here, as I just explained. And here's a backwards date, and it also functions as a forwards date. But when we get to Mark, see, this is Mark 13. Mark has already, from Mark 1, said that he's writing in Passover 69 AD. So his first date line is not, this is really important, his first date line is not a lower number. Okay, he's not using 49, because the temple's already, see, this is what's really important. In 69 AD, the temple was already surrounded by troops. So a lot of things that are in the other Gospels aren't in Mark because the timing doesn't need to be said. It wasn't, like in 58 AD, it was still predicted that the troops would come and surround Jerusalem, which is why Luke focuses on it in Luke 21. When you see the troops around Jerusalem, okay, that's in Luke, but it's not in Mark. You know why? Because the troops were already there. It's not a prediction anymore. It's already happening. So now what is Mark's big job? Mark's job is to remind them of Luke, because it was Luke who said, when you see the army surrounding in Jerusalem. Luke had said that. So Mark is very clearly the third gospel. I've already done playlists on this in the synoptics to show you other ways you can know that, but this is just one more way you can know. He expects you to know Luke's gospel. He's using the same number for that reason, because of what Luke's gospel says. And of course, he's also playing very obviously on Matthew 24. Okay? So they're all using the same 63, except now that's his first date line in Mark. Well, what does that mean? Well, that's 63 years after Judea became a province. Judea in 6 AD became a province of Rome because the Herods were fighting with each other and Rome didn't want to deal with them anymore and just said, to hell with you, you're not even going to be allowed to be ruling it in your own name. We're just going to make it a province of Rome. That was when Quintilius took over as the specific governor of Syria. Before then, he was a military leader in Syria. So when Luke talks about him as a hegemon, that's military, not civil. So everybody who's saying, oh, well, see, Christ couldn't have been born until 6 AD because that was when this guy became governor of Syria. No. He was already in Syria then with one of the heirs of Augustus. And that was 4 BC. End of 4 BC, so 3 BC. Okay? So he was already there as a hegemon, is just a Greek word for a leader. Okay? It often means military or civil. So it doesn't say he was governor of Syria at the time. He was stationed there. He was garrisoned with one of Augustus's kids. He was like acting as the mentor. And it wasn't really Augustus's kids, it was one of his nephews. I think it was his nephew. Anyway, the point is that 63 here has a different date back. Because the people getting Mark got it in 69 AD. They knew what year they got it. So then what does the 63 mean here? See how clever it is. 63 years prior is when Judea became a province due to the fighting with the Herods. Okay? So that's another way that we moderns can know that it's 69 AD. Even in Mark 13 by the time he writes that chapter. Alright? So you see we got 63 here, 63 here, 63 here. So now we have something like a textual tic-tac-toe, because that's the other way to use this. Okay, that's why it's important to know the order. This is Matthew up in the top window. The text is Amen lego humin, which in English means believe it when I tell you. And here is 63, that's saying that not one stone's going to be left on another, which is of course what the next clause says in Matthew anyway. So that what Luke did is he eliminated the truly I tell you phrase in order to get his 63 to occur and yet have the same tie. You see that? See, in Matthew it's believe it when I tell you. In Luke it's the same timing of the same statement, but it's the rest of the statement. Luke likes to do that sort of thing. Not one stone will be left upon another is the text here, also ending at 63. And then here, okay, what does Mark pick to say? Alright, and it starts out, and Jesus said to them, you see all these great stones? Okay, well then the three of them together form the same thing, alright, the same text of the same time that Christ is saying, but for different periods of time. See, there's two ways to use prophecy. You look at the text fit based on the meter, and then you look at the text parallels and see what times they are. Here we're looking at text based on meter. They're all using 63. Alright? But the 63 isn't referencing the same time period. This is 30 AD. This is 30 AD. This is 30 AD. So you can see the tie to 30 AD, and yes, he said all those three things exactly, at the same practically moment. You see? So they're telling you when the text occurred. At the same time, they're telling you something else. This 63 goes to 94 AD, going forward. This 63 goes 28 years past 93 AD. You get that? See, because it's 28 years later that he's writing. And then this text is also going 63 years past 69 AD. So they're telling you that the same trend will be true at all those points. In other words, not one stone left on another, which is the center here. Okay, the center. Not one stone left on another will still be true. That's real important. Not one stone left on another will still be true. Even, as it would be here, 69 AD plus 63 AD. Alright, so he's writing it in 69 plus 63, not 63 AD, 63 years, 132. Now why? Why is that important? Because that, right in front of your face, this calculator number, is the beginning of the Bar Kokhba rebellion. The Bar Kokhba rebellion was over the fact that their stones were still not on top of each other. The Bar Kokhba rebellion was by Jews against Hadrian to try to get the temple rebuilt. And by bracketing it this way, you're coming up on, oh, okay, then you would teach your children, hi, 63 years from now, the temple is supposed to still be down, and something bad's going to happen that's going to make you think the temple should be up. Don't fall for it. And then they would pass it on to their children. So the grandkids would be alive during this time and look back at this and say, oh, yeah, you see all these gorgeous buildings, not one stone's going to be left on another. All right. So the people fighting to make stones left on another, we don't want to be part of them. Yeah, good. And what would you do then? You would get out of Israel. You would take your Bible and you would get out of Israel, which was a really good thing because the Bar Kokhba rebellion was put down by Hadrian and they razed the whole city and Jews weren't even allowed to enter it. So if you got out early, you would know from this text, oh, get out. It's not God's will that the temple be rebuilt. Get out. See how valuable that is? Now, Revelation is written later. Revelation is written in 88 AD. The temple was already down. So John is not using 63. What is he using? 56 as his first date line. Why? And we'll cover that in the next increment. Back again. Now we're at the bottom, which is Revelation. And you'll notice that instead of using 63 as his first date line, he's using 56. Why? Well, in the first place, he's writing in 88 AD, which means that he's not going to be predicting about when the temple falls because it already fell. He's not going to be predicting from the same standpoint as the others about future history because his writing point is 88 AD, long after theirs. Okay? So how is he going to tie to Matthew 24? Okay, because see, Matthew 24 is 63. It's 63 in Luke, so how's he going to tag Luke? And Mark is also 63. How's he going to tag that? And here's the cleverness of it. Remember I told you? The 63 is 63 years to the expected millennium had there been no church. This was mapped out from Moses forward. The whole plan of time was mapped out in Psalm 90, and Jews even know that today, but they forget how the meter works. Okay? Psalm 90 was mapped to Genesis 1, which was a 1050. There were 7 1050s. Okay? By the time you get to Christ talking here, it's 7. But that wasn't the original schedule. Alright? The Talmud speculated that the last 2,000 years would be for Messiah. Alright? Because they were trying to unify the books of Jubilee, which were not Bible, with Bible. It was a speculation. So Christ is playing to that speculation when he does the 7350, because it's 1050 times 7. He's not saying, okay, at the time he dies that it has to go that way, because if they had accepted him by the time he died 2 weeks later, then it wouldn't have gone that way. It was still an open option whether the tribulation would start and church would start at the time he's talking. But he's telling them that there's that option by doing the timeline out to the Jubilee 7000, which was really a misreading of Psalm 90. Jubilee is a misreading. Psalm 90 is 350 syllables, and you can read that as 7 times 50, which would be shorthand for 7350, or you can read it as 5 times 1050, using the 70s, because there's one set of 70 years in between each one. They're reading it backwards. But since Christ knows they're not going to believe in him, even though they're technically able, he's running the timeline out based on that garbled understanding of the book of Jubilees. Okay, so he's using 63. At the time Luke is writing, that's 58 AD, and he's using 63. First of all, I've explained why. But as far as the forward use of it to the tribulation, the millennium, because the millennium still could have occurred on time, even though it's now church. As of 58 AD, ever since 30 AD Pentecost, it became the church age. Well, the church could have matured in time, and the old schedule still could have been met. Okay, the same thing is true when Mark is writing. He's writing in 69 AD. It could have been that the tribulation could have started right after the temple went down, which is the main reason why he's writing. And I really suspect that he also wrote the book of Hebrews. But I have to go through more to prove that. Because the book of Hebrews tracks Mark's gospel almost exactly. Its text, the order of its text and the things it says, is tracking Mark's gospel. But even so, 63, I'm writing you 63 years after Judea became a promise, is a pun on 63 years from Christ is talking, which is what the text of Mark is covering. That was when the millennium was supposed to occur under the old Jewish time. Okay? But once you get to Revelation, he's writing 56 years after Christ died at age 33. This is another convention that they use. Christ's own age. Okay? That's a year past when the tribulation should have begun. Under the old schedule, had church matured at the same time that Israel was supposed to get the millennium in 94 AD. He's running a year late. Okay? So he's subtracting 7. Subtracting 7 from 63, because 63 would have been the millennium minus 7. That would be the start of the tribulation. He's subtracting 7 to say, hi, the tribulation should have started by now, but it didn't, and that's why I'm writing you. It's the exact same numerical theme that he uses in Revelation 1. Okay? The whole purpose of the book of Revelation is to explain why the tribulation didn't begin on the old schedule. Okay? Which is basically, well, church hasn't matured yet. And so now he's going to write an update on how long it takes and how do you know? And of course the answer is you don't know, because John 17, when Father says the church is mature enough to be a gift to Christ, that's when the rapture happens. Well, nobody can know that. I don't even know how mature I am, let alone you, let alone the whole body of Christ, because it's got to be a gift to Christ. We're like a harem for him. Okay? So the 56 takes away, subtracts 7 from the 63. Alright? Because he's writing 7 years away from when this 63 was supposed to terminate. He's writing in the period that should have been the tribulation. Okay? Now, it's real important also because 56 is a very prominent meter in Psalm 90, which is the psalm of all the map of time. And most Jews know that if you talk to them. You know, that's the one with the famous verse 4 that says the day of the Lord is like 1,000 years. It's actually a map of all of what time scheduled for the Jews was. Okay, it's got more functions than that, but that was one of its functions. That's why Jews use it today. Alright? That's why the Book of Jubilees was written, and it was written wrong because it was looking at the 350 syllables of Psalm 90 as if it was 750s instead of 570s. 56 is a very prominent meter there, which you'll find if you go into my Psalm 90 channel in Vimeo. Just do Brain Out, Vimeo, Psalm 90, and you'll get my channel. Alright? The Psalm 90 videos show you the meter and how prominent 56 is. Moses actually constructs that meter as a palindrome. Okay? So, he's using 56 here to remind you of Psalm 90 also. Okay, to remind you of it. It's also a prominent meter in Isaiah 53, which is a map, annual map, of time from the first David's birth to the last scheduled Messiah's death, because Christ was supposed to live until he was 40, but he dies, get this, 7 years early. So an extra 7 years had to be spent taking down the temple, so he's debiting that from the 63. You see how clever that is? He's reminding you of all those things simply by using 56. As soon as I saw it, I knew everything I just told you. Because if you're steeped in this, you know, remember, they didn't have TV, and they didn't have all of our modern distractions. Their way of getting entertainment and enjoyment was to learn scripture and literature, which they'd repeat to themselves as they did whatever they did with their hands. Okay? So once you're familiar with all that by all that repetition, the minute you see a number that's familiar, like if you saw 666, you know, like in the Donald Trump stuff, 666 Park Avenue is one of the buildings that Jared Kushner owns, and everybody makes fun of 666. Why? Because it's a familiar Bible number in the book of Revelation. Well, it's the same thing here. 56 is a very familiar meter number. It's probably the most common. Pan Bible. From Genesis through Revelation, the most common way to meter text is almost always 56. Okay, so 56 is 7 greater than 49. 49 was the year in which Daniel prayed to restore the temple, and 7 years later, 7 years of building later, is constant 21 years, it got rebuilt. Alright, so now he's referencing temple being rebuilt by 56. He's also referencing high. This should be a tribulational period going to the millennium. You see, it's all this clever number play. Okay, so now what text is he using? Alright, because he's going to, forward, he's going to a different period of history too. Alright, what's the text? He said, and she sat on many waters. The whore. The whore. So by 88 AD, of course, the whore in Rome is still Domitian. Alright, when he's writing. 56 years after 88 AD, is 144, and at that point there's a whore sitting in Jerusalem, which was renamed Aelia Capitolina, and the whore in that case was a pig temple sitting atop where the Holy of Holies was. Okay? There was a new whore in Rome too at that time, but it wasn't yet Christian. Okay? It was the whole movement after Hadrian died, the whole movement under Antoninus Pius and Marcus Aurelius was to go back to Roman religion. Okay, so this is pretty, sitting on many waters is still talking about Rome at that time also, in the future. So if you were at 144 AD and you're looking at this and you knew to use a meter, you're like, oh yeah, Rome. Sitting on many waters. Religion. Sitting even on the waters of Jerusalem. Through that pig temple. You see how relevant this is? Now there's more to say about it than this. I just want you to see at this point that this 56 is deliberately deducting 7. Because he's writing when the tribulation should have started and 7 years later was supposed to be the millennium. And he's basically telling you, hi, it ain't going to happen on time. I'm writing you at the end of the first year and I'm still here. There's no rapture. Here's why. And that's what the whole book of Revelation is about. So you see, the thing I want you to get here is that these numbers and the text all tie together to tell you something in the past, they tie to tell you something in the present, and they tie to tell you something in the future, and they're all related each time. The text is related each time, and it's very witty and biting. And that was how you were supposed to read the scripture. This is how you're supposed to read prophecy. But you can't do that in the English or any translation. You have to know the meter. And obviously they did, because how deliberate do you want to get here? And it's not like it's just this instance. It keeps on being this way. I'm just picking this instance because it's at the beginning of each letter. Okay? So, play with the 4 chapters. I'm not, he's tagging Ephesians 1:4a here, but I'm not, and Luke 1:2, but I'm not explaining that. There's so many things to explain, I'd have to be making videos forever. So play with these 4 chapters, see if you can use what I gave you, so that you can learn how to do it yourself, and you'll see how accurate it is. Go look up the history that's referenced, and see how biting the satire is. And again, ignore these little accent marks at the end. That's a paste problem when I paste it from BibleWorks 9, which is where this text comes from. Okay, that's enough for now. Peace out. So now let's hone in on how the text for the same meter count relates. This is Matthew up at the top. The text that ends at 63, as I said before, is Amen lego humin, which means believe it when I tell you. And when you look just at Matthew, you see that the next text that he's introducing is saying, not one stone will be left upon another. The backdrop was the matete, the students, going to him, autou, his students, and they were pointing out, epidexi, to him, autoi, tas oikodomas, the buildings of the temple. Now, they're doing that. That's all it's saying is what they did. Not saying what they said. In Matthew's not saying what they said. Okay? Just that they were pointing it out. And when you're pointing something out, you're pointing it out to praise it or condemn it. But here to praise it. And we know that because of his reply. Don't you see all this? In other words, he's rebuking them. Truly I tell you, not one stone will be left on another, which means that when they're pointing out the buildings, they're saying, oh, see how gorgeous, the idea that it's going to be there forever, and they think that they're praising God, and they think that they're praising him, despite everything he'd been saying to them all that week. Because this was the time after, because this is Matthew 24, this is after the famous Matthew 16, where he tells them that he's going to the cross. Okay? And they didn't hear. They didn't understand. They weren't paying attention. And so from Matthew 16 forward in the narrative, just in the text you can see this, he starts warning everybody that he's going to die, that the sheep are going to be scattered, and at this point he's talking about what's going to happen to the temple, to Hieru. To Hieru. Okay? And they're pointing out the temple to him like they hadn't heard what he'd been saying. So now he gets real blunt. You see all this? Don't you see all this? And at the word see, prophetically, that's marking when Vespasian, who was hired to take down the temple, when he dies. And Titus, his son, literal son, was going to take the throne of Rome. And then he's going to die 3 years later. And that's real important because Christ was scheduled to die 7 years later. 7 years from when he's going to die. He's going to die 2 weeks from when he talks here. He was supposed to die 56 years, see, 56, down here in Revelation. He was supposed to die when he was age 40, and that was even in the Talmud. He was scheduled to die when he was 40. That was mapped out in Isaiah 53. You'll have to see my Isaiah 53 playlist in Vimeo to see that, because I go through each syllable and show you how you can know what I just told you. Because that's where I first discovered the meter, was in Isaiah 53. Okay, Christ was scheduled to die when he was 40. That you get from looking at the Bible dates that the Bible provides, not dear Dr. So-and-so, because the scholars can't add up the Bible dates right. They often get them right, but they more often get them wrong, and it's where they get them wrong that gets you all screwed up about what the dates in Bible are. But if you just use the Bible, then you can get it right. He was supposed to die at age 40, and that was already in the Talmud, Sanhedrin, Tractate 97 through 99. They all knew that. David ruled for 40 years, and then he retired. He didn't die. So Christ was supposed to rule for 40 years, but he was born a king, so he was supposed to die at age 40. But he's going to die early, which is why the 63 is important. Okay? That's extra 7 years that had been made up by the time down here in Revelation John is talking. He's writing in what should have been the last 7 years of history before the millennium would start. But it ain't going to start on time. That's the whole point of the book. Okay? So now, Christ's words were, believe it when I tell you, that takes you to the 63. Alright, saying, hi, I'm talking to you now 63 years before the millennium is supposed to start, had there been no church. But of course there's going to be a church. That's what he's warning them about here. How time is going to go. Alright? And then of course you got Luke. This is the second one. And now, what does Luke do? Luke takes the next phrase. See, you can tell he's mapping to the syllable counts because he's using 63 here. But now he's making sure that the way he words it maps to the next phrase. It's not exactly the same words. It's called indirect quotation in literature. This is the actual quotation Christ makes. There will not be one stone left upon another. Okay? But in order to get the 63 to match here in Matthew, Luke had to reword some stuff, like he uses theorete instead of blepete. See, here's blepete. That means to look at, to see, to observe. Theorete means to view as a spectator. That's where we get the word theater from in English. Okay? So he changes the wording, but it's got the same meaning, but he changes the wording so he can get these syllable counts to be what he wants. Alright? So that he has matched the next line. The next line in Matthew. The next line in Matthew after Amen Lego Humin is not one stone will be left on another. And so he slightly words it differently so that he can get the same syllable count, and yet it's the next line. So he's tracking Matthew's text that tells you Matthew was first. Okay? And he's doing it deliberately, because now he's making a point about 63 years from when he writes also. See, this is how you know this is from God. It's so precise, it's so fitted together, it talks backwards to time, and it talks forwards to time. And who but God could do that? This is how you know that the scripture is inspired. Without the meter, you really are just sort of hoping. Okay, God does witness it to you while you read it. But this is how you can oh, this has to be from God. There's no other way to do that. How can you tie so perfectly forward 63 years from 28 years after Christ died and match what he says next in the sentence, which also is going to tie to what's going to be the Kitos war, which is precisely because no stone was going to be left on another. See, only God knows the future. Okay, my question is, when Luke was writing this, and, well, of course, Matthew's using Christ's words and so is Luke, but he's rewording it a little, did they know exactly what history in the future was going to be? Because both of them are referencing this. This is referencing it at the beginning, the cause of it, and then the way it's going to end up is with Aeolia Capitolina topping the Holy of Holies. Okay, that's how it's going to end, because the Kitos War was one phase. That was the first start of it in 114 AD. But it technically ended for a little while in 117 AD, but then the Jews got all upset again, and it finally culminated in the Bar Kokhba rebellion in 132 AD. And Hadrian was still ruling at that time. He wasn't ruling at the start of the Kitos War, but at the end of the Kitos War he would be, appointed by Trajan. So Hadrian was still in power, and so he's bracketing to Hadrian's period of power and the cause of the Kitos War, and he's lumping it together with Bar Kokhba. Now, Paul does exactly the same thing in his meter in Ephesians 1, but I don't have time to show it to you now. You can go see it yourself in the Paul Meter GGS 11 channel. Because Paul maps it out in what we would call AD years. So 1 is 1 AD, so then all you have to do is go to 132 for Bar Kokhba, 114 for Kitos. Okay, it's real easy the way Paul did it. And why Paul did it that way, I explain in other places. It has to do with the difference in the calendar that was happening in the year Christ was born between a guy, ancient Roman named Livy, versus another ancient Roman named Varro. Varro had a 4-year error in his calendar, which is why we have our 4-year error. And it was Varro's calendar that got adopted. So they had to keep making adjustments, because even in their day, when they're accounting for Christ's birth, they were by law required to use, by the time Luke is writing, they were required by law to use Varro's calendar. So they had to basically adjust like we do, saying that Christ was born late 4 BC. Okay, so they start their own Anno Domini, and that's kind of what Luke is doing here. He's playing on so that you could calculate it using the right Livy calendar or the wrong Varro calendar and still get the right date. Paul is doing the same thing. Okay, the point is that he's tying exactly to the next line in Matthew, which shows from the meter and the text that he's matching it. Alright? Same thing with Mark. Only what do we have that's new about Mark? Mark is, okay, let's go back to Luke for a minute. And they were talking to him about the beauty of the stones of the temple. That's how it opens. Okay? And how the beautiful gifts with which it was adorned. They were, praising it. So what wasn't said in Matthew, and that's how Luke does all of his Gospels, he wraps whatever Matthew doesn't cover, Luke will cover. So see, all you got here in Matthew was that they were pointing out the temple, not what they said. So now Luke adds to it by talking about what they said. Alright? And then you have the same answer by Christ, but it's worded a little differently. Okay? Don't you see all, yeah, you're looking at all this stuff, but there's going to come a day when not one stone isn't going to be left on another. Okay? Now, why did Luke rephrase it? Why did Luke paraphrase Christ instead of say the exact words? Well, first of all, you're not 100% sure that's what happened. He might have said both things. So it might be a quote 2 times. Secondly, if he did paraphrase it, it's because that particular paraphrase would have more meaning to the people who got his gospel than the original phrase itself. You were expected to know, see, because you were expected to memorize it, because otherwise how would you know the syllable counts? And obviously he's playing to the syllable count, so he's expecting that you had memorized it, and then he changes the words. So he's not introducing a contradiction or a different gospel. It's called indirect quote. We do it all the time. You know, oh, President Trump said that women are pigs. Okay, well, Trump didn't actually say women are pigs. He didn't use it. He didn't say it that way. He said Rosie O'Donnell was a pig, if I recall correctly. But everybody knows what you're talking about, where in Trump's speech that was, so you could go look it up, which was the first debate. That's the kind of thing going on here. It's a paraphrase, or it's another direct quote, because he said it more than once. All right? But he's getting to the 63, and he's very definitely, marking it and mapping it to that line in Matthew. Hopefully you can see that. Okay, so what do we have? Our first phrase in Matthew, believe it when I tell you, and then in Luke, he's adding the fact that they were praising the stones, which Matthew didn't say, and then he says, there's not going to be left one of these stones on another, which is what the Matthew text says, but with more words in it, so he can get to his same 63. Okay, now we get to Mark, and Mark is writing when the troops are already around Jerusalem, just as Luke had predicted they would be, and now his 63 is saying, see all these buildings? Oh, but that's what Luke had said. You see all this? All this that you're seeing in these days. Okay, so Mark is picking up, this is how you know Mark is the third gospel, another way to know. He's drawing attention to what Luke added. Okay? I mean, you could say, well, okay, well, he's also playing on Matthew, because see all this? Don't you see all this, is what this text says. Don't you see all this? Okay? Mark leaves out the word don't. And there's a real good reason why he leaves it out. Because you are seeing all this. You are seeing all these big buildings. You're seeing the troops around the temple at the time he writes. So he's not going to need ooh. Okay? He's not going to need that. You are seeing it. See all these buildings? Alright, so see how he's using the same word, oikodomos, as up here in Matthew? Okay? And just like Matthew used blepete to mark the death of Vespasian and the start of our boy Titus, so also the use of blepo in Mark is timed. Okay? Titus would die in 81. Okay? But when in 81? What fiscal year is Mark using when he talks? He could be using a different fiscal year, so that will be considered officially 82 by that fiscal year, versus the fiscal year that marks Titus's death. Okay? So that's what we have to find out. Oh, I didn't. Okay, verse 2. I have to fix. I don't have the Mark references the way I need to. Yeah, I have to fix the linkage so that you can go back and forth more easily. Okay? So he's saying, wait a minute. Here we go. He's saying you see. See, this is blepete, this is a command. Blepete is a command to see. Blepes is like, see. It's not really a command. He's not using it as a command because he wants to get his syllable count to 63, and this is only 2 syllables versus 3 syllables up here. So you can see he's mapping to Matthew, right? Alright, and he's using the exact same word that is in Matthew. But at the same time, okay, all these great buildings, well, that was what they were talking about in Luke. Okay? You don't have the phrase, all these great buildings, in Matthew. What you have is them praising the great stones of the temple. and all the great gifts with which it is adorned. Okay? So this way he's tagging Luke and Matthew. Plus, he's tagging the death of, see, this is really important, he's tagging the death of Titus. This was tagging the death of Titus's father, Vespasian. So, he's using the same verb as used in Matthew, also to tag a death the way that verb is used. This is what's called an anaphora. If you saw my Quantum Bible episode 10, I started to take you through what anaphora do. They are benchmarking history. Okay? And they're very clever and they're very sarcastic. And here the word to see is used. Because when you're dead, you're not seeing anything. And everybody's seeing you be dead. So it's very sarcastic against the ruler who's being depicted as dead. Here, up here in Matthew, it was Vespasian. Here, in Mark, it's Titus. Okay? Now, mind you, Mark is writing in 69. Alright? Vespasian has just come to the throne. So did Mark know that this was going to be, did Mark know that this was going to be the death of Vespasian and then the death of Titus, his son? Because they were both known as historical persons in those days. Did he know that? I don't know. But God sure did. And you see how it's matched? Okay? And the same thing with this. This particular Amen Lego Humin. Alright? This is in only one manuscript of Mark 13. It's in the Codex Beza. It's in the Bodleian Library. And I maintain that it really belongs where it is in Scripture. And in BibleWorks, they have a photostat of it. And in the photostat, it sits on its own line, all by itself. I've shown you that in prior videos. Okay? So, did they know how to parse the text like I'm doing it? And that's like a piece of evidence that they knew to parse the text off, because this is the end of a clause. Alright? Did they know to do that? Maybe yes. That's what I'm waiting to find out. I'm going to need more evidence than that. It's just a hypothesis at this point. But you see, it's not hypothetical to say that he was matching the syllable counts. Alright? It's clearly not hypothetical to say that this text is intended to match this text, since it's talking about the same thing just after Amen Lego Humin. But notice, in Mark, that takes you to syllable 91. Okay? That 91 is 91 years after Herod started rebuilding the temple. In Mark. Because he's writing in 69 AD. That's how you know. You count back 91 from that. Alright? Well, wow. Here we got the 49. It's referencing the same event. Oh, okay. Alright. So then we got an obvious intent by each of the writers to tie back to Matthew, to tie back to the text, but they're referencing different points in time to show you that history repeats itself. Because remember, this is also going forward in time. This is 63 years from when Mark writes. This is also 91 years from when Mark writes. And what's true here in the past will be true again. Of course, the temple stays down. That's the first truth you get out of it. Alright, you see how this is working? Now, as I showed you before, in the difference here in Revelation is that the temple's already down. So how does he tie back, okay, to Matthew up here, to Luke, and to Mark? They're all using the same 63. So he subtracts 7 because 63 would take you to the millennium, forward in time. And 7 years short of that should have been when the tribulation started. So he's writing you at the end of the first year when the tribulation should have started. But it didn't. So now you know why he's writing the letter. You see? And in addition to that, 56 years after he writes, it's going to be Bar Kokhba, which is still about the same theme. Temple being down. Okay? 56 years later, they're going to fight over the fact that the temple is down. But now he's going to talk about what's up instead of the temple. At this point, that's when the whore gets put above Jerusalem. This is prophetic for the time when Aeolia Capitolina will be started as a result of knocking them out of the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Hadrian, who didn't yet exist at the time this is written, will end up becoming the Roman emperor, will end up razing the whole of Jerusalem and rebuilding Aeolia Capitolina. That's the new name he gives it. And then the pig temple goes on top of where the Holy of Holies is. So he is still tying to Matthew, because that's the purpose of the text prior, is to warn about that same event. And Paul had done it too in Ephesians 1. So now he's talking about not the teardown, but the whore that gets set up as a result. And that, of course, is the whole chapter's theme. See, these tags, these meters, always tie to the chapter theme. They always tell you what the theme is. Again, so you know how to read the prophecy. Now, I'm afraid that I might have gone too far in telling you numbers, so just try to think over what was said. Use 1 John 1:9, talk to God about it. Because the scholars do not know what this is, and I sort of have to lay it out from scratch. Peace out. So now you've had a little introduction to the use of the meter when it's the same, and why this is 7 years off and yet it's still tagging the 63s. Now there's one more thing I need to go through before I get into the next really important use of the meter, is that this text, all of it, and the great harlot was sitting on the waters. Okay? This whole section is talking about the apostatization of both Judaism and Christianity, because this is Bar Kokhba where it starts. Remember to add 88 to these numbers to get our AD. This is Bar Kokhba when it starts, so it's predicting that. It's specifically predicting it as a result of the Kitos War. See, this is the future end of the Kitos War in 117. This is when Trajan dies. The last word is Legon. And it's making fun of his death, because that was the big brouhaha. That was the gossip all over the Roman Empire. What did he say? Who's going to inherit? Who's next? And his wife said that he said it was Hadrian, and nobody believed her. Was she right or was she lying? Well, that was the big gossip. Hadrian then comes to power here, and Hadrian was in Syria at the time that Trajan died. Duro means come here, so it's making fun of Hadrian too. Hadrian might have been officially in Rome named emperor, but he wasn't in Rome when it happened. He was in Syria, so come here. You're the inheritor. Alright? And here's a link to Hadrian. Here's a link to Trajan. You can read all about it yourself. Here's the link to Bar Kokhba. But Hadrian was putting down the Kitos War. It hadn't quite ended yet when he's called. Okay? They were mopping it up. So in that same vein, and every single Bible book touches on this. I started to explain. Okay, see right here, that's Matthew. Okay? And then also in Luke. Okay, which is really right. That's 104. That's 115. Okay, so Luke's tie to the Kitos War is that text. Okay? Teacher, when will all these things be? Yeah. And he uses a slightly different fiscal. Instead of saying 85, 4, he says 85. So he might be using a different fiscal year than what Matthew is using. Because remember, Israel had 2 fiscal years. One that started at the autumnal equinox, and another that started at the vernal equinox. So if Luke is using autumnal, then it would be considered a new year. Alright? I haven't yet, really proved that. Teacher, when will all these things be? Yeah, that's what they were expecting. They thought the second coming was supposed to happen because the temple had gone down. They were expecting it by 94 AD. It didn't come. So now they were ticked off. And they started to think, well, we have to bring Christ back. Or we have to bring Messiah back. Because they didn't accept Jesus Christ when he came. They were thinking there was going to be a new Messiah. Which is why it culminates. This is 130 at this point. Here's 142. This is 144 down here. So all this text is relating to that time. So to get the history of what's being said in each of these chapters about the same time period, you have to line up the numbers. So 84 and 30 is 114. Okay, 85 and 30 is 115. So this text is covering the Kitos War at its very start. This text is covering why? Because they were looking for signs. Okay? This text, 63, 93, 91, that's 121. So that takes you a little bit past it. Maybe to the 121, that'd be 4 syllables past it. So, ka, da, lute, that's 4. Okay, so this text will cover the Kitos War. Okay? Not one stone left on another. See, by the time it ends, you realize there's still not one stone left on another. In fact, more importantly, this is when they start considering whether they're going to just raise the whole city. But they hadn't done it yet. They're just talking about it. And what was basically happening was that even after the Kitos War ended, the Jews were saying, oh, please, Hadrian, build the temple. Please build the temple. And they misinterpreted his answer to claim that he was going to do it. And that's why they start the Kitos War. You can read all this. Okay, all I have to do is look up Kitos War. Okay? Just look it up in Google. And because he didn't rebuild the temple the way they thought he was going to, they do it again. Okay, and this is 121 AD, so to the May. Not left upon another, yeah. And it's because it was a not, that was also Hadrian's answer, that they wait and they twist Hadrian's answer and they finally say, you know what? We want to fight against you anyhow. You're not right. We want our temple. Okay, so that becomes 1149 at the end. So you'd have to go from 121 and you'd have to say, okay, well, how much of this time applies to just Bar Kokhba? Okay, if that's 30 plus, that's 1149, which is about 14 years too many. So where does it stop? Okay, let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So right in the middle of the Mountain of Olives. Ha ha. Because that's where Christ is supposed to come back. That's where the Bar Kokhba rebellion ends. And that's where it also started. There was a guy who decided he was the Messiah. And that he had come back. Mount of Olives. That's where it began. That's where it ended. See, God's being real precise. Okay, so when it comes to Revelation, this whole period, what does it say? The great whore sat upon many waters. That was when Bar Kokhba was going to start. This is why it started. Religion, sitting on many waters. Religion taking over. Waters stands for peoples. Everywhere pretty much in the Bible you look. You know, like you got in Revelation 4, you got sea of glass. That's all of us, church. Okay, then the devil stood on the sea in Revelation 13. That means peoples. Okay. And so here, when it says many waters, it means many different kinds of peoples. Because it's boundaries for countries. Okay. So religion is the real focus here. And the real focus of this text, although it is tying back to the temple, obviously, its more important focus is how religion apostatized and became whore-like in this period. And I got the alarms again, so I'll just shut this off for a moment and wait for the police to go by. Now what that ends up meaning is that the main focus of what you see highlighted in black is the apostatization of Christians. Jews were initially the recipient of the word. They were the initial Christians. There were a lot of Gentiles that were in Israel at that time too, and they converted as well. Okay? But it was first given to the Jews, and then they were supposed to go out and tell everybody the good news. But they didn't go anywhere. Instead, they split into a bunch of factions. You can even see that in Paul's letters, especially in 1 Corinthians 1, where he's talking about, you know, what did Cephas save you? Did I save you? No, we're all one in Christ, but they split into factions. Okay? About who was their teacher. They weren't thinking properly. It also, at that point, was not supposed to be, this is really important, it was not supposed to be some hierarchy of church. What all the apostles were supposed to do is go out and establish individual churches, and those individual churches would go from there. But they weren't supposed to join and fight each other. They weren't supposed to fight each other. They were just supposed to learn and live on the Word. Okay? That's how it was supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be at any time. That's how it was supposed to be in Israel. The Sanhedrin was a governing body for secular purposes. Okay? It was not, how do you want to call it? It was not designed to be a religious body. It was civil. Okay? Now, it's true that there were some people in it who were also rabbis. But the separation of church and state, started by Moses. Because Aaron, his brother, was the priest, not Moses. And that was your big clue. Okay? So, the same thing is going on here, is that there's fighting amongst all these different groups, what we would call Messianic Jews today, and Gentiles, about their teachers. And they were getting really wacko about their doctrines during this time. So what I have to do, I have to do more research on it. This is actually talking about those teachers and the splits, which is part of what we would call Christian history, which I absolutely hate. You know, the church, so-called church fathers. I have to go back through the actual dates of those early so-called church fathers and the other factions that developed during this time to find out why this benchmark, I mean, it's future Bar Kokhba, so that's enough to show that it's intended, but there's more intended than what I'm saying. In all of these verses, there's more intended that's more biting. So the word for many waters is going to have a particular bite for the main thing that's being highlighted here by John, only I don't know what it is, except the generic. I'm telling you the generic meaning, and I know that that's true, but there's more to it than what I'm saying, okay? So John is essentially making a comment on how these rebellions from Kitos and Kokhba resulted in fractionalism. Okay, that's how he's carrying the narrative forward. about fractionalism amongst believers. It's real important that he do that, because you cannot understand how come a Constantine resulted until you understand that the believers were fighting each other starting this time. And they were going way off what the Bible said. They each had their own little sect, and they each had their own little interpretation. And it's fine to do that if your interpretation is right, because we all have the same Bible. But they were all arguing with each other and trying to take political power, trying to take each other's churches. And you see some of that, that was already evidenced in the first 3 chapters of Revelation. And he's sort of reminding you of that here. Okay? But I haven't metered the first 3 chapters, so I don't know how far in time he's going with that. I've only metered the first chapter. And that's 364 years, which is to play on Ephesians 1. Okay? Because Paul constructs 491s, which is like a year of church, as a repeating Groundhog Day. Okay? And so John is playing to that. I know he's playing to that. But exactly how he's playing to it, I haven't worked out all the details. Okay? But what you see here is that each time you have a number, it stands for a specific period of time. And the text is telling you about that period of time. In each chapter, or each of these chapters. Maybe there are other ones, but I don't know about them yet. And so they interlock based on the meter counts, okay? But the best way to do it is to say, okay, this is 63, he's talking in 30 AD, so this is supposed to stand for 94 AD. So this text has particular relevance for the period ending in 94 AD, the 6 years ending then. The same thing here in Luke. It's also timed, even though Luke is writing in 58 AD, the first meaning is to tie it to 94. Okay? But then it also has a second tie from 58 plus 63 that ties again, same text, but to a different period in history. Okay? Same thing with Mark. Mark also used 63. He's also setting the discourse at the time Christ is talking, because these are Christ's words. Okay, so it's also 94 AD. This text also applies to the period for 94 AD. But Mark is writing in 69 AD. And so this text, the same meaning that you've seen already now twice by the time Mark writes, also applies to 63 years after Mark writes. Well, what's that? Okay, Mark writes in 69, specifically on Passover. And so 63 years after that is, Bar Kokhba. You see? Oh, okay. So it's not surprising then that when you start doing the same thing, you're adding 44 to 88 when John writes, it's also Bar Kokhba. See, you're also getting the same time period as referenced in Mark, as referenced in Luke, as referenced in Matthew. And basically it's saying, hi, this is a historical trend that'll keep on going, because Christ is talking in 30 AD. This is about 94 AD. So is this. But it's also about 28 years later. And so is this. But it's also about 69 years. Well, 69 AD plus 63. You see how this is working? So it's historical trends. They're bracketing history. And they're all related to the text. Because it's all about the temple. All these things that I'm telling you about are related to the temple. That's why those things occurred. So when you're going to look for a specific, like what is it, 51 plus 69? Okay, what's that? Well, let's look. 51 plus 69 is 120. Well, what is it about 120 AD that Jesus answering them? Well, Jesus gives an answer in 120 AD, or during the period, the 8 years ending in 120 AD? What does that mean? I don't know. I'd have to go look it up. Okay? I do know that Apokrites, which is not in Mark's text, but it is in the other two, is an anaphora keyword of judgment. Now, if that's what Mark means also, except that this word doesn't belong in the text. It was in later text, but it wasn't in the original. Then some kind of saying, some kind of pronouncement, that's the word to say, past tense, is for the 8 years ending in 120. Well, that's just after the Kitos War. So what does that mean? I don't know. What's so specific about it ending, benchmarking at 120? Because that's what they're doing. He's benchmarking it by clause. So why is he benchmarking 120? I don't know. I mean, I have to go look up the history better. But once you find that history, it will have a biting meaning, just like up here. Was it Luke? Or was it Mark? Maybe it was. Where's Lego? Oh, here. Revelation. Okay? It's the same argument. You know, the Lord's talking. Okay? Saying. Well, the word saying is a generic word. How can that have any specific relevance? Well, when you find the right event, it'll be biting. And it is biting here. Because it's about what Trajan was saying when he died. And it's mapped to the very syllable in which he dies. 117. Okay? And then what was next said to Hadrian, come here. So when you find the exact event, it'll be biting like this. I just haven't found the exact events for all these benchmarks. I only know some of it. You know, because this is like my first pass in trying to understand what this text is doing. But you'll notice that it's really precise. And you'll notice it's designed to fit together. You'll notice it's designed to bracket history. Okay? Now in the next increment, we're going to go to a different period of history using these same 4 books and show you how biting it is for something I do know a lot about, and that's Constantine. Here we are again. Only now we're going to go to the time of Constantine, because I want you to see how biting this wit is, this 4-way wit. It's also biting in Ephesians 1, but I've already done the videos on Constantine there. So a link will be in the video description to the Vimeo videos on Constantine, so that you can compare those at your leisure with these 4 passages. And you'll see just how much they triangulate to say a very biting and nasty commentary on how bad Constantine is. Because Constantine is the first poster boy, down here, Revelation. He is the first poster boy of the Antichrist. Now, for centuries, especially from the Calvinist and Reform groups, the Catholics have always been depicted as the religion of the Antichrist, okay, in Revelation. Because, yes, it is Rome. But what they forget is that there are 2 Romes. Alright? And it's something of a slap in the face to the Calvinists and the teachers who kept on insisting that it was Italy Rome, that they didn't notice that there was this other Rome that was really much worse and actually fits the description in Revelation 17, which the first Rome doesn't exactly fit. So this is going to be a little upsetting to those of you who are Calvinists or are Reformed or want to have it in for the Roman Catholic Church. Now, I'm not a fan, as you should know from my other videos. I am no fan of the Roman Catholic Church. But I'm also no fan of saying something that you can prove untrue. Okay? So we're going to go through this, because it's going to be really important. Remember, there are going to be people alive during the tribulation. They're going to need to know this stuff. Part of our role down here, besides growing spiritually for ourselves, is to leave a paper trail. And most of the paper trail left about the Revelation 17 beast is false. And as time gets closer and closer to the time when this is actually going to happen, it's going to be important to correct the paper trail. And in part, that's what I'm here for. I didn't know that when I first got into this. I hate prophecy, and I especially hated Revelation. My pastor made us sit through it for 7 hours a week, 7 new classes, 7 new hours every single week for 4 freaking years. I hated it. 1981 to 1985. And so here I am because I hated it, but because the teaching was so thorough, I actually can understand what this is. Okay, I can read the Bible in the Greek as a result of all that teaching. Because it took me about 18 months before my pastor would keep on writing these words on the board. And I'd get sick of just watching him write it. I finally learned how to write it myself. Okay? So, this is going to be important for correcting the timeline and correcting our understanding. And again, you be skeptical of what I say because I'm saying it. What you do is you go to God and you say, okay, God, how do I prove if this is true or false, and should I even spend any time on it, okay? So that's where we start. So we're going to go to Constantine, and to help you understand to do that, especially in Matthew and to some extent in Luke and in Mark and especially in Revelation, I've made up a lot of little marks. So if you wanted to go to Matthew 25 verse 37, there you go. You want to go to Matthew 24:33, there you go. Matthew 25:12, which is our time. Okay? And each of these keywords, which are called anaphora in the Greek, each of these keywords brackets off a type of history. Like apokrites is about judgment. Amenlegohumin is about something really dramatic every single time it occurs. Because we've got a lot of past now, so we know how to interpret the present. Samayan, of course, means sign, and that has its own little drama. Every time the word Christos appears, or Jesus, or Parousia, or Kurias, or Numphias, those are all synonyms for Christ. Each has a slightly different emphasis. Numphias means bridegroom, so it emphasizes intimacy. That applies mostly to our time, from the War of the Austrian Succession, which was about who would husband the Holy Roman Empire. That's the first time the word is used for that year, that happened. Okay? Or Kurias, Lord, that applies to our time. Who will be your Lord? Will your Lord be politics and a fake Messiah? Or will your Lord be the real one? And that's exactly how these words are used every single time. Okay? As I've shown you in prior videos, so you should be kind of familiar with this by now. Parousia means appearing, to show up. Well, God shows up to you through His Word. And Jesus, of course, is His first name. That's stressing His manhood. Christos stresses His anointed status as being Messiah. Okay, Basileus stresses His, second coming. And that's the only place Basileus is used, because Basileus means king. It's only used at the very end. Okay? So there's a progression of meaning and a progression of history being bracketed by these anaphora. And the time distance, in other words, the syllable counts, between the first and the second apokrites here in verse 2, verse 4, then the next time here in Matthew 25, 9, 12, the distance of the syllable counts is divisible by 7 each time. Same thing for Amen uses a trinity meter, so it's divisible by 3 each time, and once it's divisible by 7 right here in the middle. Okay? Blepo and horao, meaning to see. Each occurrence is also between the first occurrence of a blepo and the next occurrence of blepo or horao, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. These are all divisible by 7. The syllable counts are divisible by 7. The same thing is true for Christos, Jesus, Parousia, Kurias. Every single occurrence of Kurias versus itself is divisible by 7. Then when it switches from Kurias to Numphias, the difference between the prior Kurias and Numphias, as I've shown you in previous videos, is also the syllable counts are divisible by 7. Are you getting the picture that we've really got the original words? These are deliberate structures, and they're always divisible by 7? In 2 whole chapters, it works like this. From Nymphias to Basileus, from Nymphias back to Curias, from Curias to Nymphias. Every single time the distance, counting the syllables, is divisible by 7. So, like here is one of the phrases. Wait a minute, I don't think that's what I meant. Alright, let's see. I might have done that one wrong. Let's go to 42. Okay, see here's Hokurias. You see how it's highlighted? Alright, so then when you click on it, it takes you to the notes, because it's an anaphora, and it's telling you what the syllable count is. It's telling you that the distance is divisible by 7 back to Parousia, which was the last occurrence. This is the first occurrence of Curias. So it doesn't measure back to another occurrence because it's the first one, but it's divisible by 7 back to Parousia, which is a synonym. Okay, and then this is the time period it spans. And why did God create it that way? And you have to say God did it. Because where do you get this kind of specificity? The scribes who were making the copies of this, they didn't know this precision existed. They were just trying to copy what they had. Okay? And so when you go back here, and you're like, oh, this is referencing Wycliffe and Huss. So it's like the Lord is appearing to you through his teachers, through the guys who were the major, this was the real start of what we call the Reformation, back in 1400s. Okay? And then the distance to the next one, which is right here. Okay? Here's the next one in verse 45. And it was 7ing from the prior one there. Okay? Which we just saw. And this is when it covers. And that covers Zwingli, Erasmus, and Luther. So you see the use of Curios as specific persons at specific years. It's divisible by 7 from the last usage into the next one, because you see it's also used in verse 46 and 48. You see, like here, this is the 7ing. Okay, well, see, this 1485 was the last syllable that it 7s to. Well, here's where it started at the other Curios. This time it stands for John Knox, Calvin, and the English Reformation. Holy Toledo. Okay? It's specific. You getting that? I hope you're getting that. This is real specific about history. And this is how many times. There's like 50 entries here. There's no way a human being could have figured that out. And all the scribes didn't know this. The Catholic Church does not know what I'm telling you. This is how you prove divine writ. This is how God preserved his word. And nobody knows this. They used to know, obviously, because this design is in Scripture itself, so people knew how to read it. Okay? So, and people were wondering it. I did videos on that after the 40-second video to show you that everybody kind of suspected something was going on. That there was some kind of meter in the Bible, but they couldn't find it. Because they didn't count it right. Just like they don't do Bible dates right. So, now that you know where to find these verses, so now let's come down to Constantine. Because that's what I want to focus on. Now remember, 250 plus 30 would be 280. Alright, that's just when our boy Diocletian is just getting started. Okay, this is 291, so you add 30. Okay, he was formally emperor in 285, so we'll start about here. Okay, so in Matthew, that's going to be 261 equals 291. Okay, and now we got to do the same thing with Luke. We got to go to a parallel period. And the closest number to that is going to be 272. That's be 302. And you'll notice there's a big clause here. I probably could have split it up, but I couldn't figure out how to split it up into two clauses. I suppose I could make it a second clause here, because that's epi. Alright? But that would be 283, so that's pretty close to 250. This is when Diocletian starts, 283. It's the same thing in Ephesians 1. Ephesians 1 in particular uses AD years, so he's really easy to follow, Paul. But here we have to add 30. 283 is when Diocletian himself dated the start of his own reign. That is not his official start in the history books, that's when he dated it. Because we happen to have preserved Diocletian's own words about when he counted himself to start. And there's an old book on it. It was written in the 1800s called The Persecution of Diocletian. You should be able to Google on that and find it. I want to say the book was written in like 1876. Okay, it's in the Ephesians 1 write-up, in the documents that I did for Ephesians 1 videos. It'll be there right in the section that belongs to Diocletian. You can just click on the link. But I don't remember the name now. So here we got 250 in Matthew, which stands for 280. Closest is 283, so you'll notice that Luke is matching the same meter in Paul as 283. So Luke is matching to Paul. Okay, specifically in Ephesians 1:10e. That's where you'll find it, at 283. Okay, so Luke is matching Paul exactly, and he's coming close, and it's like, well, why is there a 3-year difference with Matthew? Well, we're going to find that out, but I'm just showing you the methodology again. Now we come down to Mark, and since they're all using a 30 AD bench line, we're looking for a number that's 30 less, and Mark's bracketing it not at 250 or 253, but at 246 and 268. So we'll start there in Mark. We'll just leave it like here. And then Revelation is kind of different because it's a very different date start, 88 AD. So we have to like sort of play with it. So if we're looking at 283, which is really the start of Diocletian, not Constantine, then we're going to subtract 88, and the number we want in Revelation is 195. Okay, and we don't quite get there. We got 184 and 199. So here is the period for Diocletian. I guess maybe I should start with Diocletian. It's good to lead into Constantine as any. Because everything Constantine does is really based on Diocletian. He apes everything Diocletian did, just like Trump apes everything Putin says, so Constantine aped everything Diocletian did. Okay, it's really important to know that because the whole Catholic Church is based on the model that Diocletian set as a pagan. Not based on, Constantine didn't change that model, and the Church just adopted the whole thing lock, stock, and barrel. Okay, and that's what was being condemned here. And how do you know it's a condemnation? We're going to have to go through the actual text and see it. But what you want to do is you want to start again, Matthew 1st, Luke 2nd, Mark 3rd, Revelation 4th. Okay, that's the order in which you want to read this to get your precise fix on what it's saying about that period of history. So where we're going to start when we come back is, notice this, how cute this is. Okay. And nation will rise up against nation. Yeah, that's what this is about. It's called the crisis of the 3rd century. That's exactly what happened then. Go Google that. Google on Crisis of the 3rd Century. It's a famous title in Roman history. It's about this period of time. It's basically a civil war of nations against nations. And you'll notice that it's reserved. This is 280 AD. This is just before Diocletian comes to power. And they will rise up nation against nation. That's Matthew 24:7. And you should be able to see that in your translation, pretty much translated the way I just said it. Okay? And that's where we're going to pick up at the next increment, because I'm losing my voice. Back again. And now we're talking about how to read this for the period that leads into Constantine. And I know a lot about that history, so I can speak more authoritatively about what each of these words means. The more you know about a section of history that's tagged in the meter, the more you understand what the meter is saying. Because if you were alive during that time, you would know a lot. Our problem is that we know so little about history today that these tags don't make a lot of sense to us when we have to, go look up the history. But I spent a lot of time on Constantine's history because I first found how this meter worked in the New Testament in Ephesians 1 about 8 years ago. So that's why I can talk about this now. And this way you'll see the methodology. Again, I'm not trying to convince you that what I'm saying is true. I'm trying to show you the methodology so you can prove to yourself what is true. Because the methodology will be the same whether I'm getting the right answers or not. Okay, and then along the way maybe you'll find new methods to use. Okay, so we're going to start there. And here's Matthew up here in the top window again. And the ending marker is 250. What you're doing is you're first taking the text and you're breaking it by clause. I've covered this before, but this is a little refresher. You take the Bible text by clause and you break it down by clause, because for a lot of reasons that have to do with the way Greek is structured, that's how they did their writing. Okay, so a clause will cover a period of history that is itself, in itself, alone, a process of that time period. It's a time period because it's metered. Now the same is true in the Old Testament, but the style is a little bit different. Okay, in the New Testament they go by clause. They might use clausal breakdowns in the Old Testament too. Anoni Nominon in Frank Forum is working on that, but right now I don't see any particular relevance per clause in the Hebrew. But in the Greek it sticks out. Okay, so here we got, and will rise up in order to do battle. Okay, and will rise up, therefore, gar means therefore, it's post-positive. Nation, upon literally, but it means against, nation. That's the text. And will rise up, therefore, nation against nation. Eper, it's early in the morning and I'm not good at pronouncing Greek. Egertesetai. It's I, not A. Okay, modern Greek pronunciation is A. That's a syllable. Ger, that's the second syllable. De, that's the third syllable. It's like saying T, but you're just very light against the back of your teeth when you say the T sound. Okay, ger, te, se, tai. Egertesetai. Okay, gar, et, nos, pi, et, nos. Okay, egertesetai gar, etnos epi etnos. Okay, that's the best I can do at this hour of the morning. It's like what, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. 250 is the ending. That means 280 AD. In 280 AD, what was happening? It was musical chairs. The historians today call that period of time the crisis of the 3rd century. You can Google on the term. It is a historical name for the time period. Okay? What it meant was Rome was basically breaking apart. And it wasn't just breaking apart in the West. It was breaking apart in the East. Most of the money that Rome lived on came from the East. Rome made most of its money by taxation and trade. Okay? And by selling this idea of Rome as a glorious entity that everybody bought into, so that it was like, cool to be in Rome. It was cool to be a Roman. When they take you over, they would sell you on their culture. And they wouldn't take away your own culture. So you were part of a bigger culture. All right? America pretty much runs on the same idea. That, you come to this country, you have your own culture. Nobody's trying to take it away. But there's a bigger culture you can also be part of. So that's why we use the phrase like African American or Italian American or German American. You might have come from Germany or Africa or wherever, but you're an American now too. Okay? That was the basic idea in Rome. You came from Judea, or you came from Cyrenaica, or you came from, Galatia. But you were also, maybe if you got your citizenship after 20 years of military service, you were a Roman. And that mattered. It was a big deal in those days. Okay, well, this Rome was breaking up. You had musical chair emperors. You had one guy in Britain, another guy in Spain, another guy in what we call France, which they called Gaul, another guy in Germany, which they had by different names, another guy in Judea, another guy in Egypt, another guy, farther east. And they all claimed they were emperors, and they each had an army. The army declared them emperor over all Rome. And so what would happen is all these so-called emperors would fight with each other for the last man standing. It was kind of like a reality TV show of Survivor. Who's going to be the last one standing? Well, the last guy standing was going to come 3 years after this, and his name was going to be Diocletian. Okay, but right here, it hadn't happened yet. Right here, you got a guy named Carus, and he had a son named Numerian, and the other one was named Carinus. They were kids. And it was Carus who was almost the last man standing at that point. But it was musical chair emperors all over what we would call Europe and the Middle East, including the northern part of Africa. So it was one great big set of wars. Everybody was running around. Everybody was, hassling everybody else. It was like, it depended on what side you were. If the Roman emperor, the supposed Roman emperor near you was one guy and you had been supporting the other guy, you could lose your life, your property, your everything. It was a very dangerous time to be alive. Everything was disrupted. I mean, just think about what would happen if there was civil war in the United States. And I don't mean civil war like the kind we had where they all united North and South. I mean civil war where every state decided it was going to exit. Okay? That's the kind of warring that's going on here when it says nation against nation. And the meaning of nation in Greek is a people. In other words, you all come from the same set of parents or the same family. And you're all cousins of cousins of cousins of cousins of cousins. So you can think of it like tribe. Tribe against tribe. That's the meaning of nation in the Bible. Because that's how nations originally developed. They were familial. Alright? So, you can be a tribe, though, without blood relation. You can be a tribe by saying, well, I belong to Carus. And another guy says, well, I belong to whoever else the other musical emperors were at that time. There were a bunch of them. Okay? And if you go to places like down here, it's not showing the marker anymore. But I have links to these individuals. Okay? And one of the links is to romanemperors.org, DIR. You can just type in DIR Roman Emperor and you'll find it. They have the whole list of the emperors, but they don't necessarily have articles per emperor. So where they don't, you can go to Wikipedia or, just search on the name in Google. There are a lot of articles on these people. There's a lot of good scholarship on this time period. And I have like 1,000 books on it, so you can go to Amazon and buy them too. Okay? So, and will arise at gertesite. Egertesitai, rather. I've been too influenced by modern Greek. Egertesitai. Gar, ethnos, epi, ethnos. Okay? That was the time. So see how this meter really is helpful? It's not only talking about the end times, at the, the tribulation. It's talking about a trend of history also, in any time. But this is very specific, so you know what this text means. And will rise against each other, nation against nation. See, it's very specific. So when you see and will rise nation against nation, it's talking about a specific period of time, so you know what the text means. It's not talking about just any nation against any nation. Like, on any given day, the Soviet Union was against China, was against the West, was against the U.S. Okay? And to some extent, all those tensions remain. Well, that's nation against nation too, but it's a specific kind. It's a warring kind. It's armies backing different claimants to the Roman throne. Okay, so it's a lot more severe and specific. So when you're looking at the end times for the tribulation, it will be specific like that. You see? So you know how to interpret these words, will rise nation against nation. In English, that sounds generic and syrupy. And it's like, what do you mean, rise nation against nation? The U.S. is against Russia, the Russia is against the U.S., blah, blah, blah. But we're not fighting. Cyber war, I guess you could say. But there's no army. Okay, well, here it is army. So it's not talking about just any kind of opposition of one kind of nation to another kind of nation. It's talking about chaos. All right? So see how this meter helps you interpret the text? That's the most important thing I want you to get out of this thing. How the meter helps you interpret the text. That's its purpose. Yes, it's talking about a real historical period, but now it becomes like, oh, it's just like what happened back in the 3rd century. Yes, that's what's going to happen again. Same model. Maybe in the future it'll be planes and tanks rather than a bunch of horsemen and foot soldiers and, people living off the land. But it will still be, fragmented like that. This was a totally fragmented Europe, a totally fragmented Middle East, a totally fragmented Northern Africa. And then, of course, Israel's being caught in the middle of it. That's how it's going to be again. Updates with the names and the places and the people and the weapons, but still fragmented. You see the point? Okay, so that's covering 12 years ending 280. All right? So that's one layer of meaning to this time period, this 12-year period ending in 280. How are we going to find it in the next book? This is Luke. Luke wraps around Matthew always. Okay, and notice now he is going straight to Diocletian. This is exactly what Paul does in his meter. In Ephesians 1:10, Paul meters it to 283. So, 283. Now here's what's really important about that and what's so wry about it and how you know it has to be God. Diocletian dated his own rule to 283. That's not his official rule. Okay, this is really important. Diocletian dated his own rule to 283, specifically November. Why? Because he got a sign from a gypsy that if he killed a boar, the name is Aphor, which would be the name of the guy that was guarding Carus' sons, then he would become rich and famous. Well, that's what he did in 283. He killed a guy whose surname was Aphor. Okay, it's a long story, but it basically was that Carus had 2 kids. Diocletian was in the army, part of the army guarding, with those 2 kids. One of the kids, I think it was Numerian, died. And Aphor was supposed to be guiding Numerian. Aphor was like his adjutant. And Numerian had died, but Aphor didn't tell anybody he died, and they kept on carrying the litter in which Numerian was sitting, now dead, for a couple of days. And then they found out that Numerian was dead. So Diocletian, keying off this old prophecy he got from a gypsy when he was like 17, he says, oh, your name is Aphor. If I kill you, then I will be rich and famous like the gypsy said. So he killed him with his hands. That's going to become important because the hands are addressed in Revelation. Diocletian's hands killed ANAPHORA in front of the troops. Okay? So he's thinking, okay, well, I kill this guy, then I'm going to become rich and famous. Because that's what the gypsy told me to do. So that's what he did, and he becomes emperor as a result of it. That's why he dates his own rule to 283, but official Roman rule for him didn't begin till 2 years later. Now you see, God picks out these little things. And then he preserves the history so that we can know about these little things, because I read about this in a book called The Persecution of Diocletian. It was written in 1876. And where that guy got his sources, I don't know. But I linked to it in my Ephesians 1 piece, because this is what put the whole meter together for me, this guy, Diocletian. 283 is when he personally dated his own rule. It's kind of like Augustus. He dated his own rule to the Battle of Actium. But Rome didn't make him first citizen, because they didn't use the word Caesar in those days. Rome didn't make him first citizen until a couple of years later. All right? In other words, this is the personal identity by the emperor of his own rule. Same for Augustus. Okay? So 283, which both Ephesians 1:10 and Luke 21, here it's verse 11, last clause. See? Luke 21:11. Both of them tag Diocletian's own personal dating of his rule 3 years after this. Okay, so now, armed with that little tidbit of information, which is going to be played on in the latter two books also, what extra text about this same period do we have? Okay, well, the the extra three syllables are este, estai, merala. Okay, so you just have to leave it as la, estai is cut out, because that's the rise of Diocletian. And at the I, which is really hysterical, at the I, that's where he kills ANAPHORA and becomes emperor. I is like, the sound of I is a definite article in the Greek. Okay, so it's kind of like saying, hi, you think you're emperor of the world, but you're really only a definite article. Okay, so up until me, so from here to here, we're covering the same period of history as here in Matthew 24. Okay, so it's here and here. Okay, so what does this text say in Greek? Esontai probetra te kai ap uranu semaya me. My badly pronounced Greek. Esontai probetra te kai ap uranu semaya me. Okay, so what is it? There will be, what do you want to call it? Wonders. That's how it's usually translated. And in the heavens, signs. And you usually in your English translation, there'll be signs and wonders in the heavens. Okay, now do you see how funny that is? Sign. That's the word sign. Okay, our boy is executing ANAPHORA, which means boar, because he got a sign from a gypsy when he was a teenager. Yeah, here's a sign. To him, it's a sign. Okay? Great signs and wonders in the heaven. Now, our normal translation, or our normal meaning of this, the normal word meaning of these things, is that there's going to be all kinds of stuff that show weird stuff in the sky. Okay? Like we're having right now. I mean, a lot of people we humans are so bad, we don't, until bad stuff happens, we don't even think about God. Like right now. We had all these hurricanes, all these fires. We've got earthquakes going on. We have volcanoes acting up. We even have plagues going on in Madagascar. all happening within the same few months. So a lot of people are starting to ask, oh, is this God's judgment? See the point? And yeah, it is. And everybody and his brother is now kind of trying to figure out how to explain all this. And, they're trying to pass it off as climate change, which is a big lie. There's no amount of things that you can do that can make an earthquake happen. There's no amount of things you can do that can make a volcano spew out. And whatever a volcano spews out, it's like 100 years worth of any pollution that mankind can do. All right? There's no science on climate change. It's just all fake. All right? And if you ever even spent like a year in real science, you would know that. Okay, well, but people say, oh, sign. Maybe this is a sign from God. Everybody's thinking that the end of the world is coming. Whenever you have this stuff, well, that tells you the attitude of what's happening. And I'm sure there were, I didn't go look it up, but I'm sure there were earthquakes and all kinds of weird comets or whatever coming from the heavens. That doesn't mean that God did it that way. Okay? Nothing happens without his permission, but on the other hand, he gives everything an independent life. So the sun has an independent life. The comets have an independent life. All right? The water has an independent life. So sometimes it acts up. But God could stop it at any time. All right? So did God literally order these signs and wonders to be in the heaven? Or is it just their function as part of their independent life? I have an independent life. You have an independent life. God gave it to you. God gives it to the animals. He gives it to the insects. He gives it to the air. He creates it and it gives it an independent life of its own. And it's going to have a certain behavior as it's independent. So was the behavior independently operating such that it looked like signs and wonders to the people seeing it? Or did God actually order it to do what it did? I don't know. I'd have to go look up what happened during that time. But that's one of the key elements for this time that's being added to nation against nation. Now the other thing that's important to say, and this is very true of Greek drama, so you have to bear it in mind. When it's talking about signs and wonders, that's not necessarily weather. That's not necessarily physical air. Signs and wonders could be the way that these troops are fighting against each other. See, it's Greek drama to say that the heavens get all upset when something that is going on with man is warlike. When man is going to war with man. It's a common Greek technique to say that the heavens are upset. Because the basic Greek myth about God versus man is that everything that happens on earth is playing a drama in heaven. So that the signs and wonders aren't necessarily signs and wonders in the sky. Okay? But they depict them that way because that's just a Greek drama metaphor for saying the gods. Okay? So it could be that man's activity, alright, is like a sign and wonder. Because some guy wins and he shouldn't have. Because some guy loses and he shouldn't have. Because some weird miracle-like thing or disaster-like thing happens that you can't explain. Unexplainable things that have to do with the warring. Okay? And yeah, that stuff did happen by both definitions, any way you want to look, physical and non-physical, during this time. Just go look up the period and you'll see it yourself. Okay? So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on that, but it is an advance on nation rises against nation, which causes upheaval in the heavens. That's the basic metaphor in Greek drama. Man rising against man causes upheaval in the heavens, or upheaval in the heavens causes man to rise against man. That's the idea being broached here. That's the additional text meaning. Okay? In Ephesians 1:10 for this period, it's got the longest name that there is, anakepaleostate, to bring under one head, everything under the heavens, everything under the earth. So you see, Luke is playing on Ephesians. when he writes this about signs in the heavens, because that's what the Ephesians 1 text is about. Okay, bringing under one head everything in the heavens and everything on earth. That's what the Ephesians 1:10 ending is about. Okay, so Luke is playing to Ephesians when he writes this. Or Ephesians is playing to Luke. I still can't quite decide. But you'll see that that text is related. Alright? And now that you know what the Greek idea is, it's due to the warring. Okay? Or the warring is due to the warring in heaven. Okay? As a metaphor of explanation. The point is that it's really bad. You got that. And of course the word sign is really hysterical, because that's why Diocletian killed the guardian of Numerian. Because his last name was Aper, and if he killed a boar, he would become rich and famous. Yes, he becomes emperor as a result. So you see how witty this is? See how specific it is? So when you're looking at the future, and it's like, well, there's supposed to be signs and wonders in the heaven in our future, time of tribulation and up until the time of tribulation. Yeah, it's a trend of history. But what kind of trend of history? What kind? How severe? Well, it'll be like the period of the crisis of the 3rd century, repeating itself. Every time the text, this is not the only time the text was worded like this about signs and wonders. It's going to be repeated. Okay, so then the text that applied to the crisis of the 3rd century giving rise to Diocletian will happen again. And the text will say when it happens again. Generically, you understand that it's going to happen periodically, so you don't get all nervous and say it's the end. That's the point. Because that's what people are doing now. They see all these earthquakes, they see these fires, they see the hurricanes that are really bizarre. They're happening all over the world now. They're not just happening to the southeastern United States. And they're saying, oh, this must be the time of the end. And this text is basically telling you, no, it's part of the last times. It's part of the last days. But it's not a sign of the end. There are big signs that we're in the last days, but the last days have been going on for 2,000 years now. Hello? It's not yet the end. Okay, and we're going to come to that because that's where we are in Mark. See, it's not yet the end. Upo, not yet. Upo, totelos. Not yet the end. And that's what we'll pick up in the next increment. So now we come to the third elaboration on the same time period, which is the 12 years ending in 2080 here in Matthew, signified by egertaisetai, gar, ethnos, epi ethnos, and will rise nation against nation, meaning rise to war. And it's real important that it's telling you when, so that you know what these words mean, because by themselves, these words are kind of ambiguous. What do you mean nation rises against nation? In what way? How? Nations are always rising against nations. So this gives you a specific context. And if you were living at the time, you'd really need to know that so you could get out of Dodge. But even later or earlier, it gives you a specific context. Well, later, because it's not history until it's happened. Now we can look back on it and say, oh, this is what Christ meant when he said nation rises against nation. Not that it only applies to that time period, but that's what he means by the words he says as a trend. In other words, the world was fragmented. The Western world, where the Bible was, it's all about the Bible. The kidnapping and freeing up of the Bible. The whole idea of these wars was to kidnap the Bible, as we're going to see, because it gets really, the kidnapping starts here. Okay? So you're getting a specific context of history for these words, so that you know what the words mean. Because otherwise you're saying, well, nations rise against nation, that happens all the time. Yeah. But he's not talking about just all the time. He's talking about a specific type. And with the meter, you know what type. especially for us afterwards, because he knew that the rapture wasn't going to occur right away. That's why he's got this timeline. Okay? So now we can look back to the period ending 280 AD and know exactly what these words mean. That's the point. But it's not only Matthew that's tagging them. As we saw in previous episode, okay, this section is Luke's for the same time period, and it ends at 283. And I already showed you by, talking about it. I didn't take you to the actual Greek. But in the Greek, this period in Ephesians is the same. Anakephaleostaste, which is the longest word in the Bible. That's why I learned how to say it. To bring under one head. That one head is going to be Diocletian. That's why Paul uses that word there. To bring under one head all things under the earth and all things in heaven. All things in heaven and all things under the earth. That's what Diocletian, that was his whole platform. This is what Diocletian is known for. This is why Diocletian rose to power. This is what Diocletian aimed to do. To bring everything under himself. Because he was believing a gypsy prophecy he got when he was like 17. About when he killed a boar, the last name of the guy who was guarding the sons of Carus. If he killed a boar, killed the guardian, then he would become rich and famous. That's what the lady told him when he was a kid. And you find that in the Persecution of Diocletian, or the Diocletian Persecution. It's a book that was printed in 1876. And in my Ephesians 1 reparsed, okay, you can get that link direct. Okay, because I found it online and I linked it. Alright, so signs and wonders is the added text in Luke to complement what this nation rises against nation means for the same time period. So now you can go back in history and look up what people thought, this is really important, what people thought then were signs and wonders. Diocletian made a big deal of that, because what Diocletian would do to bring Rome together and end the wars was to create a religion, sort of a new version of the Roman religion around himself and what history now calls the tetrarchy. He didn't use that term. He created a religion out of it. Well, because people were willing to, suddenly, with all this nation rising against nation, they were looking up. And so he created a new version of Roman paganism for them to look up to, and he turned himself into like a god, and he gave himself a name. I forget which one. I think it was after Jupiter. He gave himself a name of a god, and then he gave his co-ruler, because he set up co-rulers, he gave his co-ruler Maximian, I think he called him Hercules. Okay? In other words, they set themselves up to be ruling on behalf of the gods. Yes, signs and wonders. See how relevant this text is to the time? Therefore, when you read the text in the Bible in a generic sense, you can say, okay, you mean that kind of signs and wonders that was happening around Diocletian. You mean that kind of nation against nation as was happening during the crisis of the 3rd century. So now you have a very specific understanding of what the Bible's talking about as something that's going to occur again. It's not vague. People are always complaining, especially atheists and agnostics, and I empathize with them all. Well, the Bible's so vague. How you can make a prophecy mean anything? Well, you see how that's not true anymore? All along, we had the information to know exactly what was meant, and we didn't know it. It's in the meter. It's because the meter is tied to a specific time period, and they interlock. This is Matthew 24. This is Luke 21, written 28 years later, elaborating on this same time period. Now, why are these the words being added by Luke versus Matthew? I don't know. It would have had some relevance to the people who got it at the time. But we can benefit from it by adding them up. That's what I'm trying to show you. It's like tic-tac-toe. See, here's an X, and here's an X. Okay? Tic-tac-toe is where you have X's and O's. And if you get them all going into the same direction, then you win. Okay, well, if you're going to win at Bible interpretation, this is how you do it. And see how specific it is. We got a lot of history preserved about what happened during this time. So it's real painstaking, but at the same time, it's not difficult to understand what this text means once you know that history covered. Okay? And then again in Ephesians, adding to it, which either came out just before or just after or coterminous with Luke, is talking about the same thing. Anakephaleostaste, to bring under one head all of what's in the heavens and all of what's on earth. That was exactly Diocletian's platform. And since we have history about Diocletian and his platform preserved, we can know that. So we can know what Ephesians 1:10 means. Because look, just look at the words by themselves. To bring under one hand everything in heaven and on earth. What does that mean? It's something that puts you to sleep in the pew. Okay, but obviously that's not putting you to sleep now. Oh, he's predicting the exact platform of Diocletian. Yeah, but it's not only Diocletian he's predicting. It's a trend of history that starts with him. To bring everything under one head in heaven and in earth. That trend was what Constantine would adopt. That trend is going on right now in Russia and in the White House. That's what they seek to do. So it's real important that God marked it with a specific person and a specific time, because, honey, that's repeating right now as I talk. That's what they want to do. There is a bid to make a USSA theologically. And of course it's a little difficult to do that because, you know, the Christians themselves are like a minority. How are they going to overthrow the government? Well, right now they're staffing positions in the executive branch with 7 mountains people. And in ThirdRome, aka Russia, the Russian Orthodox are FSB. That's the name of the security arm. It used to be called Cheka. Then it became the NKVD, I think that's what they called it. And then it became, I forget, they've given themselves KGB. Now they're called FSB. Alright? That's where Putin came from. That's his background. That's how he got his career, was as a Soviet internal affairs agent. Okay? So now they're linking theologically as I talk for the same purpose as Diocletian back in 283 AD, which is where this ends, in Matthew, in Luke, adding to Matthew 3 years later ending. That black period is the same period that overlaps this one in Matthew. Okay, so you carry it out for the next 3 syllables. Estai, meaning to be. La. Okay? Lestai. Now, la, in Greek by itself, doesn't really have much of a meaning. But estai, to be, will be. Okay? That's kind of important. That was what Diocletian wanted. He wanted to be. He wanted to be this guy. That all the signs and wonders, and he would be the godlike figure that everybody would bow to, and that would unite Rome. Okay? It was very studied. It was very specific. He was very good at it. And all you have to do is read up on Diocletian to know what I'm talking about. And then you look back at these words and say, wow, it's really specific about him. Yeah. That's how you know what the words mean in Scripture. That's why it's here. That's why the meter matters. To take all the fuzzball. I mean, you just read this. And will be wonders and in the heavens, signs great will be. What does that mean? Fuzzball. Yeah, but not in Scripture. It's not fuzzball. And that's why you know, because of the meter. See? I complained to God about this since I was a kid. All these words are just fuzzball words. I have no idea what you just said. It's just so much syrup. And so now that I'm 64, I see the meaning. Hopefully you can too, and save yourself a lot of angst and time. Alright, so now we're up to Mark. Mark is ending this at 246, which is 276 AD. And he's ending this at 268, which is 298 AD. So this line is from 276 to 298. And look at what it says. Okay? First, though, we got to go to, it's not the end. Okay? This is verse 7 in Mark 13, so you can follow it in English if the Greek drives you nuts. And must happen, all the above must happen. Whoops. Oh, no. Okay. Must happen. That's the word for happen. But not yet the end. They, genestai, al, it's really Allah, but before a vowel you do apostrophe. Upo, upo. Your kids are sitting in the back of the car and you're trying to drive to Disneyland and they keep saying, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? And you say, upo, not yet. Upo, u means no, po means yet. To, telos, the end. Must come about, but not yet the end. You'll know that's 276 AD. That's in the middle of the crisis of the 3rd century. Okay, see, look. Nation will rise against nation. That's 12 years ending in 280. Mark is being very clever, and before the end of 280, get that? He's saying it's not the end. You see the wit? It's not, this isn't 250. This is 246. It's not yet the end. That is in Matthew. You got that? Isn't that cute? And so he's inserting this. All the above things about how they're going to take you and kill you and blah, 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 wars. It's not yet the end. Now, Christ does say that same thing later in Matthew. Or actually, right up here in Matthew. Upo estin toteles. Alupo, but not yet the end. Okay, so you see he's quoting Matthew up here. But the text in Matthew is earlier. So he's waiting, Mark is waiting until you get to, he's aligning his phrase, not yet the end, with that one. Because it's going to seem like the end to them. Nation rising against nation. Oh, maybe Christ will come back. Because that was the popular argument at the time. They were saying that since 217 AD. Because they thought when Rome was 1,000 years old, because they thought Rome was born 453 BC, it was really 753 BC they thought was Rome's birth, but it was really 750. But they were always using 753. And, oh, we're coming up on the year 1000 of Rome's existence, so the Lord's coming back. No, upo, not the end. Upo, alupo estin toteles. No, it's not the end yet. Not the end. Not. So you see, Mark moved the text to align with this in Matthew. To stress the fact that it's going to seem like the end, but it's not. Because the people who are going to be alive during that time highlighted in black are going to be thinking, oh, it's got to be the end. It's got to be the end. They will have forgotten to read like I did. They will have forgotten to read the text that's just before it. Okay? So he's placing it a little bit down to align with Nation rising against nation. And all these things must happen, but not yet the end. And his meter is also not yet the end, because up here it's 280. Okay, and here it's 276. Ha! Alright? And then he repeats the text that he had just finished aligning with he aligns the Matthew text with this. And then he goes to repeat it with 4 syllables to go. So see, look, this is so cute. Egerteshetai. And what do we have here? Egerteshetai. That takes you to 280 in Mark. You see that? See, it's ending at 276. 4 more syllables. So he is literally bracketing the Matthew phrase that's earlier, okay, with it's not the end. He's stressing that it's not the end. And then he, like on the other side of the 280 here in Matthew. So here's the 280 in Matthew. It ends with ethnos. It begins with egerteshetai. Okay, but he's putting it so that it brackets it at the end. See the play that he's making? He's making a play on the word end. It's not the end. So he makes the word end not be at the same end as it is in Matthew. And then he takes the word in Matthew that begins that period and he makes it end at 280 just like it does in Matthew. Now hopefully you're getting something out of this. What you should be getting out of this is, oh my God, he's counting the syllables in Matthew. And he's looking at the same text and he's bracketing his text to repeat the same text in Matthew in his own, so it comes at the end, but the word end is in the middle. So then what do we know? We know we have the real words of Matthew that Matthew actually first wrote. And in Mark, we know we have the real words that Mark wrote. Because this kind of stuff has to be deliberate. It's obviously witty, and it's obviously meaningful to stick the word end in the middle, to stress the fact that no, it's not the end, it's the middle. You get that pun? Because Revelation's going to make a big pun out of this. Alright, the fact that Mark puts the word end in the middle. And then he brackets the word at the 280 mark. He brackets it to end with the same word that Matthew used in the beginning. Yeah. So could you ask for more proof that this was a deliberate mapping of words and meter to a specific time that is exactly characterized by the words? I'll let you think about that. I'm going to get some water. Okay, that was pretty dramatic, huh? Here we got the timeline. 12 years ending in 280 AD, marked with egerteshetai in Matthew 24:7. And here we got the same word in Mark 13, tagging Matthew 24:7. In Mark 13:8. At the same period as it ends at 280. This is syllable 280 when you add the 30, okay? In syllable meaning AD year, okay? See, this is syllable 250, and this is syllable 246, and we go 47, 48, 49, oh, 50, well, okay. 47, 48, 49, 50. Okay, what's in the middle of? Haha, middle. Because the end is in the middle here. You get that play? He wants to make absolutely sure you know it's not the end by moving the text. Moving the text to exactly be within the Matthew passage that says that nation will rise against nation. It's not the end, honey. It's not the end. See, it's so much not the end that I'm going to put this text that Christ had already said before. See, because that's 268 A.D. And I'm going to take that text, I'm going to move it down in my repeat of the text to here, so that when you do your tic-tac-toe and you're looking at Matthew and counting your syllables, it's like, nation rise against nation. Oh, but not the end, not the end, not the end, not the end. And then I'm going to benchmark it with the word that begins. It's not the end of the rising. And I'm just going to cut off that last syllable to stress the fact it's not over yet. Don't be expecting Christ to return then, because it's not the end. But see, because people rejected the Bible, they rejected learning the meter, and they didn't pass it on to their kids. But obviously the meter can be reconstructed, because that's what we're doing here. And we see that, oh, we have the same original words that the writers wrote, because they're playing on each other's syllable counts. And so all those people at that time, who had by then were still learning Greek and still spoke Greek, but they didn't read their Bibles. They were all busy saying, oh, it's the end because Rome is 1,000 years old. See, she was born in 753 B.C. So in 247 A.D., that's 1,000 years. So we're in the end times, brother. No. Alupototelos. Not the end. See, Christ said it up here with the verb, estin. But, not yet, is the end. In order to make his meter fit, Mark leaves out the word estin. Alupototelos. Instead of alupoestintotelos. See, this is alupo estintotelos. He just says, alupototelos. It's not the end, in the middle, before the end of the 250. And then he makes the verb that began, egertesetai. He stops that's 280 right here, is 280, aka 250 in the syllable counts. So when you got here in Matthew, your equivalent, your exact equivalent in Mark, is in the middle of the verb rising. In other words, they will still be rising. It's not over. The fat lady hasn't sung yet. It's not the end. Egerteset. Instead of egertesetai. It's egerteset. Not over. See? Isn't that cute? Now, at that point, he's in the middle of the verb. And the verb says, tai gar ethnos epi ethnos. But he wants his syllable counts to go to the end of what it took our boy Diocletian, because he had to do a lot of fighting afterwards, starting in 283. So now we're at 280 AD, and this is 281 AD, 82 AD, 83 AD, which is where Luke ends, and Ephesians 1, the end of Ephesians 1:10 ends. And he wants to make sure he tags Luke too. So he's going, okay, well, let's see, and get this. That's 250 to match Matthew. And stress the fact that it's not the end, because I'm not even going to the end of the verb that begins that clause. Okay, so now we got 281, 282, 283, which is where Diocletian kills the boar so that he can fulfill the prophecy, and he ends up becoming emperor as a result that year. Well, he has to fight for a couple more years, so that's why it's only at the beginning of it. Because now he has to fight at the other nos, the other nations. So that's what he does. He kills a boy there, and now he's fighting Ethnos, the other pretenders to the throne. He's got to fight all of them. He has to fight them all, and there are a bunch of them. Okay, there are a bunch of them. And now he adds more text. Mark is adding that so that he can play to Luke. Kai Basileia and kingdom. Epi means upon, but here it's against. Basilean and kingdom against kingdom. In other words, the difference between an ethnos in Bible terms. Okay, ethnos is a bunch of people who become, as it were, a tribal nation. They're all related to each other blood-wise in some way. Okay, but kingdom, that's a political entity. All right, so he's saying, and nation against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. Yeah, because Rome prided itself on sitting on many nations, sitting on many peoples as a kingdom. And that's what they were fighting over, was who was gonna be the king of Rome. Why they didn't use the word king, because that made them feel like it wasn't really a kingdom, and they didn't really have a king. They had a first citizen, so they called him Caesar. Okay, Kaiser in Greek, and that's real important because they're going to make fun of the Kaiser name, and actually Mark does it. Mark makes fun of the Kaiser name. He truncates it to mere Kai. So does Revelation. I haven't noticed if that wordplay is in Matthew and Luke yet. Okay, so see, he's taking it now all the way to the end, and this is 298, so he has bracketed the 12-year period ending in 250, which is 280 AD, and he has bracketed the period that ends in 283 AD, so he has included by reference through this bracketing, covering the same historical period, he's included Ephesians, Luke, and Matthew. See how clever that is? Alright? Now, Luke had done his ethnos, epi-ethnos, kai basileia, epi-basilean up here. So you'll notice that he's taking, see, Luke repeats the same word, quoting Matthew here. Okay, so here's the original Matthew. Here it is repeated in Luke so that you know to look at Matthew. That's why they do this, as a form of quotation. Okay, and here's the same word again, that's Matthew, now quoting Matthew and Luke, and then he takes the phrase that Luke used. Luke didn't use gar. Okay? Luke didn't use gar, but Matthew did. Okay? Mark, therefore, uses gar. In other words, the point you should be getting from this from a textual standpoint is, oh, Mark is literally tagging the text in both Luke and Matthew. Yeah. And why is that important? Because they're a bunch of dipshits. I'm sorry, there's no nice name for them. Who are trying to claim that Mark's is really the first gospel. And that we should somehow rip up the 4 Gospels we have and cut and paste them and make what they consider to be the Quelle, which is a German word for source. It's ridiculous. And there's some really big name scholars involved in this. And those people should just be hung up. They should be hung out to dry. But, you know, what good is that going to do God? So just ignore them. Because here's your proof in front of your face. Mark is quoting both Matthew, which doesn't use Basileia, and Luke, which does. And Luke is quoting Ephesians. He's tagging Ephesians with what he says. Alright? So hello. This is Mark reminding the reader, go look at the same portion of Matthew. Go look at the same portion of Luke. And now look at the difference in the syllable counts, because, honey, it's going to keep on going. So he's bracketing to 298, and that's true in history. Okay? They had to keep fighting even after 283 when Diocletian first, dons his own purple. I forget where he was. I want to say that he was, I'm not sure if I'm going to have the location right, but I want to say he was in Germany when he killed the guy named Affer, which is, English translation for that is Boar, B-O-A-R. I think he was somewhere in Germany. I don't know if it was Pannonia or something like that. And he had a bunch of rivals, like, I don't know, 5, 6 rivals in other parts of what was considered the Roman world at that time. And he had to go fight each one of them. So it took time. So when you still see ethnos epi ethnos, kai basileia epi basilean, that's what it's saying. He had to keep fighting. And that takes you to 298. Alright? But he dated his own rule from 283, and the Senate recognized him in 285. That's real important, because this is the one guy, the only emperor in history who retires. But it takes him that long to fight against. And in order to do that fighting against, he appoints another guy, Maximinian, okay? And Maximinian is supposed to take control of the West. Diocletian retires almost immediately, not retires, but goes almost immediately to what we call Croatia, starts to, create a palace there and all this kind of stuff to, form up a sort of Roman religion. And then he has Maximinian be his, co-ruler. He really wasn't a co-ruler, but it was sort of pitched that way. And then there were 2 other guys that were also pitched. One of them was a fellow named Constantine Chlorus, who was in Britain and Gaul. Chlorus was the father of what we call Constantine, the famous Constantine. Okay? And then there was a 4th guy that he wanted to, sort of apprentice. And that was a guy named Galerius. Alright? And these guys are really famous in history. Maximinian had a son whose name was Maxentius. Maxentius was actually in Rome. And Maximinian wanted to help Maxentius, gain power in Rome. This was, historians call this the Tetrarchy. You can search on that. Tetrarchy. And read up on it. It's real important, because basically this is wordplay on the Tetrarchy. Because what they were trying to do is, in order to stop all the civil warring in the crisis of the 3rd century, he created this sort of 4 spheres of influence. Each Caesar would have group, a sort of geographical area he controlled. And it was really Diocletian over all of them. But they pitched it off as if they were 4 equal rulers. And the idea was to buy them off and to get everybody to say, okay, we want to be under these 4 because it's a unity. Okay? That was the whole idea. So you'll notice that there's a sort of play there, because you got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cute, huh? And of course that same play that is not during Diocletian's time, alright, is up here in Luke prior. Because there were at least 4 sections that were being disputed over that time too. And then of course here, okay, and then you have kai basileia epi basileia occurring during the same time as Mark lists it. See how clever this is? See how he's wrapping to the text and the meter, but it's slightly bracketed inside or outside, before and after the text in Matthew and the text in Luke. This is a frequent thing. Now what you're doing with this text then is you're reading the history, which I'm telling you while I'm reading it. You're reading the history, or in case it hadn't happened to you yet, the prophecy for your time in these brackets. Okay? And you're noticing, oh, wait a minute, it's down here in Matthew, but it's up here in Luke, which tells you that the trend has a wider stretch. Because Luke is focusing on the west. Mark is focusing on the east. So he stretches it down farther because the problem in the east continued longer. See how precise this is about history? I know that what I'm telling you is true because I got the history. It continued longer in the east. So he doesn't stop at 261. Okay? But Luke is focusing on the west, and it started earlier in the west with Gaul and Britain and Spain. Okay? So now you've got a more good, a better fix on what this crisis of the 3rd century was. And this ends up meaning 247 AD. This ends up meaning 268 AD. Okay? A lot of your scholars will say that the crisis of the 3rd century began, well, actually most of them will start to say somewhere between 231 and 248. Okay, 235 was when Severus Alexander was killed. And that you could argue is the official beginning, because that's when everybody started playing musical chairs. But some would say, well, it was during the last 4 years, because that's when the Senate got sick of the Severan mothers. Okay, so that would be 231. And that was when there was mass riot in Rome, and everybody thinking that it was the end of the world, because they were coming up on the 1000th anniversary of Rome. Okay? So you see, you're getting a spread of time here that you can check with real history. And each guy is taking his own particular geographical area of specialty, because Marx is in the East. And it took a long time to finish it in the East. Okay, before our boy Diocletian had really sufficient control. Okay? Now I haven't covered what does Revelation say about this same time period, because that would be if we go to 280, okay, minus, oops, I did plus, what's wrong with that? Minus 88, okay, then what, whoops, 280 minus 88 when he writes is 192 in the meter. Okay, well that's between here and here. And that's what we'll pick up in the next increment to see what Revelation has to add to this story that we can confirm now in history. So what do we have here? We're now going to Revelation right here. See? Revelation. And we're going to see what it adds to the same time period, which in Revelation is bounded at 192. See, look. 88 plus 192 equals 280. So that we're aligning the time with up here in Matthew. Okay? Egetesetai, gar, ethnos, epi ethnos. Okay? So 192 though is it's like in the middle, see, because it's not the end. It's in the middle. 192 is 280 to align with Matthew. And of course, in Luke, it goes to 283 instead of 280. And in Mark, it goes really, it's in the middle, see, because it's not the end, which is in the middle. It goes from 276 to 298. Oh, so it's brought in the period. Okie dokie, you got that? So what do we have here? 192. 192 is 280. Okay, so now this is really important, okay, because when you see the wit here, you're going to die. Okay, Diocles actually killed Aphor, a.k.a. Bor, who was taking care of Carus' son Numerian, in 283. That's 283. John is writing Revelation in 88 AD, so we subtract 88, And you always end up, going 1 year forward or 1 year back, because he's writing at the end of the year. That'd be 195. Okay, so let's see if we can find 195 in here. Okay, so that's 199, so we count back 4 syllables. Right? 199. Okay, so here's 199, 98, 97, 96, 95. That's the year, at the end of the year, that the Oakleys kills ANAPHORA, alleging that ANAPHORA killed Numerian, and then the Oakleys magically get set up as his own emperor by the troops. Okay, well, what's this word then? Te-keri. What's that? Well, in Greek, the definite article is part of the noun. So you count the whole noun, starting with its definite article, which is te here. And what is that saying? Antikeri autis. In her hand. This is the word for hand. The Oakleys killed ANAPHORA with his own hands. And since the definite article is part of the noun and it's occurring at the end of the year, November, I think it was November, then Keri would be the beginning of the next year, and so it's just a month away. So you're counting the whole thing, his hand. And of course, this is about the whore having a golden cup in her hand. Yeah, and so he gets to inherit the purple, aka the gold, by his hand. See, this means by her hand. In her hand. Greek preposition in means by means of, within, with, inside. Okay, so by means of his hand. Hand begins there with the definite article. And that's the first syllable of the word hand. You see, so the Oakleys' hands killed ANAPHORA to claim the purple at the end of 283 AD by Roman time. It was like Thanksgiving, sometime around there. I might have to go look it up, but it was November. So, see, by his hand. This is how Revelation is commemorating the rise of Diocletian. So that's 283, 284, 285. And by the end, his hand is acclaimed by Senate. The Senate says he's the real emperor of Rome by then. He still had a lot of battles to fight because there were a lot of other guys with their armies running around the territory that used to be, the Rome and the Middle East and Europe. He had to fight them. But his hand, they gave him his hand as the real Roman emperor, the genuine one. The Senate said, "You're our Roman emperor now," at that syllable, at the end of the word hand. You get the wit? Please say you do. Okay? So now, he goes about to create a religion, which is depicted here as a whore. Harlot, if you want to be nicer. He goes about to create a unifying religion in order to get all those other people in the other territories who are, as it were, being dominated by whoever was the claimant as emperor, saying, "Hey, God is on my side because the Senate voted for me by its hand." See? Hand. That was 285. He had 2 years to play to get it to this point. And so now, this is 4 years later. So we got 199 plus 88. That's 287. 287 AD right there. Okay, well, this is 298 because it's still in the middle and he's still fighting against the other kings, self-proclaimed emperors. And that's sort of like still in the middle with Luke, okay? Because this is, see, hands. Hands. Hands, 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 hands. Okay? You getting the wit here? You getting how Revelation is tracking Luke as well as Mark? As well as Matthew? Okay? This is detail about what kind of fighting went on and how it got resolved. Okay? And you'll notice that they were talking about rulership, and here she is, drunk with the blood of the saints, having in her hand a cup of precious stones, gold. Is this cute or what? This is how the crisis of the 3rd century gets resolved. Okay? So he's mapping his syllables to Matthew and Luke and Mark using the keyword hand instead of basileia or ethnos. But he makes sure that the text is the same, and he makes sure to include, hi, this is the rise of world religion dominating this state. Because everything Constantine does is an exact aping of what Diocletian does. We know that historically. If you were living at that time and you actually knew this meter and you were tracking it, you'd be saying, oh, wait a minute, there's a whore going to rise here. We got to get out. See, the woman, okay, and now she's, clothed in scarlet and purple. Those are the colors of religion and political rule, respectively. Okay? And when you're taking the cup that's gold, that means you own it. That means a celebration. That means you're raised up. That means you're in control. That means you're in power. In her hand. Yeah. And Diocletian's hands were what killed Aphor. And it's because of his hands that he takes hand over. And he's handed over. The Senate hands its power over to him. Right there. 285. So now we got 2 more syllables to 287. And that's because he's still fighting, which we see from this text. And we see from this text. Because that's going here, see, because he's using hands too. Only this is a little bit later in time because this is actually covering the rise of Constantine at this point. Okay? Because Constantine's going to take things into his hands too. Okay? And, of course, Matthew, we're looking at here to here. Okay? See? Basileia, ethnos. You see how they're all tying together? You see how witty it is that Revelation is using the word hand here? So I'll leave you with that and I'll come back in a minute. I need some water.